At a dark palace, the space around is a haze of fire as countless sparks shoot straight towards it, as if wanting to completely demolish this place. The final dungeon has been cleared. A person runs frantically shouting to announce that the dungeon is collapsing. The group's loud commotion has startled the Reapers within the dungeon. They swarm out filled with resentment, wanting to annihilate the intruders. A soldier glances back at the Reapers' advance while urging the others to run faster to the exit. He suppresses the fear in his heart and shouts a warning to his comrades up ahead. If you stop for even a second, you're dead. Those Reapers swarmed from out of nowhere, and horrifying sounds continuously erupted from within their ranks. Exterminate them. Exterminate all the inferior surface dwellers who dared destroy our lands. Seeing this, the soldiers fled in chaos. Damn it, there are too many of them. At this rate, they'll catch up to us. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force appeared from nowhere. A tall knight descended, landing right in front of the Reapers. He stood firm, spear in one hand and shield in the other, ready for battle. Without turning his back, he called out to everyone. The sound made the other soldiers turn around in a panic, every single one of them horrified. One among them was extremely worried. He asked anxiously, "What are you doing, Seomunjub?" Hearing this, the knight glanced back, a mischievous smile on his face that didn't fit the situation at all. "If you make it out," he pointed at his comrades and said calmly, as if they were his last words, "each of you has to write a biography for me." But in another time, back in the modern world, the streets were still bustling with people passing by. The crowd rushed on without a care. Humanity was unaware. A lonely, out-of-place shadow strode down the street, lost in thought. Humanity was unaware, that they were not the only living creatures. Just then, the person in black accidentally bumped shoulders with a young man walking in the opposite direction. The guy, his face contorted in annoyance, immediately spun around and cursed. "Hey, watch where you're going, you fucking dog." But as soon as the words were out, his expression changed violently. The face beneath that black hood looked like a Reaper's, its blood-red eyes flashing. A murderous aura began to erupt from them. "Building a civilization on Earth." The underworld. A deadly power enveloped the surrounding air. The street and the ground itself began to tremble. Humanity began to panic. The people who lived beneath the ground, the denizens of hell, a civilization completely different from what humanity had formed on the surface. A hand suddenly reached out from the hazy smoke. A monster appeared from nowhere, bringing with it a sinister purple mist, causing people to flee in terror. Time itself seemed to warp as hordes of monsters swarmed in, engulfing a corner of the city, and their numbers only seemed to grow due to the sudden invasion by the denizens of the underworld. Humanity faced the imminent threat of extinction. The military quickly appeared to engage them. Humanity launched a swift counterattack, but not a single weapon could inflict any damage on them. The monsters operated under the control of the Reapers. They possessed and seemed to be able to use mystical powers as they charged forward in a frenzy. They attacked the military forces, possessing something within them that could nullify all the army's attacks. But this situation couldn't last forever. However, not long after, the situation changed. The mystical power possessed by the underworld quickly began to affect humans, and just like that, people seemed to gain a new source of power. And a small number of people affected by it became superhumans, mastering strange abilities that had never existed before. These superhumans also carried within them a heavy mission for humanity along with the new power they had obtained. They fought against the denizens of the underworld, and the tide seemed to turn for the better. As they destroyed the underworld's dungeons, one by one, humanity once again lit the flame of hope. And after it all, after countless hard-fought battles witnessed by tens of thousands of people at the final dungeon's gate, 7 exemplary youths gathered. Spring 2005. The 7 most powerful superhumans assembled. The 7 of them, representing all of humanity, conquered the final dungeon, the core of the world below, putting an end to the long, drawn-out war. For their contributions, their sacrifices, and that achievement, as they were called the 7 saviors of mankind, they returned to live in the utmost favor and respect of humanity, which was showered upon them whenever they appeared. Immediately, everyone's attention was fixed on them. They lived in endless fortune and fame. But no war is ever fought without losing some of its forces. One of them could not return. Humanity returned to a peaceful life, but they never forgot the sacrifice of that hero. The unveiling ceremony for the Seomunjub monument. Seomunjub, leader of the 7 strongest superhumans, was the only one who couldn't live in the glory of victory and its spoils. The monument was erected there, towering. They were all heroes and saviors, but the ones who survived became stars. The unveiling ceremony began. The cloth covering the monument was pulled away, revealing it in the presence of the other 6 saviors. And to the utter excitement of humanity, the fallen savior became a legend. And just like that, 17 years passed. Back to the present day in South Korea, the Seoul International Battleground Arena, the International Battleground Representative Selection Game. First match, South Korea versus France. Energetic roars erupt from the arena, a major development. The sounds of the match commentary ring out continuously, showing the intense mounting pressure inside the arena. France has begun their attack, but our players... The situation seems completely one-sided. They can't fight back. Nathan Berna. Nathan's extraordinary skill lets him easily defeat his opponents without giving them a chance to resist. Player Nathan attacks our team without hesitation. A dangerous black smoke radiates from him. He looks like an emotionless assassin. The commentator's shocked voice rings out. 6 kills. Nathan has single-handedly taken 6 kills. Nathan smirks arrogantly at his unprecedented achievement. Has any player ever done this before? Not since the day the International Battleground League was founded. Baek Jae-ho, watching from outside, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Son of a bitch. The 2 commentators continued to update on the match. A performance just as we'd expect from the superhuman ranked 3rd in the league for his age group. Our national team has been almost completely wiped out without being able to put up a fight. At this point, only 1 girl remained on the field. The last player standing was Baek Hyun. Her power seemed to be no match for Nathan, a fight with an incredibly slim chance of victory, for her at least. But she didn't waver for a second, immediately rushing forward to attack. Player Hyun is charging toward player Nathan. She instantly closes in on her opponent using her signature skill, her whip to face Nathan head-on, but he easily dodged her attacks. The spectators in the stands were captivated by every strike on the field below, but Jae-ho couldn't hide his tension either. Hyun continued her frenzied attack, but a voice suddenly whispered in her ear, just as expected from the daughter of one of the 7 heroes. Nathan had appeared beside her at some point. He immediately countered, "But you can never defeat me." His eyes flashed with contempt. Not with a team like that. A moment later, Hyun was defeated by a single one of his slashes. The announcement immediately rang out. Baek Hyun eliminated. Korea has suffered a complete defeat. The final winner and the MVP of the entire match is Nathan Barna of Team France. Our national team was unable to stop Nathan. In the second round, Nathan scored 7 kills, bringing the match between Korea and France to a decisive end, with an overwhelming score of 0-11. From the stands, voices of outrage immediately erupted. What a disgrace! Korea used to have so many superhumans, as the commentator's disappointed voice also rang out, with every sigh from Baek Jae-ho. He who took down countless dungeons during the era of the Underground World War cannot keep up with the changing times. This was truly a humiliating result for him. Truly a disappointment. The commentary felt like a knife to his heart. For the nation that produced 2 of the 7 saviors, Seo Moon-jo and Baek Jae-ho, his hands gripped the railing, trying to suppress the feelings swelling inside him, and just like that, the match came to an end. With one side so utterly crushed, the 2 commentators couldn't stop lamenting even though the match was over. France is a strong team, but there's no denying that last match was heartbreaking. I'm certain our citizens are incredibly disappointed. The netizens were also voicing their opinions about the result. So this is really a country that can't survive without Seo Moon-jo, huh? A stream of comments ranging from disappointed to accusatory flooded in. And this is supposed to be the homeland of Seo Moon-jo and Baek Jae-ho. I'm honestly so heartbroken. LOL. I got slapped in the face by the government again. I should have known from the moment they said, "We will ban the battlefield because of its violent nature." LMAO, how are we supposed to compete properly when there are no battlefield players left in the country? The audience in the stands rose as one, starting to shout their criticisms. Get lost! And you call this an international match? Utter outrage was written all over their faces. Change the national team. Baek Hyun is the only one on the team with any actual skill. The harsh comments kept coming. Do you think we paid money to watch a pathetic match like this? Baek Jae-ho stood silently to the side. He stood there alone, listening to all the harsh words from the audience. A single chaotic thought ran through his mind. This is one of the 7 heroes, Baek Jae-ho. He silently gazed down at the arena. This is the 3rd loss since I became head coach of the national team. Just then, Baek Hyun was also getting up from her seat. Disconnecting link module. Connection terminated. Baek Jae-ho watched his team helpless. Just as the audience said, other than Hyun, the rest were all just a bunch of nobodies. At that moment, Hyun couldn't hide the terror she felt either. Jae-ho remained deep in thought. Korean superhumans were once known for their strength and iron will. But now that's just a story of the past. He didn't linger, turning to leave. Their mentality and their skills are at rock bottom. Anyone with real potential already left. As he thought of this, the image of his fallen comrades surfaced in his mind once more. He opened the door to the coach's lounge, walked to a corner of the room, and froze. Jae-ho couldn't help but let out a sigh of helplessness. He looked up. "Hey, Joe." He gazed silently at the photograph before him, his voice filled with pain. "If only you were still alive." In the photo, a younger Baek Jae-ho stood close to Seol Moonjo. Seol Moonjo wore that same arrogant, carefree smirk of his. Jae-ho's heart grew heavy. He just stood there for a moment until a knock on the door broke the silence. An assistant came in to inform him, "Coach, sir, you need to attend the interview." The assistant paused for a moment. "Everyone is waiting, sir." Hearing this, Jae-ho scoffed, then said bitterly, "Right. I need to go out and apologize to the public." He strode out, gently patting the assistant on the shoulder. "That's the only reason they pushed me into this head coach position." The assistant tensed up hearing that. "Coach." As he walked, he spoke again, hopelessly. "It's pointless." The assistant, alarmed, asked, What do you mean by that, sir?" Jae-ho answered nonchalantly. "This current team is impossible. They're too weak, and they lack the fundamental talent and mentality." The assistant quickly tried to reason with him. "It hasn't been that long since you became head coach, sir. We're only just getting started." But Jae-ho was resolute. "No, I'm going to make a formal announcement during this interview." The assistant froze on the spot. Head coach!" Jae-ho paid him no mind and walked away without hesitation. "Unless Seol Moonjo crawls out of his grave, for me this is more than enough. I should just walk away, before my own reputation gets dragged down with it." The assistant was still pleading anxiously. "If even you leave, sir, then this team is completely hopeless." But Jae-ho's mind was made up. "I can't let this chance slip by." His face was a mask of utter helplessness. "Finally, I can retire." Suddenly, his phone rang. "Why did you come out of that place?" Jae-ho glanced at the name on the screen and thought to himself, "Is the association president calling to chew me out?" But he answered it right away. "Yes, Mr. President." A rushed voice came from the other end of the line. "Have you seen the news yet?" "Yes." Hearing that, Jae-ho sighed to himself. "I knew it." He immediately responded, "About the national team humiliating the country with that pathetic loss. Yes, I even saw it with my own 2 eyes." But the voice on the other end immediately cut him off. No, I'm not talking about that." Jae-ho impatiently asked what it was about, who knew what the person on the other end was saying. His face turned pale. He lost his composure and shouted back, What did you just say?" A portal through time and space appeared in the sky. From within, an armored knight holding a spear fell. He landed right on the site of the Sel Moon Job monument. The loud commotion drew the attention of the people nearby. The place he fell was Gwanghwamun Square, where the monuments to those 3 people stood, General Yi Sun-sin and the great King Sejong. A voice rang out from the crowd. "Someone just fell from the sky wearing armor. And one other person." The man hailed as a legend who saved 6 heroes 17 years ago by sacrificing himself. "That's Sel Moon Job." A crowd immediately gathered at the foot of the statue where the knight had fallen, constantly filming and reporting. Someone instantly recognized the knight's identity. "Isn't that Sel Moon Job?" "It is Sel Moon Job." Jae-ho was speechless when he heard the news. He stood there frozen while the person on the other end of the line kept calling, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Just then, Sel Moon Job stirred. The people standing around saw him waking up. They immediately cheered, "Sel Moon Job has returned alive." Powerful waves of energy clashed, creating a tense atmosphere. Sel Moon Job stood alone amidst a horde of reapers. He gritted his teeth on high alert. Suddenly, one lunged from behind, but he quickly detected it. Without delay, he turned and destroyed it. But countless others rushed toward him, making him slightly anxious. He immediately regained his focus. The long spear in his hand glowed brilliantly, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The reapers still lurked, surrounding him. Just then, the giant portal behind Sel Moon Job closed completely. Seeing this, he murmured, "The dungeon gate." A hint of relief appeared in his eyes. It's finally closed. He looked at the underworld creatures before him. There was nothing holding him back now. All right, then. He immediately entered a state of life-or-death combat. Cell Moon Job shouted, "Why don't we just fight to the death?" Back in the present, a pair of eyes suddenly shot open. After a nightmare, Cell Moon Job, dressed in a hospital gown, sat bolt upright. He sat gasping for a moment. Just then, a nurse walked in. "Oh, sir." "You're awake." Dazed Cell Moon. Job rubbed his head. He stammered, asking the nurse, "Where am I?" The nurse immediately asked how he was feeling. "This is a hospital." Hearing that, Cell Moon Job was completely stunned. "What?" From the VIP hospital room of patient Cell Moon Job, a piercing voice cried out, "2022, not 2005. In disbelief, he clenched the blanket. "This makes no sense at all. When I entered the final dungeon, I'm sure it was 2005. Hearing this, the nurse didn't quite know what to do. But she explained patiently, "You must be very confused. I think I need to explain the current situation to you. But wait just a moment." Then the nurse turned and picked up the TV remote. She turned on the television and pointed to the screen. "Do you see that over there?" The news was on. The top story was about him. "This is today's news. Cell Moon Job is currently receiving treatment at the hospital," the news anchor's voice announced. Cell Moon Job listened intently. Cell Moon Job, the leader of the 7 heroes, who was previously rumored to be deceased, has returned after 17 years and is currently receiving treatment. On the screen was footage of him right after he fell. Mr. Cell Moon Job fell from the sky in Guang. A Huamanen Yas was discovered in front of his own statue. Although he was unconscious, doctors say his life is not in danger and that he only suffered minor scrapes. The name Guanghwaman means Gate of Illumination. It is the name of the northern gate of Gyeongbokgung Palace. During the Japanese occupation, soldiers destroyed most of the palace and moved Guanghwaman to the east to diminish the palace's importance. After that, they built the government general building on the site of the old Guanghwamun as a symbol of their power. It was finally restored in 2010. And is a tourist attraction. Cell Moon Job continued to focus on the news, not missing a single detail. He is still wearing the exact same equipment as when he entered the final dungeon in 2005. And perhaps because he is a superhuman, his appearance has not changed in 17 years. But the next part of the report left him bewildered. Therefore, some experts are cautiously suggesting that a distortion in space-time may have occurred. This concludes our report, and that's all the news for today. After hearing the news, Cell Moon Job was still filled with disbelief and doubt. Have 17 years really passed? But it was 2005 just a few days ago. The nurse replied patiently, pointing towards the window. Yes, that's why it's a madhouse out there. Cell Moon Job followed her gesture and looked down to see that a massive crowd of journalists and reporters had gathered. Since you were transferred here. The reporters have been camped out there ever since. The crowd of reporters stood there watching his every move, their cameras aimed straight up, as if afraid of missing the first images of him. Seeing this, Cell Moon Job gritted his teeth and cursed. These bastards. They're just like they were 17 years ago. Then he turned to the nurse. Let me borrow a mirror for a moment. The nurse quickly replied, A mirror? Just a moment, I'll bring one for you right away. She quickly brought him a mirror. Will this one do? He immediately took the mirror and looked at his face. Seeing that it hadn't changed at all left him a bit stunned. Have I really not aged a day? He could hardly believe what he was processing. Hundreds of questions swirled in his mind. There's no way a 47-year-old could look this young. Did space-time really get distorted? Impossible. I've never heard of anything like this happening in the past 17 years. But if this is the world 17 years in the future, then right now I'm... Suddenly, as if remembering something. Wait a minute. His face turned pale and he stammered a question to the nurse. By the way, my savings. The nurse, who was clearly up to date, was able to answer him immediately. Oh, that... All of your assets from before. As per your wishes, they were all donated to the Children's Protection Association. For every child, Seol Moon Seob has donated all his assets. Hearing this, he cursed, Damn it. He then stammered a few more questions, and the nurse patiently answered. Then what about my house? Since it was the birthplace of the famous Seol, it has become a museum. And then my car. My car. Was it auctioned off for charity? After hearing the answer, Moon Seob was devastated. He trembled, clenching his fists as he thought about his future. I can't live in a hospital forever. So not only am I broke, I'm basically homeless now. He was utterly dejected by his predicament. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have kept some of it. Hearing this, the nurse could only give a wry laugh. Ha 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 ha! She tried to comfort him. Don't worry too much. You're the hero who saved the world. Do you really think anyone would forget you? In fact, Mr. Baek Jae-ho heard the news about you and has already contacted us. I'll call him back and ask when he's coming. With that, she immediately contacted Jae-ho. He says he'll be here soon. Seol Moon-sob had calmed down a bit by now. I understand. Seeing that he was back to normal, the nurse left. Well, then I'll step out for a moment. If you need anything, please feel free to press the call button. The hospital room door slowly closed. After Seol Moon-seob sat there stunned for a moment, he became lost in thought. Even though I've seen it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. He decided to wait for his best friend to arrive. I guess I'll get the details from Jae-ho later. For now, I should check my body's condition first. He then immediately activated his superpower Analytic Eyes. A status window appeared. Analytic Eyes. You can analyze and visualize the talents and abilities of living beings. Only the owner can see this information. This is the superpower that allowed me to become the world's strongest superhuman, he thought to himself. These eyes don't just check a target's current abilities. They can also see their future potential. It's a truly unbeatable superpower. That's the reason for his unparalleled strength. And that's why I was able to grow faster than anyone else. As a result, he became a dungeon raid leader early on. He soon appeared in famous newspaper headlines with epic taglines. Dungeon bad boy enters like a meteor. The youngest leader, Seol Moon-seob. Another successful raid in a newly discovered dungeon. He didn't just stop there. He was even asked to be a master. Please take me as your disciple. And that person was none other than Baek Jae-ho. Jae-ho would eventually become one of the 7 heroes. One day, the superpower helped him clearly see the abilities of the person before him. Target Baek Jae-ho, race human, strength 42 out of 70, agility 65 out of 100, speed 69 out of 99, stamina 39 out of 69, intellect 59 out of 90, skill 35 out of 70, aura 33 out of 72, superpower teleportation. After reading the information panel, he was a little surprised. What the hell, I thought he was just some loser. But who knew his potential was this high? After considering for a moment, he decided to accept. All right, I'll take you as my disciple, but if you die while following me, I won't be held responsible. Hearing this, Jae-ho was a bit bewildered, but quickly recovered. What, yes, sir, I'll do my best to survive. He, too, was nurtured by these very eyes. Back in the present, he read through his own abilities. Target Seol Moon-seob, race human. Strength 79 out of 79, agility 97 out of 97, speed 76 out of 77, stamina 91 out of 91, intellect 110 out of 100, skill 100 out of 100, aura 100 out of 100, superpower Analytic Eyes. He muttered in awe as he read, strength at 79, huh? But one detail took him by surprise. Intellect, 110. Seol Moon-seob couldn't help but wonder, isn't 100 the maximum for a human's potential? But here it's 110. Then he noticed something else. There was a new superpower, one he didn't have before. It was immortality. You are immune to death from physical causes. He sat there stunned. Did I have a skill like this before? Come to think of it, this must be a new superpower formed from that special situation. He speculated to himself, so it was formed from that battle. Then he seemed to think of something. Then maybe I... But before he could finish the thought, a voice called from outside the door, Seob, Seol Moon-seob. He immediately looked towards the door and saw. Jae-ho rushed over and he called out to him softly, his voice tinged with disbelief. Are you... Jae-ho? The moment Jae-ho saw him, his eyes welled up with tears. His voice choked with emotion. Joseph, you're really back. Seeing Jae-ho like this, Sam Moon-job smiled cheerfully. Looks like you've gotten softer, huh? Baek Jae-ho quickly wiped his tears, but ultimately couldn't help but look up. A childlike smile formed on his lips. What a relief. Later, as night fell over the city, Sam Moon-job and Baek Jae-ho stood side by side on a rooftop. Gazing at the city glittering with lights before them, Sam Moon-job turned to speak first. Hey, are you done crying yet? Jae-ho replied cheerfully. You'll understand when you get older. The older you get, the more you cry. Sam Moonjob joked, but I'm still young, so I wouldn't know. Then he changed the subject. Anyway, you still kept your promise, right? Huh? Jae-ho asked, a little confused. What promise? Sam Moonjob promptly reminded him. My autobiography, my friend. Hearing that, Jae-ho understood. Oh, right that. Jae-ho began to explain, I hired a ghostwriter for it, a really great one. He's a famous science fiction novelist. The autobiography is called The Man Who Saved the World. Hearing this, Sam Moonjob asked, Huh? So that's how the story starts? Jae-ho added cheerfully, there are even documentaries and a movie. They made it out to be like some kind of myth. Well, regardless of the content, it's incredibly famous. In fact, that movie hit #1 in global box office sales. Hearing this, Sam Moonjob seemed lost in thought for a moment. Then he blurted out, So, what am I supposed to do now? He began to share his anxieties. Ever since I woke up, I thought I had died in that dungeon. But who would have thought that when I opened my eyes, I'd be in a hospital? 17 years have passed. Now everything is filled with things I've never seen before. I think that thing is called a smartphone. It's incredible. I'm sure I'm not hallucinating, but it still doesn't feel real at all. Jae-ho listened silently to his friend's confession. Even though I saved the world, the reality is, I'm just a dirt-poor homeless guy. Hearing that, he walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Then he smiled brightly and said to Sam Moonjob, What are friends for? If you need money, just say the word. Seeing him like this, Sam Moonjob was impressed. Wow, you've really matured, Jae-ho. You must have been pretty lucky these past 17 years, huh? Did you start a business or something? Yeah, Jae-ho answered honestly. There was the money from the dungeon raids and the reward I received after the underground battle. I couldn't just do nothing after receiving all that money. Right, there's a limit to how much money you can make. Hearing that, Sam Moonjob was a bit puzzled. That's weird. With all that money, how did an idiot like you not fail in business? The words seemed to hit a sore spot for Baek Jae-ho. Though reluctant, he told the truth. It's pretty painful to admit this, but I left that to the professionals too. Hearing that, Sam Moonjob pressed him. So that means you're unemployed, right? Jae-ho immediately denied it. It's not like that. I have other things to do. Sam Moonjob immediately asked, What are you doing? Jae-ho answered softly, his voice getting quieter and quieter, as if he really didn't want to say it. Head coach. Head coach of the national team. Sam Moonjob, confused, pressed him. Why did you suddenly get so quiet? A head coach? Coaching what? Jae-ho sighed and took out his phone. Hold on a second. He searched for a bit, then showed it to Sam Moonjob. Watch this. He reached out and took it. What is it? On it was footage of a few matches in the battlefield. Seeing the somewhat familiar images, Sam Moonjob asked, What the? This is one of the dungeons we raided. Weren't they all supposed to have disappeared? Jae-ho immediately explained, This is a virtual reality sport called Battlefield. Sam Moonjob was a little confused. Battlefield, Jae-ho continued to explain. They recreated a dungeon in a virtual reality space and use it for two teams to compete against each other. It's a sport. Jae-ho tried to explain it to him in detail. You can think of it as a new kind of business that utilizes the superhumans who became unemployed after the war, but it was so popular right from the start that now it's become the most popular sport. After watching the video, Sam Moonjob felt it was incredibly lame. This just looks like a bunch of kids playing around. Are they making fun of me? Hearing that, Jae-ho immediately retorted, No, it's not like that. The high-level players are not only on par with the 7 heroes, but winning the Battlefield World Cup is also a matter of national pride. After listening, Sam Moonjob nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Then he suddenly asked a question. So what is Korea like these days? Jae-ho looked at him blankly. What? Seeing this, Sam Moonjob teased, Getting old, so your hearing's going. He then repeated his question, What is Korea like now? Without waiting for an answer, he offered his own guess. Even though our population is small, we have a lot of strong people, right? If it's just a children's game, then I'm sure our ranking is really high. Holding the can, he raised his hand, preparing to toss it into a trash can in the distance. A distance so far, Jae-ho didn't quite know how to put it. He stammered, That. Then he spoke awkwardly, saying something so Korean. Jae-ho paused before daring to speak the last 2 words. 2 words that made Seol Moonseob lose focus and miss the can, throwing it outside. After Seol Moonseob was frozen stiff by Jae-ho's words, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Seol Moonseob struggled to turn and look at Jae-ho in bewilderment. Then he couldn't help but gape in astonishment. What? Night had fallen, but cars were still bustling along the road. Baek Jae-ho spoke softly. When the great demon disappears, the next demon will be the first to act. Seol Moon-sub, sitting beside him, was a bit confused. Huh, what are you talking about? Jae-ho then explained, that's the reason our country has become so weak in the arena. Hearing this, Seol Moon-sub was a little surprised. What, that's ridiculous. Jae-ho explained it to him. After the war ended, many of the higher-ups were worried about the superhumans who had nowhere to go. They didn't know when each one might turn against them or something like that. Hearing that, Seol Moon-sub understood immediately. Those guys never change. As he drove, Jae-ho gave him more information. That's why the battlefield was normalized. Under the pretext that superhumans possess harmful powers, they wanted to put those with abilities under national control. It was the same for me. I'm only seeing it now. Hearing this, Seol Moon-sub already understood. I get it now. All the superhumans considered strong Koreans in the past have naturalized in other countries and become players or coaches. Yeah. Jae-ho was a bit embarrassed. That's right. Seol Moon-sub continued. Even when I was there were so many people who wanted to exploit us in every way. I should have just broken their knees. Hearing that, Jae-ho teased him, but you badmouth everyone. From politicians to the president. Seol Moon-sub replied nonchalantly. Because I was angry they wanted to use me. I was actually going easy on them. Jae-ho looked a bit troubled now, but he continued. Anyway, because our starting point was so low, the average player level is quite low. Then he looked carefully at Seol Moon-sub. So Seob... But before he could finish, Moon-sub flatly refused without a shred of hesitation. No! Jae-ho was startled. Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. But Seol Moon-sub didn't give him a chance to speak. It's obvious, isn't it? You want to drag me into this league or something? Jae-ho tried to persuade him. Hey, you're only 30 years old. Your skills are in their golden age. Don't you think it's a waste? But he seemed completely uninterested in any of this. I'm not wasting a thing, so don't worry. He stated his wish firmly. I don't want to live as a superhuman anymore. My life as a superhuman is over. It ended heroically in the final dungeon. Jae-ho still tried to salvage the situation. You don't have to fulfill any of those obligations anymore, it's just a sport. But Seol Moon-sub didn't believe a word of it. I never fulfilled any obligations. Do I look like someone who would fight for others? He sighed in frustration. When I was a kid, I fought to survive. And after becoming a superhuman, I fought to be recognized. Then he asked Jae-ho in return, wasn't it about time I lived for myself? Then he thought about his name appearing in all sorts of news articles. Besides, if I said I'd join the league, the reporters would go crazy. The world's savior Seol Moon-sub will now save Korea. Something like that. They'll automatically have expectations and rely on me. But seeing how resolute he was, Jae-ho simply asked, the league doesn't interest you at all. He immediately answered decisively no. I hate feeling like some kind of clown. At this point, Jae-ho didn't try to persuade Seol Moon-sub anymore. All right then. Have it your way. Just then, Seol Moon-sub's gaze was drawn to something outside. Then he suddenly spoke up. But in my opinion, Korea's superhumans didn't completely fail. Not entirely. Hearing this, Jae-ho was a bit confused. What are you talking about? Seol Moon-sub pointed outside. We still have superhumans like that. Outside was a large billboard for Baek Hye-yeon. Seol Moon-sub looked at it and blurted out unconsciously, Damn, she's hot. Look at her eyes. So damn seductive. Jae-ho's voice immediately turned cold, making him freeze on the spot. That's my daughter. Seol Moon-sub was stunned. Hye-yeon, isn't she 6 years old? Jae-ho's face darkened as he spoke. 17 years have passed. She's 23 now. Seol Moon-sub was too embarrassed to speak. Oh, really? She's very pretty, but looking back she looks down on 17 years ago, huh? But Jae-ho immediately cut him off. Seob, that's enough. Seeing Jae-ho like that, Seol Moon-jo could only apologize. I'm sorry. The car continued to speed down the road, but the people inside were silent, no longer continuing their conversation. A little while later, the two of them arrived back at Baek Jae-ho's house. The notification sound chimed, You have arrived at your destination. As soon as they entered the gate, they saw a woman standing there waiting. The moment she saw the two of them, her eyes lit up. Oh my. That woman was Han Sung-hee, 52 years old, a specter and Baek Jae-ho's wife. Sung-hee greeted Seo Moon-jo warmly. The joy was clear on her face. It's been too long. It's so good to see you. Seo Moonjo replied cheerfully, Yes, well, for me it's only been a week. Sung-hee chuckled and sighed, Oh my, I aged so much during that week. Seo Moonjo knew just what to say. Not at all. You look like I've only been gone for a week. Hearing that Sung-hee was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Joe, you're too kind. Then she turned to her husband, asking with concern, You must be tired from driving, honey. Jae-ho didn't see it that way. It's nothing compared to my friend who I thought was dead coming back. Seo Moonjo stood to the side, taking in this warm, happy scene. It was only then that his mind could completely relax. Now it felt real. He was truly alive again. At this moment, Seo Moonjo truly started to believe that he was alive in a peaceful world with no dungeons and no fighting. But a nagging question still weighed on his mind. What should I do now? Since I couldn't think of any suitable job for myself, I decided to just get by for the time being. And so he sat peacefully eating chips remote in hand, endlessly flipping through channels. He lazed on the sofa bored, searching for something interesting on TV. Is there anything good on... Suddenly, something caught Seo Moonjo's attention. It was a movie that looked quite old. Seo Moonjo saw that this movie was playing. He shot up in excitement, the half-eaten bag of chips in his hand, tossed aside without a second thought, and yelled out, Wow, they're re-airing this movie? That's right, I was so curious how it ended. He was so excited his whole body trembled. That's right, His eyes lit up as if he'd just found the meaning of his life. This is the reason I came back to life. Jae-ho walked by and saw Seo Moonjo like this, unable to help but sigh in exasperation. I've got plenty of fries ready, time to binge-watch today. But it seemed he was a little too excited. He made a decision that left Jae-ho speechless with fear. While I'm at it, I'll watch all the movies I missed since 2005. Hearing this, Jae-ho was so horrified he could barely form a sentence. All the movies since 2005, all of them. He couldn't help but question Seo Moonjo. Joe, are you really going to sit at home and watch movies all day? He just replied coldly, Yeah. Then he retorted, Hey, you just said you'd leave me alone. What do you want now? Jae-ho was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Yeah, you can live for yourself, but... Jae-ho couldn't help himself and went to pull open the curtains. Those reporters have been watching for days. They said they won't leave until they see you. Seo Moonjo looked up and was also a little startled. What the hell? Jae-ho looked out at the crowd of reporters gathered in front of his house. They had crowded the entire neighborhood. He couldn't help but be shocked. There are so many of them. Seo Moonjo frowned helplessly. Damn it, these blood-sucking bastards. Then he calmly stood up. All right, whatever. He nonchalantly instructed Jae-ho, schedule a meeting with the reporters for tomorrow. He spoke coldly. I'll gather them all in one place and tell them to get the hell out of my life from now on. The next day, at a magnificent tall building in the city, the lighting for the interview was perfectly prepared. The reporters and journalists below began to whisper amongst themselves when they saw Seo Moonjo arrive. I thought we'd have to sit in front of his house for a month. This is much faster than I thought. Yeah, he looks more stable than I expected. I heard he'd get angry and blow up at everything if he didn't like something. Is this going to end peacefully? Just as Seo Moonjo had taken his seat, the host announced the start of the interview. All right, the press conference will now begin. Seo Moonjo immediately started to speak. First off, as you can all see, I'm back. I'm just as surprised by my situation as you are. So I'm sure you're all even more surprised. Seo Moonjo maintained a moderate tone. In any case, about the attention you've all been giving me? Jae-ho sat to the side, waiting with bated breath. This time he's being normal, thank goodness. But he couldn't even feel relieved for 3 seconds before Seo Moonjo dropped a bombshell. I'm not grateful for it at all. Ask me every question you have today, and then never pay attention to me again. Seeing this, Jae-ho could only feel helpless and speechless. Just as I thought, a leopard can't change its spots. The host immediately moved to the next segment, taking questions from those raising their hands. Immediately, a series of questions were asked, and he calmly answered them all. How did you return from the final dungeon? I don't know either. When I woke up, I was already in a hospital. I don't have an answer to that question. Yes, okay, next. Do you have any memories of the past 17 years? No, to me, 2005 was just a few days ago. Have you contacted any of the other 7 heroes? It was just a job. I'm not close to anyone there. Are you going to reclaim your assets? No. After answering a series of questions, he continued to scan the room for who was next. Then he saw a bald man over there raising his hand very high. The chosen man immediately asked his question. You must have heard about the battlefield from head coach Beck. Yeah, I have. He then asked bluntly, are you planning on becoming a player? The question was so direct that it stunned the surrounding reporters. Hearing it, Jae-ho tensed up as well. But contrary to everyone else's reaction, Seo Moonjob remained calm and answered as bluntly and concisely as possible. I'm not. The answer made Jae-ho helplessly palm his forehead. Hearing this, that bald reporter put on a smug, entitled face and asked with a very disrespectful attitude, is there a reason? Seo Moonjob replied curtly, I'm not interested. Seeing that he couldn't dig up any interesting news, the bald guy crossed a line and provoked him. Isn't it because you're afraid of failure? Seo Moonjob paid his words no mind and retorted, humiliating him completely. The only failure here is your hair, old man. Then he said seriously, I have absolutely no interest in the battlefield. I don't find it fun at all, so don't expect me to be your clown. At this point, the host took the hint and moved to end the press conference. Okay, that's enough. Thank you for your answers. The press conference will end here. Seo Moonjob added one last thing. I hope everyone's curiosity has been satisfied. Don't bother me anymore. And with that, he was done. So goodbye. Seeing him leave, Jae-ho stepped forward to say a few final words on his behalf. Thank you all for gathering here. So please. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted up, Wait, I have one last question. The person didn't hesitate to ask, Yesterday, the player Walker mentioned you saying, The 7 heroes are nothing, and they can't even touch me. What are your thoughts on this? He was a bit surprised after hearing the question. Gerald Walker, the reporter immediately explained. He's a battlefield star from America. He's also known as the pride of the American tankers. Hearing that, Seo Moonjob seemed a little interested. Oh, is that so? Is that Walker guy the strongest player? Hearing him ask that, the reporter found it a bit difficult to answer. Well, the thing is, there's a top 3 strongest players on the battlefield: Nathan Bana from France, Roy Meyer from Iceland, and Daniel Mansky from Germany. After listing those 3, he returned to this Walker fellow. He hesitated for a moment, then had to say, Walker is an excellent player, but he still hasn't reached... Before the reporter could finish, he was cut off by Seo Moonjob's scoff. He held his forehead, looking fed up. Seriously, even after 17 years have passed, there are still guys like him. He looked up, stared straight at the reporter, and said mockingly, If he can't even make it into your so-called top 3, then he has no right to speak. Then he declared to everyone attending, The press conference below, if you want to fight me, don't look for me on the battlefield. Find me in real life. Losing his patience, he flipped off the cameras below. I'll bury you in your own backyard with these 2 hands. This image was broadcast all the way to America. At the U.S. player headquarters, Cherrywood was reporting the incident. And that's what he said. Walker! That Walker guy, hearing this, angrily crushed the object in his hand. He turned and called out, Wood! He was completely provoked by Seo Moonjob's words, his anger now uncontrollable. He immediately ordered, Get a plane to Korea. Now! Jae-ho exclaimed, A match against the American team. He continued yelling into the phone, How could you spring this on me so suddenly? Huh? Moon thought to himself, annoyed, Ugh, so loud. He spoke up, Hey Jae-ho, you're being pretty loud. You should take your call outside. Jae-ho sighed, holding his forehead. I understand. He ended the call and slumped into a chair with a sigh. Seo Moonjob continued to complain, I can't even watch TV because you're so loud. What is it, buddy? Jae-ho replied, We have a match against the U.S. in 2 weeks. He rolled his eyes. I know, I don't care. Jae-ho snapped, This is all your fault. Don't you remember Gerald Walker? Seo Moonjob scowled. Who the hell is that? Jae-ho crossed his arms and reminded him, The guy who tried to provoke you. The one you said you were going to bury in his backyard. Seo Moonjob replied dismissively, Oh, him. Jae-ho sighed. He's obviously furious after you publicly humiliated him. Seo Moonjob remarked, How childish. All because of that... Yes, Jae-ho continued. You said he wasn't part of the top 3. He's clearly very sensitive about that. He wanted to meet you, but since you don't play on the battlefield, I think he wants to take it out on the Korean team instead. Seo Moonjob asked again, What does that weirdo want with me? Jae-ho sighed. Oh, for the love of... I don't give a damn. Good luck with that, pal, Seo Moonjob said. Jae-ho's face went pale with anger. You... But Seo Moonjob interrupted. Huh. But if they're having a match between the national teams, If you're pointing at him, doesn't that mean Hajon will be there too? Just as you were saying, the kid is a national player, a loud voice called out from the door. Mom, I'm home, Selman muttered, annoyed. Geez, you scared me. His gaze flickered over his expression, quickly turning to surprise. Haeon's mother smiled. Oh my, you're home earlier than planned, dear. Haeon grinned brightly. I rushed home as soon as I heard you were at our house, Uncle, and I wanted to see you and Dad too. She continued asking, Where is he? Her mom replied, He's watching TV in the living room. Selman waved to her. Hey! Haeon beamed. She ran over and threw her arms around him, exclaiming, Uncle! He replied, Haeon, think about how big you are now. You nearly crushed me. She didn't seem to care about that in the slightest. You're really back. He laughed and replied while ruffling her hair, Yeah. I was worried you might have already forgotten me. Haeon explained, How could I ever forget? I used to play with you all day long. I loved it when you'd always bring me cookies or chocolate. Mom and Dad never bought me things like that. He continued, But you're definitely all grown up now. They say kids grow up so fast. She joked, Of course, I'm 23 now. He then asked, So you came back for AMET, right? Haeon retorted, No, I came back to see you. That other thing is just a side quest. Selman replied, I see. Haeon asked again, But Uncle, she said curiously, I have a few things I want to ask you. Are you really not interested in Battleground? He asked, annoyed. Did Jae-ho tell you this? Sorry, but I have no interest in that kind of thing. She cried out, Why? He explained, pointing at the TV. Your uncle has a lot on his plate. She clung to him. Even if I ask you like this. Selman Jop instinctively refused. No way, she pouted. You've changed, Uncle, Selman grumbled. I think everyone else is the one who's changed. She continued sadly, The old you always used to listen to my requests. He crossed his arms and replied, Right, but those requests were only for buying you snacks. Haeon continued, Still, okay, fine. I have another request. I have to go to the association for an avatar test. Can you come with me? He asked. An avatar test. What's that? Then sighed. Ugh, what a pain. Haeon kept pleading. Can't you at least do this for me, please? Dad said he's too busy to go too. After listening to her persuasion, he finally gave in. All right, he sighed. I'll go with you. So where are we going? She grinned brightly and replied, You'll find out if you come with me. At the Korean Battleground Association. Welcome, Player Haeon and Mr. Selman Jop. Hyunsu guided them. Please follow me. Selman and Haeon went inside. He continued, First I will assist with your avatar test, Player Haeon. Okay. A system voice announced, Checking weapons and armor. 3, 2, 1, check complete. Synchronizing with avatar now. Connecting. She was quickly connected. Selman watched with interest as Haeon spoke up. Are you watching, Uncle? She continued. Bring me a monster. I want to warm up a bit. A monster quickly formed. It was a dark wolf. Selman and Hyunsu watched Haeon on the monitor and Selman spoke up. Huh, so they can do things like this too? Hyunsu replied, Battleground is a virtual reality sport that uses the association's advanced technology. We can recreate dungeons, monsters, and players in virtual reality. He continued to explain, That's why players who are participating for the first time must come to the association and initialize an avatar. Selman thought for a moment, then replied, It looks really realistic, huh? He looked at the screen and muttered, I guess I'll see how good Haeon really is. The wolf moved. It lunged to attack Haeon. Without a hint of fear, she cracked the whip in her hand. A piercing sound rang out as the wolf was instantly ensnared. Haeon choked it, causing it to struggle in pain. Then she leaped up and swung her sword for the finishing blow. Haeon smirked. Hyunsu announced, Avatar synchronization rate has been confirmed. You may log out now. Haeon grinned. After logging out, she rushed over to Selman. Uncle, how was I? He gave her a thumbs up and offered some perfunctory praise. You're not bad for a 6-year-old, though you still have a long way to go. She huffed. Then why don't you give it a try? Besides, I'm 23 now. He replied, I already told you I'm not going to compete. She had no intention of dropping it. No one's asking you to compete, I'm just telling you to try it out for a bit. As she kept pleading, I couldn't help but be curious. I've heard so much from my father about how strong you are, but I want to see it for myself. By the time I was old enough to watch you fight, you had already disappeared. Selman was swayed by Haeon's words. He sighed and agreed. All right, I'll do it. Haeon's face immediately lit up with excitement, making Selman have to add a reminder. I'll only do it this one time, and only because you're the one asking. She continued. Really, thank you, Uncle. Hyunsu explained. Mr. Munjab, would you like to give it a try? He laughed and explained, normally we'd have to run an incarnation test after measuring all your stats, but since you're not actually competing, in a real match, I think we can do an incarnation test right now. Haeon chimed in. Right. It'll be so much fun, Selman asked, so I just need to go inside. Hyunsu explained. If you go in now, it's like entering a connection module. Your avatar will be bare-handed. He instructed while two others struggled to bring out some weapons. First, you need to take your weapons. Selman held them and thought, these are quite different from what I usually use. They're too light for their size. Hyunsu presented them. What you're holding is standard-issue field gear. Players usually use custom-made equipment, but because this is a testing facility, we only have standard-issue equipment. If they don't feel comfortable, you can request that we make something else. He tossed the shield aside and held the spear in one hand. No, this is fine, Selman mumbled. A spear is enough, and this thing is a nuisance. Let's just do it. He quickly connected to the combat machine. A connection to a virtual dungeon. I guess I'll see how this goes. The system continuously announced, summoning weapon information, full body scan, scan complete. An avatar will be generated with the scanned information. Hyunsu's voice came through. Mr. Seo Munjab, can you hear me? The place you're standing in is a virtual area. It's an exact replica of the real testing area. I see, Selman mumbled while feeling his new body. The sensation is quite similar to passing through a dungeon gate. Hyunsu continued to instruct him through a monitor. Look at the control panel. It seems there are no errors in the synchronization between your avatar and your real body. Haeon chimed in. You can do it, Uncle. Selman stretched as he spoke up. So try throwing whatever you threw at Haeon at me. Hyunsu replied, Okay, understood. He then pressed a button and a monster gradually formed. It hovered over Selman's head. He muttered, A Salabun is it? Outside, Haeon said to Hyunsu, This one looks a little different from the ones I know. He replied, You're right. That's a special Salobun monster. Only an aura can damage it, but we created it based on the data of the strongest specimen we've ever recorded. It growled and lunged to attack Selman. He didn't even bother to move his eyes fixed on it. He threw his weapon away, muttering, Oh, why bother carrying a spear? It just gets in the way. Then using his bare hand, Seomun touched it, and with a single flick finished the monster in one blow. Hyunsu and Haeon were stunned. The girl exclaimed, That's insane! You killed a Salabun with just a flick of your finger. Selman replied, What's with all the shouting? Oh, so this is what happens when it dies, huh? Hyunsu added, A Salabun isn't the most difficult monster, but it's definitely not something you can kill with one finger. He looked at him and continued to speak. Hey, clean up that trash and summon a new one. I want to test something. Hyunsu immediately agreed, and another monster was created. Okay, understood. Selman thought to himself while looking around. This place really isn't any different from reality. Looks like I can test that thing in a place like this. Ugh, he said aloud. Even though it was the strongest one, it didn't surprise me at all, so I couldn't warm up properly. But I guess it can't be helped. A voice echoed, Well, your title is the strongest superhuman, after all. Of course, a single Salabun isn't going to satisfy you. Selman then looked in the direction of the voice. Outside, a confused Hyunsu and Haeon observed the control panel. What is this, why all of a sudden? She asked curiously. What is it? He continued, The problem is, the screen flashed a bright red warning. Hyunsu explained, Someone is trying to connect to this place using an external module. A man named Gerondo Walker appeared. He landed, looked at Selman, and spoke. Is your previous invitation still valid? Selman looked at him without answering. He continued, You invited me, so I came looking for you, but why aren't you saying anything? You look like you're scared shitless because you didn't expect me to show up. Honestly, I don't care if it's the 7 heroes or the 8 heroes, but I'm going to prove that title is nothing but an empty name now. With that, he rushed forward to attack. Die! Selman didn't even try to dodge. He swung his weapon down and thought in astonishment, He's not there. Scared shitless, you say? Selman's voice came from behind, startling Gerondo. He appeared behind him and continued, Not a chance. Selman smiled. I was just thinking about how good this test is going to be. He faced off against Gerondo. He held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. In contrast, Selman only held a single spear. Heian was amazed. "How is that possible?" Jin-Ti replied. "Don't worry too much, miss." The door opened and Jin-Ti and a few others were standing there. He spoke, "I've already permitted this, so there's nothing to worry about." Hyun-Soo and Heian were surprised. "Chairman, Father, I thought you were busy." He continued, "This was discussed beforehand. But I suppose you two weren't informed. My apologies for making you worry." Park Jin-Ti smiled. "Will this suffice?" The Emma Motion manager replied, "Thank you for your cooperation, Chairman." Even though our request was a bit difficult, he chuckled to himself, recalling his past with Selman. "That guy owes me a lot. If he has any conscience, he won't be able to say a thing. He should be the one grateful for this." He watched him calculating how to use this opportunity. That guy might be interested in the arena. Selman swung his spear and Gerondo parried, retaliating without holding back. Then they both backed away, Selman on one side, Gerondo on the other. He observed his opponent, thinking, "This guy, he's better than I thought." Using his analysis eye skill, he was astonished. Strength and stamina are both 100. He's a true beast, and his willpower is 87. He thought to himself, "I thought he was just some hot-headed idiot, but it seems he's got the guts to make up for his stupidity." The other guy urged, "What, not gonna fight anymore?" "What are you staring at me for?" Selman thought. "This guy." He smirked. "So he can back up his talk, huh? If someone like him had existed 17 years ago, we might have taken him to the final dungeon." He calculated, his superpower is a perfect fit for a beast. Now that I think about it, that thing I found when I woke up in the hospital, I was planning on using it to fight Saloon, but now I've run into this guy. Let's try it on him. With that thought, Selman charged forward recklessly. Gerondo swung his weapon, gritting his teeth and thinking, "If that's all you've got," he swung down. "I can see your move perfectly." Then his eyes widened in shock as Selman stopped right in front of him. Selman smirked and said, "I'm going to show you something really interesting." And then he took a critical hit from Gerondo. The observers outside were stunned. Heian cried out, Uncle, why are you just standing there? Why would you deliberately let yourself get hit and die?" He had the same thought. "Yeah, that kid's right." He recalled in shock how Selman Jop had stopped his attack and hadn't backed away at all, as if he wanted to die. "Just what is he?" As he was thinking, Selman's voice rang out. "Ah, damn, that hurt more than I thought." In an instant, he lunged at Gerondo, forcing him to dodge immediately. He let out an annoyed grunt, then looked at him in shock, muttering, "How? He didn't even bother to block. He should have died instantly." Selman coughed dryly, then muttered from within the smoke, "This is insane. Did they even replicate the smoke?" The spectators outside were amazed, but Gerondo, also in disbelief, uttered, "Impossible." The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Selman dramatically. "How about that?" he smirked. "Told you I'd show you something interesting, didn't I, Immortality?" "You are immune to death by physical causes." Selman asked again, "How about that?" "I told you I'd show you something interesting, didn't I? Skill 4, Immortality. You are immune to death by physical causes." Gerondo in disbelief. "How is that possible?" "I got this badass superpower after I almost died," Selman muttered, "so now I'm really immortal." The test was a success. He continued to think, "But not only did I not die, it even healed my wounds. This won't do. This isn't a proper fight," he said to Hyun-Soo on the outside. "Operator out there. Can you hear me?" He immediately replied, "Yes, what is it?" Selman continued, "I don't think I can die. It's probably due to a superpower I got after I returned from the final dungeon." Hyun-Soo was shocked. "Huh? You can't die. How did you get a power like that?" "Yes," Selman replied. "I don't know. I feel like using it here is cheating." "Is there any way to seal this power?" Hyun-Soo replied, "Yes, sealing a power isn't too difficult." Selman agreed. "All right then. Then seal this immortality power." "Yes, one moment, please." He pressed a few things, then replied, "I've sealed it as requested. You can no longer use the immortality power?" The other guy asked again in confusion. Immortality Moon explained. "Yeah, it's a new power, so I figured I'd try it out. But if I can also become immortal here, then you'd just go around bragging that you only lost to me because of that ability." Gerondo tightened his grip on his weapon. He walked closer to him and spoke while tossing the weapon back to him. "You really are as arrogant as the rumors say. Now let's see if your skills are as good as the rumors claim." Then Selmoon easily caught his own weapon. "Of course, reality has to be different from the rumors. Because I'm much stronger than the rumors say," he retorted. "I'll see that for myself. Now get up, you're out of excuses. Let's fight then." Selmoon continued. "Why don't you go beat the top 3 first?" You can't just skip the four lords and go straight to fighting the Demon King. That's just not polite. I mean, I heard you couldn't even make it into the top 3. His words successfully infuriated the guy. He charged forward as Cell Moon asked again, "Did I get on your nerves?" He moved lightly, dodging his attack. Gerondo leaped back, astonished, thinking to himself. He disappeared. Cell Moon appeared from behind him. "Over here!" Gerondo's gaze immediately shifted. He thought to himself as he watched Cell Moon's movements. He's going to attack from behind. The tip of the spear appeared in front of his face. Gerondo quickly jumped back. Cell Moon smirked, thinking he can react that fast even with his vision blocked by the shield. Not bad, but it's time to end this match, he thought to himself as he got into his stance and took aim. Then Cell Moon charged forward to attack the guy. Gerondo and his shield were sent flying, slamming hard into the wall. Cell Moon smirked. Gerondo got up with an annoyed grunt. He remembered his opponent's movement. He intentionally aimed for my side, using the shield to block the incoming spear and changing its trajectory right before it struck. His control is terrifying. "So this is Cell Moon Sob Moon," he spoke up. "I win right." Gerondo refused. "Not yet. The spear just grazed me. I'm not dead," he replied. "That's because I did it on purpose. I went easy on you and you still have the nerve to talk back to me." He continued his reply. "You'll never beat me as long as you're using that huge shield." "Oh," he asked. Cell Moon continued with a suggestion. "You don't need to use one that big. Switch to a smaller one." He was confused. "Why are you suddenly—" Cell Moon answered. "Your big brother here is being kind enough to teach you because you're not just good at running your mouth. Your vision is blocked by the shield," he continued. "I bet you were teased as a kid for having bad eyesight." His words made the guy freeze for a moment. Cell Moon continued. "I bet that's why you chose a large shield so you could both protect yourself and observe the fight. But that's not a perfect solution. It'll backfire. When fighting a super strong person like me who knows how to use your vision against you, you should switch to a smaller shield. Consider using your intellect and your control as well. It'll be more beneficial for you in the long run." Gerondo looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You're not lying, are you?" Cell Moon replied, "Why would I lie to you even if I told you everything? You're still no match for me, you idiot." He was annoyed but had to agree. "Fine, I'll give it a try, it can't hurt." The people observing from outside were confused. Jeho thought to himself, why would you tell him that? Idiot, he was already a tough opponent. Then Cell Moon continued. "The rest is up to you. That's all I'm doing. I'm out of here. I've got to get home and watch some movies." He added, "Oh, and hey, and since your big brother here was kind enough to teach you, make sure you pay your tuition fee when you get home, okay?" "All right," he agreed, and then added while getting up. "But I have one condition," Cell Moon repeated. "A condition. What condition?" He pointed a finger at him and proposed, "I want to fight you one more time. So let's fight in the A-League match in 2 weeks." Cell Moon looked at him confused. "You're ridiculous. I already told you I'm not interested in the arena. Why would I do something I have no interest in when I have a whole pile of movies I haven't gotten around to watching yet?" "Screw you, I don't need your stinking money." The guy grabbed him and insisted, "I told you. I'll pay you if you agree to fight." He also got annoyed and said, "Are you crazy? I already told you. I don't want to get lost." Gerondo pleaded, "I'll be different next time." Cell Moon thought to himself, this guy is seriously insane. He raised his voice. "You have to join the arena. You can't just waste your power. It's my damn business how I use my power." The two argued back and forth for a while, and Park Jin-tai saw an opportunity in it. He smirked, thinking to himself, looks like I can take advantage of this. The next day, the TV was playing a show that Cell Moon was following. "So, Sassoon and Mr. Jr. are finally going to get together, huh?" he mumbled. But a strange voice cut through his show. "The live stream has been interrupted for an urgent announcement." Cell Moon sat up. "What?" But it was just getting good. The TV was reporting news about him. Mr. Cell Moonjop has publicly and firmly stated that he will not participate in the arena, but we've just received word that during his recent duel with Zero Walker, there are rumors that this might change. The audio from that duel isn't very clear, but an anonymous source has stated that, if Team USA can achieve a perfect victory in the upcoming Group A match against Team Korea, Cell Moonjop will participate in an exhibition match between the US and Korea at Team USA's request. Cell Moon's expression grew darker as he listened to the news. The source also claimed that Mr. Cell Moonjop himself had accepted these conditions. He gaped. Those sons of bitches, when the hell did I say that? At the Korean Arena Association, Cell Moon yelled. So I'm asking you, why is this happening? He slammed the table, shouting in Jintai's face. Who the hell is that anonymous bastard? I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. You drag him out here right now. He went on. And what the hell is this video? He said, holding it up. Anyone can see it's been deliberately edited to cut out the part where I said I wouldn't play. I'm also going to kill whoever dared to spread this video, Jintai spoke up. First, he bowed his head. As the association president, I take responsibility for the damages done to you, the hero who saved the world after these repeated scandals. I sincerely apologize. Selmoon was confused. What the heck? Why are you suddenly acting like this? He continued. Even the American Arena Association has been bought off by Walker. I'm just the president of the Korean Arena Association in a weak position. How could I refuse their request? Then there's the pressure from the public and the higher-ups. I'm apologizing to you as an older brother, not as the president. Selmoon was flustered. But I know you have your own difficulties. But why do I have to... He placed a hand on his shoulder and declared, But don't you worry, Jop. To make sure you aren't dragged into this, I've come up with a great plan for the Group A match between Korea and the U.S. All Team USA has to do is win. A perfect score of 11 without losing a single person. Then you'll just have to play one exhibition match. The score for each set in the arena is the number of surviving players from both teams when the match ends. He continued. This is the condition they set. I told them that if the opponent isn't strong enough, it won't excite you. It seems everyone understood the situation, so don't you worry. Although the Korean arena team's skills are admittedly low, it's not like our team can't take out a single one of their players in all 3 matches. Selmoon cut him off. Then the whole team should just forfeit. I already told you I have no interest in the arena. Why does everyone keep bothering me about it? Jintai continued to plead. Anyway, the condition he set is impossible to fulfill. Everyone agreed to this deal because they understand your personality. We've known each other for a few years now. Little brother, just help your big bro out this one time. He continued with an offer. In exchange, all the money we earn. I'll donate it to that orphanage you like. Can't you just give in this one time? Come on, Jop. He was furious, thinking, so much for our friendship, but sighed. Selmoon agreed with him. Fine. I get it. But this is the only time. Park Jintai was overjoyed. Oh yeah, of course. There won't be a next time. Thank you so much, Jop. He continued. If you'll let me, how about a kiss? He refused flatly. That's enough. He continued. Anyway, if I manage to take down even one American player, I'm not playing. I won't give in even if you cry and beg. He laughed. Ah, of course. No matter what, I'll keep my word. He continued. Well then, now that we've dealt with all this troublesome stuff, let's all go get some dinner. Hold on, are you treating? Ginty laughed. Sure, what's the big deal? I know a great tuna sashimi place. Let's go there. He glanced down at the documents on the table, thinking to himself. If he thinks I'm actually going to keep my word, then I'll just apologize in advance. Sorry, Jop. The TV was constantly reporting on the match. Live news from the Korean Arena Association. It's true that Solman Jop has accepted the offer from the American side. To Solman Jop, the man who once said he didn't want to play in the arena. Breaking news. Solman SLB Group A match. The arena announcer yelled angrily. Damn it! They won't show the movie, all they do is report about me. He cursed himself. God damn it, this all blew up because of one thoughtless moment. I should have cut ties with this karma for good. The TV continued, broadcast schedule change. Live coverage of Seolman Jop will replace the previously scheduled program Low Kick. Seolman swore, damn it. He looked outside and sighed to himself. Oh, my life. He glanced around, then looked outside again, thinking, what's that sound? Haeon was training. Solman exclaimed, oh my God. Jaeho tossed a ball and she immediately chased after it, catching it with her whip. Solman thought, looks like Haeon is training. Yes, Jaeho said. Haeon, your reaction speed was pretty fast that time, but you need to be even faster, she replied. Yes, sir. He continued, you're playing the role of an assist DPS to support the other members. You should focus on increasing your movement speed. I know. If you can just increase your agility, Solman observed, thinking that Baek Jaeho is starting his lectures again. He used his skill Analytic Eye. Solman noted, Haeon's speed and agility are already high enough. However, her agility has already hit its limit. In addition, the growth limit chart for speed and agility, even the old Jaeho never reached this level. It's impossible for Haeon to perform as Jaeho expects. However, her growth potential for strength and stamina surpasses Jaeho's. How can he ask Haeon to be an assist DPS? He thought Baek Jae-ho that method might have worked for you, but it's wrong for Haeon. She sat down on the ground, tired, to rest for a moment. So tired. He looked at her. If even Haeon, the ace of the Korean team, is like this then, he thought, we might not even be able to take a single life from the American team. She looked at him excitedly. Uncle, did you watch me train, see? Now I don't need to train to increase my agility anymore. Jae-ho interjected, no, you're still a little lacking. Just try a little harder and you'll get there. Solman retorted, Baek Jae-ho Haeon isn't you. What did you say I'm telling you to stop training her for speed and agility? It only shows your weakness now that you're no longer in your prime. The kid has already reached her agility limit. Even her whip technique is the same. It's a superpower with the same style of speed. You want to raise her to be an assist DPS like yourself, but you two are not the same. Haeon, he asked. After you bind an opponent with your whip, what do you do next? She replied immediately. I'll pull them off balance, then tie them up and toss them to a teammate. He pointed at her. Wrong, you're wrong. You have to finish him yourself. Playing as an assist DPS in your father's style won't be effective. Your teammates are weaker in speed and agility. They won't be able to finish the opponent. Not like your father could. That's why strength and swordsmanship are what's important for you now. You have to finish them directly with a sword. He picked up a sword and said, I'll show you once. Watch closely. It's not hard. He got into a stance, a whip in one hand and a sword in the other. Then Solman spoke. Like this. He cracked the whip binding the target and continued, as soon as you catch them, strike. He swung the blade. Haeon was stunned. Solman asked again, Did you see that clearly? Neither of them answered. Solman continued, Since you can't suffocate the opponent with the whip, you have to be able to handle a sword as skillfully as you handle your whip. That's why I said training your strength and swordsmanship is essential. Haeon, from now on, you're not an assist DPS anymore. Switch to a close-range DPS position. Understood, Supervisor. The other two said in unison, Huh? He didn't wait for their reply and gave his command. All right, then, let's start with a light strength exercise, 500 sets. Easy, right? They were horrified. 500. Solman asked menacingly, What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to train? Do the 500-set strength exercise. There are 14 days until the Group A match. From now on, I will be training Haeon. At the U.S. team's Korean training ground, and dorm voices could be heard. What on earth is going on, Walker? The one speaking was John Kim, their representative and manager. He was amazed by his performance. In just a few days, your abilities have improved by leaps and bounds. He asked in astonishment, My combat ability has gotten that much better. Of course, I was wondering why you suddenly demanded a new shield right after meeting Solman Jop. Ahem, it feels like you've had a breakthrough in just a few days. You've overcome a weakness you've had for a long time. If you can maintain this form, you can definitely be in the top 3. He continued, Of course, you'll need a lot of practice. To make a big change, however, it might be a bit difficult for us to face speed-oriented players like Nathan until you've mastered it. But in the long run, it'll be a huge gain. He asked again if this advancement were converted into money. How much would it be worth? The other person replied instantly without thinking, In my opinion, it's worth more than $10 million. If you can master this skill, the next time you re-sign your contract, you'll get a salary of at least that amount. He muttered, $10 million, huh? Then he continued, In that case, send $10 million to Selman Joe right now. The manager, shocked, asked, What do you mean, a consultation fee? He replied, We must drag him into the arena. Just wait a little longer. A Star Moon Joe at the Seoul International Stadium. The Group. A match between Korea and the USA. The commentator began, The day has finally come. The day of this historic match. Dear viewers, all eyes are on the outcome of today's game. The hero, Selman Joe, and his crucial match against the American team. The success or failure of this dream match all depends on today's results. Now, I would like to introduce the players from both teams who will participate in today's fateful match. The members of both teams are making their entrance one by one. The aces of both sides are here today. Let's see what kind of performance they'll show us. I'm especially looking forward to player Baek Ha-yeon. This is her first match since changing her position. Selman thought to himself, Ha-yeon, you've got this. The dungeon for this match. is an ancient castle in the underworld guarded by skeletons. The Palace of Mataborni, a dungeon with 3 floors with a boss located on each floor. The first floor will be the Skeleton Warrior. The second floor, the Death Knight. And on the final floor, the Bone Dragon awaits, and to all the spectators here for today's match. Let's go over the main rules of the match. Main arena rules. The victory condition is to eliminate all players on the opposing team. Players earn kill points by defeating monsters or enemy players. The more kill points a player has, the brighter their reflective aura will become. The color also changes based on the total points the player has earned. The players are now entering the field. What will be the outcome of today's match? Round 1 begins. The match has started. The members of Team USA are moving together. Team USA starts off by confronting the skeletons on the first floor. A horde of skeletons has appeared. They charge forward to face them. The hunt begins. Very calmly, all 4 members of Team USA advance at once. Team USA is highly experienced from their many hunts. They pride themselves on their defense nicknamed the Iron Wall. What strategy will they use against our players today? Meanwhile, Hayan is focusing, thinking to herself, just do what we practiced. Just as I was reporting on Team USA's situation, the Korean team is also advancing at a very high speed. The commentators remarked, but what is this? The Korean team is ignoring the skeletons and running right past them. In the second section, they've zipped past the skeletons as well. Look at them move, Hayan thought. Good, we're doing great. Keep running just like this. We just have to follow this strategy, and we'll have a chance to win. In the past, the Korean team always fought protracted battles. Today, they've chosen to go for the boss first. It seems they've adopted a rather reckless offensive strategy, but if this strategy succeeds, they could gain a massive amount of kill points. Additionally, if they defeat the boss within a few minutes, the first floor will be sealed off. If that happens, it'll be difficult for Team USA to execute their strategy, and that would be the end. The ones facing the first floor's Golden Warrior boss are the Korean players. They're advancing to attack the boss. Someone said, Walker, wait. An unexpected situation has developed. So Power is done scouting. What do you mean, an unexpected situation? What are you talking about? Howard reported to him. The Korean team is currently fighting the boss on the first floor. It seems they're using a different strategy than usual. The other members of Team USA smirked. Oh, so they're trying for a decisive blow and a rush to the second floor before this one collapses, huh? He replied, let's hurry up and finish this hunt. First, let's head to the boss area, but my legs can't go any faster. Well, then I guess I'll just have to borrow your psychic ability. The first floor boss lets out a threatening roar. Someone yelled, they've engaged it. The Korean team charged towards it. Hayan, you finish it. Everyone else hold your support positions, the commander ordered. But suddenly she was attacked. In disbelief, she thought, where did that come from? The Korean team members are stunned, motionless. It's Player Walker. Using the repulsive force from his teammate's psychic storm, he's flying right towards them. Jiho muttered, annoyed, this is insane. How could they attack so fast? Baek Hayan is knocked back. An announcement rings out. Baek Hayan has taken damage. She was horrified. Baek Hayan is dead, he said, to abandon everything just to fight the first boss. It's not a bad strategy. However, even if that strategy had succeeded, it wouldn't have affected the outcome of the match. The other members of Team USA quickly closed in on the boss. The remaining members of the Korean team could only stare helplessly. An announcement quickly rang out. The final boss of the first floor has been defeated. The first floor will be sealed in 10 minutes. The final boss of the first floor has been defeated. The first floor will be sealed in 10 minutes. The final boss of the first floor has been defeated. The first floor will be sealed in 10 minutes. The time has come. The members of Team USA are rushing in to attack the Korean team. The commentator speaks up. Team USA's sudden appearance has wiped out the Korean team in an instant. Their boss was stolen and now the Korean team is under attack from the enemy. The entire team is about to be annihilated. They are completely overwhelming the Korean team. Yes, Walker speaks up. Well then I'll use this move to end round 1, he says before finishing off the last member of the Korean team. Round 1 is over. Team USA has ended the match in round 1 with a perfect victory. The score is 0-11. After the players finish equipping themselves, round 2 will officially begin. Hayan thinks to himself, not again. We lost again. And that was with Uncle helping us this time. And I couldn't even play properly. Samoon's voice rings out. All right, all players are on the field. Everyone focus and listen to me. Heian is shocked. Huh. Watching you all play made me want to go blind. To put it nicely, you all had better try to follow my instructions in the next round. A few people wonder, huh? Isn't our coach Beckham? He replies curtly, quiet. Hajon is surprised. She looks at him in astonishment. Uncle Semoon continues, think of me as fighting alongside you all. Got it. I'm trying to raise our win rate as quickly as possible, so there will be some shortcomings. Your combat abilities are just too weak. The moment something unexpected happens, you all fall into a panic and just end up courting defeat. With your abilities, it doesn't matter if you fight 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times, or 1,000,000,000 times, you'll still lose. Your chance of victory is absolute zero. However, if we just leave it at that and do nothing, it would be too pathetic of a loss. So listen carefully. No matter how hard it is, I will make you all catch Walker. Matabani's palace is one of the dungeons that I personally raided with the association president back when I was young. Though raiding it isn't too difficult, fighting the skeletal ghouls on the 3rd floor takes quite a bit of time, but with your skills it'll be difficult to even get that far. So let's put that aside for now, and think back to this previous match. The strategy you all used in round 1 was actually pretty decent. Of course, that's assuming everyone had followed the assigned strategy. First, the vanguard. No matter how much you're rushing to fight the boss, you absolutely must assess the enemy's situation. I know you all swarmed the boss room because you need to hunt it as fast as possible, but you still need to scout the surroundings. And the rear guard. If the people in front are defeated, you all have to step up and support them right. The moment Heian was stopped by Walker, you guys just stood there dumbfounded. And then you got beaten to a pulp. What did you expect would happen? You can't even do a simple thing like that? Team 11 is going to lose with 0 points at this rate. He ruffles his hair, muttering, and these guys are supposed to be, and the national team Jeho is so pitiful, so pitiful. He sighs. Anyway, that match is over, so there's no point talking about it. Let's end the commentary on round 1 there. They think to themselves, the coach has already said everything. Semoon continues, from now on, this is the main part. So everyone listen up, because I'm going to show you how to crush them in round 2. Now then, round 2 will now begin. As soon as it started, Team USA split into 2 wings. It seems Team USA intends to use a 5-6 formation for this second round. If the lead team can quickly secure their hunting grounds, player Walker, and the rear team will focus on hunting monsters. This is a strategy that fully utilizes player Walker's abilities, the team's trump card. Now then, with that, let's take a look at the Korean team. No way. Player Baek. Hajan, who had just vanished, has reappeared. They're running again. The Korean team is running at full speed. But the Korean team is still using a defensive strategy. What is going on here? Player Baek Hajan has changed her position. This match will definitely see a lot of changes. Semoon smirks. Good. They're doing great. If they do as I say, they'll definitely have a chance. Heian thinks to herself this time. This time, for sure, the scouting team can't find the Korean team at all. Walker continues. The dungeon only has one path. The rest of the match will probably be the same as before. He replies, I know. Gerondo thought to himself they must have changed their strategy from the first half. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before we can lure Cell Moonjob into the fight. I'll try facing Cell Moonjob with a new style. But a sound makes him turn his head. What is it? Something suddenly appeared over there. Gerardo was astonished. The members of the Korean team attacked from above. The American team cried out in shock. The Korean team. How can they be here? Sam Moon explained, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. First, scouting. The fastest one, Heian, will go scout and confirm the situation over there. And if their group, including Walker, has fewer than 5 people, we won't kill any mobs or fight any bosses. His words shocked them. Mata's palace is structured as a one-way path. This is an obvious fact we've known since we started raiding this dungeon. But actually, this dungeon has 3 paths. It's a secret path set up by cheaters. It's perfect for scouting or surprise attacks. This is also the path Heian will use when she goes scouting. The entrance to the secret path looks like a normal wall, so it's hard to distinguish. But I'll show you all how to spot it, so don't worry. If we use that path, we'll be able to reach the American team's camp without being detected. There will be 11 people running on that path. We'll split into 2 teams and launch an all-out assault on the American team that's out hunting. Back to the present, the Korean team is attacking the American team. This time, they're going for a sneak attack. They land to Gerardo's surprise, and when you fight Walker, aim for his legs. Heian had asked back, What but player Walker is famous for never being knocked down just like before. Are his legs really his weak point? Seolmun replied. Yes, his legs are qualified to be a weak point because he had to switch to a smaller shield. So the area he needs to protect has increased, and protecting his teammates will also become more difficult. From what I can see, he hasn't fully adapted to this yet. If it were him, he could eventually adapt completely. But really, in his current state, it's not entirely accurate to say his legs are his weakness. However, their side is under pressure not to let a single person die. And they're trying to secure a victory. In that situation, being ambushed by double the number of enemies while also having to face an extremely agile and highly mobile opponent, who won't miss any opportunity. With these conditions, the situation is bound to change drastically. So trust me and give it a try, Haeon thought to herself. Thank you. As he finished speaking, she charged forward with the Korean team. The Korean team attacks quickly before the American team can get into formation. It seems player Baek Haeon, who received the concentrated firepower ability from a support, will face off against player Walker. Concentrated firepower consumes one's own mana to enhance the abilities of their allies. They launch an all-out attack on Walker. Gerardo Walker Bacon, he thought with annoyance. She used instant teleportation to get past me. The thing she was aiming for from the start, Baek Haeon Haken, was to attack the support team behind me. He turns his head when he sees the opponent attack. Damn it! He counterattacks. Zarundo Bakken. This guy is the commander of the American team. Lead team emergency situation, return immediately. It'll take some time for the lead team to get back here. The current situation is 3 versus 8. The Korean team charges but is still pushed back. Zarundo thinks to himself, it's not just this team. They're no problem for me. He attacks. Zarundo Walker 4-kin Haeon approaches him from behind. He turns his head in surprise, but no one is there. No one. She was clearly behind me. Just as he thinks that Haeon attacks him, he cries out in pain. She immediately moves, uses her whip to tie his legs, and pulls hard. The U.S. team, though ambushed, tries to hold its ground. The Korean team is pressing forward with their numerical advantage. 3 people have been sacrificed to catch 7 members of the U.S. team. Haeon slowly approaches Gerardo Walker. He speaks up, "You guys changed your style in such a short amount of time." It was Sel Moonjob's instruction, wasn't it? She points her weapon at him. He laughs and remarks, "Quite magnificent. A huge change. The Korean team capturing 7 members of the U.S. team has completely turned the tables." Baek Jaeho's jaw drops in amazement. Solomon mutters, "See, I told you we could catch them." Walker, the second half is over. The Korean team showed us many interesting things in this match. That's right. It was a great match that no one here could have expected. However, it's a shame for them that the match ended with a victory in favor of the U.S. team. If the Korean team had pulled out earlier and not confronted the U.S. team, the match might have been even more interesting. It's a sad outcome. However, the Korean team... Question 6. Gerardo glances at the scoreboard. Facing a strong team like the U.S., they managed to get a whole 5 kills. They achieved a victory of honor by getting those 5 kills. The moment they blew up the wall was truly a surprise. That's right. That was a moment you could call the highlight of the day. And the highlight of that amazing event is this player. Of those 5 kills, she had 4 kills and 1 assist. The ace of the Korean team player, Baek Haeon. Hello, Coach Baek Jaeho. I'm reporter Oge from XBC Sports. Throughout the match, the national team players displayed a different playstyle than usual. What are your thoughts on the match, Coach Baek? Yes, we lost. But I believe it was a worthwhile experience for both myself and the entire team. Achieving such an overwhelming result against a strong team can help them become even stronger. Yes, thank you. Next question. The ambush using a secret move in the second match was very memorable. How did you come up with that strategy? Baek Jaeho laughed. That was truly an unexpected strategy, because this stage was a dungeon with only one path. As for the strategy in the second stage, well, I had some help. As he spoke, he looked over at Sel Moon. He looked back at him and muttered, "Old man." He still wants to drag me into that game. It was Haeon's turn to be interviewed. Hello, I'm reporter Baek Haeon. A question for player Baek Haeon. You put on a very impressive performance in this event. How did you practice? She answered honestly, I practiced hard under my uncle's supervision. Changing positions was also his suggestion. Saemun muttered, oh, damn it, those two. Why do you two keep mentioning me? Why not? It's the truth. Baek Jintai smiled. Your habit of getting angry whenever you're embarrassed is still the same as ever. He turned his head and replied, "What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you the chairman of the association, old man?" Selmoon pointed up to the stage. "Then go out there and do an interview or something." Jintai asked back, "What's an old man supposed to do up there? Standing in the back is the best." He replied, Yeah, sure. So why do you have to show up next to me?" "What are you going to tell me to do this time?" Jintai replied, "You little brat, you have no sense of hierarchy at all. I'm here because it reminds me of the old days. The hidden paths known only to experienced people like you and me. You were the one who came up with the strategy for the second round." Selmoon replied, "Well, yeah." He continued, "Honestly, using a secret passage is pretty cheap. Since this isn't a war but a sport, the other teams had heavy tanks. I thought about using guerrilla tactics based on our team's speed, but I didn't want to run around with them. So I gave them a quicker strategy." Baek Jintai agreed. All right. "I also heard you've been training Haeon. I can see she's found her talent. Do you think that could happen in just 1 or 2 days?" He continued, watching Selmoon stand up. "I was really happy to see you come up with a plan for the first time in a while. That's really a talent too good to waste." He shrugged. "Well, I'm a genius." "Then let me ask you a question," he suggested. "That talent of yours, do you want to use it more?" He was wary of his offer. "What do you want now? Didn't I win the bet fair and square?" Jintai replied, "I promise if you refuse this time, I'll never force you onto the battlefield again. This is my last offer, so just hear me out. Honestly, the Korean pro scene is starting up again." Selmoon asked, "So you're telling me to become a pro player?" Baek Jintai quickly waved his hands. No reason to suggest that. Before the pro season starts again, I was thinking of holding a charity tournament with pro players. Job. I'm asking if you could at least participate in that match." He was certain. "Looks like I'm getting rejected this time too." But Selmoon replied, "I'll think about it." Jintai was astonished. "Huh?" He repeated, "Job, what did you just say?" He snapped, "Old age must be making you deaf. I said I'll think about it." He thought in disbelief. This guy would just say no if he didn't want to. Saemun explained, "It's nothing special but watching Haeon's performance in the match. I felt a little pumped up. Of course, acting is fun, but it's different from fighting for fun, so I thought I'd fight a quick match to kill some time for once." The more Jintai heard Selmoon talk, the more he couldn't believe it. Since all the dungeons disappeared, this is the only place left to fight anyway. He put his arm around his shoulder and head. "Right. That's a very reasonable way to think. Good boy. What's more, the moment a video clip of this A-rank match was uploaded, it shot up to 10 million views in less than an hour. The comment section exploded. Korea got 5 kills against the US team. That's insane. Player Baek Haeon is a legend and Selmoon. Job is a god. Selmoon. Job Selmoon. Job Selmoon. Job Selmoon. Job Selmoon. Job Selmoon. Job. I couldn't even eat the chicken that I just ordered while watching this match. This is the first time I've ever seen Korea get 5 kills. Whoa, Selmoon yelled. I get it. Calm the hell down, he muttered. Geez, you nearly broke my neck. An old man shouldn't have this much strength. Jinti laughed. I was just so thrilled to hear you say you'd participate. Selmoon corrected, I didn't say I would do it. I just said I'd think about it. Don't get so worked up. Jinti laughed heartily. All right, just think about it then. He continued asking, but old man, doesn't the pro season start soon? Jinti replied, Yes, that's right. He wondered holding a charity match right before the pro season starts when players need to be scouting and reinforcing their teams. I think that's a bit much, don't you? That slippery bastard, he thought. Then Salmon continued. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. That charity match. If I participate, I have a condition. The old man asked. A condition. I don't know what kind of condition it could be. But if you agree to participate in the charity match as the president of the association, I will agree to anything. Salmon asked. Really? He smirked. All right, then. So at Jaeho's house, what is this? Baek Jaeho, who was in his training clothes, exclaimed, What's this situation? Salmon replied, What do you mean, what situation? It's exactly what you see. Old man Jinti agrees to all my conditions. I'm going to be a special guest at the charity match. He continued. In this second life, I had planned on spending my days just watching TV, but Salmon trailed off. Jaeho asked, Job. Salmon replied, Anyway, since I'm participating, I'll try and practice a little. Although looking at the condition of those kids who were dropped from the national team, I really don't think I need to prepare at all. I don't know who taught them, but they're all completely useless. Jeho snapped back, irritated. Well, sorry for making them so useless then. He continued, I'm fine. The fact that you want to participate is a good thing, but why did you have to drag me into this? Selman explained. To put it simply, it's a bit unfair if I'm the only one who bites the dust. There's no better target to beat than Hazian, so unfortunately I need to use you too. Jeho pointed at him and yelled, I heard exactly what you just said. He continued, go easy on me. It's been 17 years since I put down my weapon. Selman asked, are you afraid of losing face, coach? He continued, I'll be fine. Trust me. I'll train you until you're back to your old self before the match. Jeho sighed. Damn it. I'm going to die. He sighed. I'm still just a 47-year-old middle-aged guy who's been retired for 17 years. Seoman smirked. I've never been wrong, my friend. Is he using his skill appraisal eye? Selman thought to himself. It's true he's a bit weak after 17 years without training, but if he can get back into the swing of things, it won't be hard for him to regain his old stats. He smirked and declared, starting tomorrow we're going through hellish training, got it, Jeho? He started sweating. I'm screwed. The condition Selman gave Jinte was, I have 2 conditions. First, put me on the same team as Hayan. Even in VR, I don't want to kill my own nephew. And second, have Jeho accompany me. If 2 of the 7 heroes go together, the sponsors will go wild. He picked up the phone. It's me, I have a proposal. The press continuously reported on them. Countdown to the match, D7. This punk? What did I teach you back in the day, huh? Jeho made an excuse against Selman's scolding. My technique has gotten rusty over time, so I need to move 1 second faster than the opponent, huh? He scolded. This brat? You remember that so clearly. Jeho laughed. I know. I'll try to be faster. He powered up and rushed at Selman, attacking him before backing away. So was that good this time? He replied, it was pretty good. But do you remember how we used to strike 3 times in a row in the same situation? Yeah. Jeho lightly touched his neck. It's been 17 years. I'll have to count on you for this. He bent over. I'm so tired. Having to train again at this age is exhausting. Selman approached him. Compared to before, this is just a warm-up. And yet you're already acting all tired. No more talking, get up now, Jeho yelled. What is this? We're going to train for 8 hours straight, Selman corrected him. Huh. No, that's not it. After I'm done teaching you, I have to go watch a movie, so you'd better grasp these moves a little faster. Jeho yelled, you're still the same as ever, but I'm 48 years old now. Please take a break like a normal human being. He continued, there's a place you need to go today, so you won't be able to watch your movie. Seoman asked, what go where? Hyunsu spoke up when he saw Seoman. It's a pleasure to see you again today, Seoman-si. Are you here today to check on the avatar? He continued introducing, this is Brown Tanner from the World Association. He will be supervising the inspection process today. He spoke up. First, there's something I'd like to ask. Didn't you already finish all the checks last time? He pointed at Hyunsu and explained, I already captured Salaban and fought a walker. What else is there to do? Hyunsu explained, last time I skipped the measurement of your physical abilities and the avatar creation. Accurate statistical data is essential to ensure no problems occur when activating the avatar. I haven't had any problems with synchronization so far. Selman asked, it needs to be that precise. Hyunsu smiled. Yes, that's right. The player's entire physical condition will be scanned and reflected in the avatar. It can even discover superpowers that the person themselves isn't aware of. Selman replied, that's incredible. I didn't think humans could create such technology. Yes, he chuckled. Actually, there are many secrets about the battlefield system. Even the World Association that manages this system says it's classified information. Top secret, he asked. Top secret. It's like medical technology, right? Yes. I heard it's a system built using someone's superpower. What? Selman muttered. How strange. Are they copying the underground civilization? Hyunsu laughed. The underground civilization? He continued explaining that's what they're doing now. So you're saying there's some kind of underworld behind the World Association? Could it be? Moon said with interest. Well now, if that's true, I'd welcome it. I wish it would appear right now, Hyunsu said. In that case, let's go get you measured. In his head, he was wary of Moon. He has a very strange personality too. I need to be careful. Moon was quickly led into a room. All right then, let's begin. This is where your strength, agility, and soul count will be measured. We need an accurate measurement to confirm the avatar's synchronization, so please give it your all. The system continued. The first test is to measure your strength. Moon muttered, this is it. An instructor gestured, pull the handle to begin. He pulled with all his might. Then he let go. The number started to climb. The number displayed on the screen was 813. The instructor's voice rang out, "Yes, you did well. Please do it again." Cell Moon pulled a second time, 819. He pulled a third time, 817. He thought to himself, if my strength is 79, then the score will show up like this. He spoke up. What's next? Hyun-soo was astonished. His strength is in the superhero class. The next step is to measure your agility. See the switch next to you. From the moment the start signal sounds until the end signal, just alternate pressing the switches on both sides. He smirked. Got it. Cell Moon focused, then shot forward in a blur. The people outside were astonished. In this world, only the tanker has that kind of speed. A system voice announced, measurement complete. Measurement complete. Cell Moon asked, so what's my score? 963 points. That's very surprising. He muttered, if I'd tried a little harder, I might have even broken 970. All right, let's go straight to round 2. I know. Measurement complete. Measurement complete. Outside, they thought in astonishment, this can't be happening. He really surpassed 970 points. Cell Moon then asked, what's the highest record? Hyun-soo answered, on our team there's someone who scored 1007 on the physical exam. Cell Moon immediately asked, is that Nathan Berkeley? Hyun-soo asked curiously, you know him? Since I said I would participate in the charity match, Jae-ho showed me some videos. I saw him in one of them. He's as fast as Jae-ho was in his prime, so I'm a little wary. It's not every day you just run into someone as fast as Jae-ho who had a score of 100 agility in his prime. Well then, let's take another measurement. A voice from outside rang out and Cell Moon got excited. I'm happy to raise my score. All right, this time I'll hit 975. Cell Moon closed his eyes and took a breath, thinking to himself, focus, focus. I have to raise it somehow. Am I in a steady state? His eyes snapped open and he began to move. Cell Moon gave it everything he had. The more the people on this side watched, the more unbelievable it became. He's even faster than before. Measurement complete. Measurement complete. The score is, what a score. Cell Moon spoke up. I think I was faster than the last time. So what did I get? 1007 points. It's 1007. You're tied with Nathan, the fastest Superman in the world. He was stunned. Tied. Cell Moon calculated. My agility stat is 97, a bit lower than that Nathan guy and Jae-ho in his prime. But the record is the same. Yes. He thought to himself, well, I did give it my all just now. He then suggested, I'd like to measure my strength again in a bit. I want another try. Hyun-soo replied, yes, I understand. You can come back whenever you want. The measurement method will be the same as before. When you're ready, just come here. Holding the rope, Cell Moon thought, focus. I have to concentrate. He pulled with all his might. The score. The score was already so high. Cell Moon asked again. How much? Jae-ho replied, 890 points, much higher than before. Are you going to rest for a bit now? Cell Moon refused. No, I just need to focus a little more. He thought to himself. Again, just like with the agility measurement, did I just use muscular strength that surpasses my own limits? How did this happen? Did I get stronger? He thought, no, that's impossible. Analytically, my abilities haven't changed at all, but for some reason, I still have this feeling like this has happened in the past. This feeling. Cell Moon suddenly remembered it from somewhere. That's it. It was then. I've experienced this feeling once before. I was left all alone in the final dungeon and fought desperately. I remember. I displayed incredible power in the face of death. When mental strength surpasses human limits, it amplifies other abilities. That's the kind of effect it had. He scratches his head. I don't have to fight anymore, but my willpower and immortality just keep growing. It's as if they're urging me to fight on some final battlefield, which is this soul measurement. Look at the orb in front of you. You place your hand on the orb and channel as many souls as you can into it. The orb will then change color. Samoon commented, how strange. Back in the day, infusing souls into weapons was a very crude process. Laughter rings out from outside. Now it's measured in the thousands of points because of the soul count. A massive amount is generated upon awakening, so it's also a criterion for evaluating potential. Samoon added, it's actually very difficult to raise your soul count through training. But I remember, during my first evaluation, my soul value was 96. To get those last 4 points, I had to meditate and learn breathing techniques. I went through so much hardship. He places his hand on the orb. The people outside wait excitedly. How much will my soul count increase? Right now my soul is at 100. That's the maximum a human can possibly have. Measurement complete. Measurement complete. The men watching from outside could only exclaim, "Oh my God, 1030. Selman asks, "What's the score now?" They stammered, it's... You've just broken humanity's highest record, Hyunsu said. You've just set the highest record in all of human history. The previous record was set by another of the 7 heroes, Suron, with 1,012 points. Selmoon asked, "What the hell? That kid held the record before this?" Hyunsu explained, "That's right. We thought that record would never be broken." Well, her spiritual energy is nothing to scoff at. Her willpower is very low, but her ego is incredibly strong. So we argued very frequently in the past. Selmoon had scolded her, "Do you even have a brain? At least do it the right way like you were told." Surin replied indignantly, "What I'm sure I am doing it the right way. If she hears this news, she'll definitely raise hell." Hyunsu stated, "With this record, all the measurements have been completed. But I have to tell you this." Selman asked, "What is it?" He continued, "I'm sorry, but due to the nature of immortality, it cannot be used in this battle." He thought to himself, "Fine by me. It's a sport where you have to win by defeating your opponent. If I really can't die, my team would always win no matter what. We apologize for unfairly restricting your full abilities, and the association is planning to compensate you for it." Selmoon replied, "I don't care if you restrict my immortality or not. Besides, I already said I was only going to do this once anyway." He continued, "That being said, I'll still gladly take the money, because now my immortality can't be used anywhere anyway. Elsewhere at this very moment, listen to me. We will receive salvation through him, and he is the only light left in our world. We must strengthen our faith even more. And finally, the salvation that bears witness to our faith has appeared. We worship him." This person holds up a newspaper. Above is a picture of Selmoon. He refused death and returned. Selmoon. Yob is an immortal, a superpower never seen before, an undying being. Is he a man or a god? Our savior, the god Selmoon Yob. This person continued to proclaim to the believers below, "Now is the time for us to prove our existence and our faith to him." The people below chanted his name in unison. Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob. Selman stepped outside with Jeho and was startled to see those followers appearing there. He spoke annoyed, "Who the hell are these guys?" They began to chant his name. Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, Selmoon Yob, our savior. The Superman who will save the entire world. Selman pointed at them and spoke to Jeho. "What is all this?" "I don't think they're reporters," Jeho explained. "They're the worshippers of Selman. It's a fanatical cult that worships you as a god." He wondered, "Worshippers of Selman." He continued, "Now that I think about it, when I was in the hospital, those same scumbags were out front, right?" Jeho replied, "That's right, it was them." He asked, "But why are they making such a huge scene worshipping someone as a god and all that?" Jeho explained, "They believe the world is going to end again, and when it does, you'll be resurrected to save the chosen ones." Annoyed Selmoon asked, "What the hell are you talking about? Aren't they all insane?" Jeho explained, "I thought so too, but you really did come back to life." The more he explained, the darker Selmoon's expression became. "And now they're acting like this. Hoping for the end of the world?" he said. "Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson." Jeho called out, trying to stop him. Hey, calm down, what do you think you're doing?" Selmoon replied, "What do you mean? Is this the first time you've ever met me?" Helpless Jeho called after him, "Hey!" Selmoon launched himself high up, landing on a wall and looking down at the crowd before yelling, "All of you shut up!" They all looked at him in unison. "Our savior hero?" Selmoon roared. "I told you to shut your mouths, are you all deaf?" Once he had their silence, he continued, "Good, now that you're quiet." Selmoon declared, "I know exactly what all of you think of me." They answered, "Our hero." Selmoon continued, then roared, "So stop hanging around and get the hell out of here, you crazy bastards." Then Selmoon turned from side to side, cursing, "You idiots! What the hell are you all doing in broad daylight? Don't you have anything better to do? And which idiot is the leader of this so-called Selmoon cult? If that guy suddenly dies from a rock falling on his head, just know that it was me." They whispered, "Our savior is rejecting us. Is something wrong?" "Impossible, he is our savior." "That's right, he must be testing our faith." Unanimously, they decided, "Let's show him our faith." They roared, "Selmoon, Selmoon, 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 Selmoon." Jeho grew worried for them when he saw Selmoon's reaction. They're done for. Seol Moon warned. 10 seconds. If you aren't out of here in the next 10 seconds, I'll kill every last one of you. Wait, Seol Moon, Jeho yelled. I can kill anyone I don't like, because I've been granted immunity by the state, he said while beating up the followers. They cried out, Hey, Seol Moon, stop it, you crazy bastard! 10 minutes later, the beaten followers were sprawled on the ground. Seol Moon grabbed a kid by the collar and said, Hey, brat, after this you still dare to follow me. The kid wailed, I won't follow you anymore. He dropped him and replied, All right, good answer. Think it over. And from now on, don't you dare listen to a word these people say. Got it. If you understand, then get down from here safely. He jumped down to the ground. I'm done. Let's go and train, Jeho continued. My friend, Seol Moon replied. What? He remarked. You are without a doubt the craziest person I have ever met in my life. Seol Moon replied. Thanks for the compliment, but aren't they the craziest ones? They're making a huge fuss and treating me like a god without my permission. Jeho replied, I should just stop talking. I have a feeling reporters are about to swarm this place. So let's get home quickly. Seol Moon replied, If they come, I'll just have to beat them up. Jeho continued, Hey, you know more reporters will show up if you keep doing that, right? This is exactly how I chased off the stalkers who kept asking me about my time at the orphanage. High above, a figure was watching them. The savior Seol Moon, he said. I really don't understand why people are so interested in other people's lives. That's how it is, Jeho replied. That's right. He sensed something. Seeing his reaction, Jeho asked, What's wrong, Seol Moon? The person watching them vanished instantly. Seol Moon replied, No, it's nothing. The day of the charity match arrived. At Incheon International Airport? That's really Joe Pellman. For Joe Pellman to come to Korea in person. All the big shots from around the world showed up when they heard Sel Moonjob would also be participating. He said, It's been 15 years since I was last here. But for a Korean superhuman to return, that's truly a rare sight. The person with him replied, Indeed. Pellman continued, Thanks to her participating in so many of them, she was able to become the best field agent in the United States. But I ended up losing Mr. Beck's diamond. The girl beside him replied, It's useless. Mr. Beck isn't a field player. And from the very beginning, none of the 7 superhumans ever really cared about sports. Although a young Suran did look interesting, she quit after her superpowers showed signs of declining. But what can we do? The video testing Suran's profile picture was truly shocking. That's right. If the extinction ray... If things continue like that, then an 11 versus 11 match would still be over in 3 seconds. Pellman laughed. Forget the 2 chances I lost before, I'm not going to lose this time. But this is a chance to get the biggest diamond of all Sel Moonjob, the strongest superhuman in history. She said, Wait, Pellman, look over there. He followed her gaze. Ugh. Another figure appeared. It was Jacqueline, the American field agent. Pellman thought irritably, Jacqueline. Jacqueline spoke when he saw Pellman. Well, now, who is this? Isn't it Joe Pellman? He laughed. You better fight fair this time, too. Pellman gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, this isn't going to be easy at all. But this time I'm definitely not letting him get stolen from me. Oh my God, those 2. A hand full of gold rings, a sparkling suit. They spoke, the main culprit who destroyed our dungeon business. That man has now set foot on the battlefield. So, he said that right now he has no intention of becoming a player, but he's already taking his first steps. They were the Morrow brothers, Jin Morrow and Philip Morrow. They laughed. Sel Moonjob will definitely get his signature. We absolutely have to get his signature, through a signature or a contract. That's right. I wanted to meet him in battle, but we never got the chance. The 3 forces stared each other down, each with their own clear agenda. Sel Moonjob will definitely not fall into anyone else's hands. With the sound of heels, a balanced rhythm, and unhurried steps, came the youngest of the 7 superheroes. Suran spoke, I came to see what that person is like. Outside, Sel Moon sighed. There are so many people. It would have been great if the world's population died off a little during the underground war. Please don't say that. Don't cause a scene. At least try to control yourself today. This is a pretty important event, you know. He climbed out of the car. Yeah, well, I'll think about it. Selmun smiled. Well, then let's play. The crowd chanted his name. Sel Moonjob, Sel Moonjob, Jeho said. Heh, what's so great about you anyway? Sel Moon replied, It's all thanks to you for giving me such a glamorous appearance. From afar, reporters came running in droves. They called out, Sel Moonjob, Beck Jeho, can we have a moment for an interview? Hey! Jeho pushed him forward. Ayap, I'm leaving this to you. Don't say anything weird. What, hey Baek Jaho, he yelled. You son of a bitch, you'll pay for this. How dare you use me as bait? A reporter asked, CO Moonjob, what was your reason for assaulting members of the CO Moon organization? You've caused numerous controversies regarding your violence. So do you feel any regret for yourself, now that you're participating in the charity match today? How are you feeling? Yeah. You're so dead, Baek Jaho, he thought. The hero Ms. Suran has come to Korea. Please tell us how you feel about seeing her again after 17 years. Sel Moon was shocked. Huh? Suran, did you just say Suran? They replied, yes, Suran has come to Korea. She said she's here to watch the charity match. Selman pressed on. Why is she here? The reporter explained, she said she came to meet a younger brother she knows who is participating in today's charity match. He gritted his teeth. Wait a minute. That younger brother. Don't tell me it's me. Sel Moon opened the door. The people inside were buzzing. It's really Sel Moonjob. Let's see how powerful the main character of the Gwangwon Square real estate incident is in real life. We get to watch him live today. Sel Moon approached Jaho. Hey, Jaho, did you hear the news? He replied, huh, what news? He exclaimed, Suran is in Korea. He mumbled, she's here. Hajeon added, wait, Suran's in Korea. The man put a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. Take care, my friend. For now, always keep a shield with you. Samun asked again, was I really that awful to her back then? Jaho sighed. You cursed her out. Suran wasn't even fluent in Korean, but she got the gist of it and just burst into tears. He continued, still, but hopefully she's not here today for revenge. She's not going to shoot a death beam or something, right? Let's see. After 17 years, she's older now, so she's probably forgotten all about it. But I bet she's still the same person deep down. Right then, 17 years ago, 4 Chinese superhumans. Suran, one of the superhumans selected to attack the final dungeon, was the only daughter of a rich family. She possessed terrifying superpowers and had the full backing of the government. This 17-year-old girl grew up like a princess. It couldn't be helped. It just couldn't. Suran's screaming annoyed Seoman. She was the exact type of person Seoman Jop hated the most. So Seoman Jop let her have it. Just do what you're supposed to do. Is that head of yours just for show? He insulted her. A little faster, are you a sloth or something? You can't even use your powers right. Then he insulted her again. A chicken could use its powers better than you. You idiot. What's the point of having superpowers if you don't know how to use them? Hajeon sighed and shook his head. Man, I'll be praying for you. There are going to be 2 funerals soon. Jaho held his head. Jeez. Anyway, let's deal with that later. We have urgent business right now. He announced, everyone your attention please, you all understand the format for the charity match, right? He continued, we have some players experiencing the battlefield for the first time today, so I'll briefly explain the charity match. It will consist of Team Charity and Team Hope. We'll be splitting into those 2 teams. As you know, Team Charity is the national team. Team Hope consists of selected players, with the exception of Baek Ajon. In his place, Team Hope will have the national team's coach. That's me, Bakem, and Solman Jop will be participating as players. He waved. Hi there. Baek Jaho scratched his head. It's been a while since I've used a weapon, so I'm a bit worried. I'll do my best. The captain of Team Hope, Baek Chun-ho, smiled. Ha, Director, don't worry. We'll all work hard together. Solman thought to himself, good answer. Even if he's rusty, Jaho is still 1,000 times better than these kids. With these stats, even just the 3 of us could pull this off. The rest of them, he thought as he analyzed their stats. Nothing special. But as his eyes passed over someone named Choi Hyuk, the kid spoke up. We're counting on you, Director. He has the focus skill, quickly concentrates power into his current weapon, and fortitude constantly protects the body, making it difficult to be injured by external attacks. His strength is limited to 90%. If he's trained properly, he could be an excellent attacker, he thought. He waved. Hey, you, come over here. Choi Hyuk continued. Mimi, yeah, you? He hurried forward. Yes, sir. Hello. My name is Choi Hyuk, a tanker. Oh, a tanker, huh? Huh? Soman asked again. Did I hear that right? You're a tanker. He replied, yes, I'm this team's tanker. What is this idiot talking about? Soman thought. He then spoke up, hey, you're a tanker player, not a main damage dealer. Choi Hyuk replied, yes. Ever since I was young, I wanted to be a main damage dealer like you, Mr. Seoman Jop. But I became a tanker because I was still too small. My superpowers are weapon focus and fortitude. Those are your superpowers. Yes, Solman thought to himself. He doesn't even realize he's awakened a stamina-enhancing ability, and that's why he became a tanker. The coach who trained this kid must have just looked at his build and carelessly stuck him in this position. He probably said something like, "Wow, that little guy is really agile. What kind of attack class would suit someone like that? Attack class my foot. He declared you a tanker class. Hajun, if you can find a shield, bring it here," Solman told her, and she immediately left. Huh? Wait a sec. This thing? Choi Hyuk replied, "Yes, this thing." He continued, "There's no time, so I'm just going to tell you the basics. Listen carefully. Hold the shield over your left pec, and only move your body while keeping it in that position. Go out and attack, then fall back behind the shield and take cover. Forward, then back. Forward, then back." "Got it," Choi Hyuk asked. But I'm a tanker. I don't use shields." Solman asked again in a threatening voice. "What was that?" "If I tell you to, then just do it." He thought in disbelief. No, I heard he was crazy, but I never imagined it was this bad. The people below thought in disbelief, changing someone's position right after meeting them for the first time. "What did Choi Hyuk do wrong?" Choi Hyuk replied. "Is it really okay if we're on the same side as that guy?" Director Baek Jeho stated firmly, "All right. So then, 4 attackers, 6 close combat, and 1 support for hope." He thought to himself, "Director." He thought to himself, "Is the director abandoning me too? Position adjustments are complete. Everyone get your gear on now." Selman commented, "Oh, it's light." "Is that a problem?" "It's light, but as sturdy as wartime armor. Is there anything inconvenient about it?" Selman worried about Jeho. "Are you okay? You're not that young anymore, you know." Jeho continued, "This is so awkward. So awkward. I never thought I'd be wearing this uniform." Jeho kept asking, "And there's no problem with the weapon either, right?" "I prepared the one you originally used and just modified it a little." Selman hummed. He continued, "It's also easy to open and fold. You fixed it up nicely, didn't you? I repaired it very carefully. In any case, this is the legendary weapon that saved the Earth, isn't it?" "I made that less than a year ago." "Don't be careless. I know you're strong, but the ones you have to face are all monsters. They've been trained to fight in battles like these. Although their skills are inferior to other countries, you still lack practical experience. They say they have more experience than us." "Yes," Selman asked in return. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind." "Director Baek Jeho." He gave a thumbs up. "As you said, let's see the skills of our seasoned juniors." An excited crowd watched as the 2 teams slowly walked out. "For this battle, let's see if the national team has any decent members." The opposing team averages around 70. That number is much higher than my team's 60, but it's not that bad. Though the other team is better, there's nothing special about them. Then Selman leaned into Jeho's ear and whispered, "Hey Jeho, when you were picking players, did you score them?" "The score is calculated based on several aspects, and the final score is the sum of all the points." "I know that," he thought, looking around. "It's an overall scoring method. It doesn't pick out anyone who excels in any specific position." Selman's gaze landed on one person. He's chewing gum. What's with this guy? His overall ability isn't bad, but this guy's intellect is absolute trash. The limit is 60, but his score is only 26. This kid probably got in through nepotism. He was planted here. I will never use him. The kid spoke up. "What are you looking at, old man?" "Yes," Selman replied. "Are you talking to me?" The guy answered, "That's right, old man." He thought to himself, this Selman is an idiot. Just like in the recent Korea-US match in Game 1. He led the Korean team so poorly, he doesn't even understand the mechanics of this game. "Hey!" Selman called out to a person on the team. "Switch places with me for a second." He stood next to the guy. It seems you have a lot of complaints about me, huh?" The other guy glanced at him. "Complaints? Of course I have a lot. In the last match against the US, did you really think you did a good job, old man? I think you did an awful job. You don't know a thing about this game." Selman smirked. "Oh," he continued contemptuously, "what are you laughing at? You were a national embarrassment." Selman cut him off. "What's your father's job? Vice president of the association, is he?" he asked again. "You think so, old man?" the other guy added. "Am I wrong? Announcement, all players please enter the stadium." "Whatever, you little brat who only got here because of your connections." The other person quickly cut in. "Wait, what do you mean connections? Why are you bringing my dad into this?" The other guy asked back. "What are you doing, kid?" "I don't know how a child could be raised to be so insolent. As you know, kid, I grew up through hardship. That's why I hate pampered, trashy kids like you." Well then now I have some motivation for this match. You insolent brat, you're finished, kid. Player entrance. A series of cheers roared, "Sell moon job, sell moon job, sell moon job." The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. Sell Moon Job is finally standing in the battlefield arena as a player. Even though it's just a charity match and not an official one, I dare say that no other match has garnered as much attention as today's. In the crowd sitting out there, we can see many famous people. Rero Walker, the U.S. national battlefield player, Ro Bio. Man, the battlefield representative Rit Len, the battlefield representative. Suran Hero number 7, the Moro brothers owners of the Paris Lumiere Battlefield Club. Well, now the first game of the charity match that everyone has been waiting for officially begins. The two commentators took turns guiding the story from the stands. The first match will take place in the Spiral Conch of Azusa, a 3-circle dungeon. The path leading down to the dungeon is in the central area. The monsters that will appear are Arachne, Cotern, and Soburn. All the current members of the national team. Team Compassion, the team featuring the hero from 17 years ago. And Team Hope, naturally the winner. 10 minutes ago, Baek Jae-ho spoke to the whole team in a low voice. I'll start the briefing. Everyone listen carefully. The key to this match is, our Team Hope will be in Area 5. Team Compassion will be in Area 1. We'll start a bit unconventionally, like most teams after hunting in 5-1. We'll move to 5-2, and the main force will continue to hunt there. Sell Moon Job will move to 5-3 alone. He will take on the Area 5 boss Serpent. Because Serpent is the boss of Area 5 if it's captured, Area 5 will collapse. That's the perfect time for us to finish our hunt simultaneously. Sell Moon Job, standing to one side, replied, Got it. I'll do it. Hearing this, the others frowned and began to whisper, Take on Serpent alone. Shouldn't there be at least 5 people? Even on the strongest teams, it takes 3 people working together to catch it. Before they could finish, Baek Jae-ho cut them off. After that, we'll infiltrate by making a small circle, and through that passage into Area 6. From that point on, we will seriously engage the other team. If we encounter an opponent, Baek Jae-ho and Sell Moon Job will fight to buy time. In small-scale battles, our strength is superior, so we can achieve good results. Sell Moon Job thought to himself, I think the team could win, even in an 11 versus 11 fight. This Baek Jae-ho guy, ever since he became the head coach of the national team, his guts have gotten smaller. Well, this is a best 2 out of 3 game, so let's get a firm grasp on things. Let's play the first game by the book and then return to the present for the second game. Area 5, Team Hope's starting point. Baek Jae-ho shouted, Main dealer power spot, support dealer Baek Haezeon, midfielder Baek Jae-ho, tank midfielder Sell Moon Job, and finally tank midfielder Choi Hyuk. His face paled as he thought, I'm a tank. Sell Moon Job smirked provocatively, Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it? Take a look at that dark ceiling. Right after that, a swarm of spider monsters crawled down from above. Giant spiders with terrifying glowing red eyes. Area 1. Team Compassion's starting point. The captain of Team Compassion, Chae Woo-hyun, frowned and shouted loudly, Yang-soo, attack Arash. He immediately retorted, I know what to do even if you don't tell me, and attacked. Sim Yang-soo launched a large fireball towards the spiders. They were quickly incinerated by the blazing red flames. Team Compassion's main dealer, Sim Yang-soo, gritted his teeth and cursed relentlessly, Damn it! That bastard dares! He knows who I am, this punk, this insolent little brat, you're dead! I won't let you get away. Damn it, Sell Moon Job. Hero number 7, my ass. No matter what happens, just die. Sim Yang-soo continued to launch powerful flames at the spider monsters. You're going to die by my hand, Sell Moon Job. At the same time, on the other side, Sell Moon Job smirked and said, Let's go Baek Jae-ho. In a flash, the two of them had moved toward Team Compassion's position. Baek Jae-ho jumped onto Sell Moon Job's shield. He used it to launch himself high into the air. Then Baek Jae-ho quickly drew his sword. In an instant, he had wiped out a swarm of spiders. Their corpses and blood rained down slowly, disgustingly squishy. He shouted loudly, Oops, I fell! The other immediately replied, I'm coming. Got it. Baek Jae-ho kept jumping on the shield and just like that killed another swarm of spiders outside. At that moment, the two commentators and the audience were all extremely excited and stunned as they watched. This fight is incredible. A legendary duo in action. It's really hard to deal with Arachne, even with a group of 10, but those two are taking them down in just moments. After they wiped out the entire swarm of Arachne in this area. Neither Baek Jae-ho nor Seol Moon-yob had a single scratch on them. Okay, finished clearing the ceiling. Oof, my back. All right then, let's take care of the other side now. The two continued their perfectly synchronized assault, wiping everything out. Wow. Jo Hyuk could only stand aside and watch in silence, unable to contain his complete astonishment. Although Arachne have relatively low durability, if you can't pierce their hard shells, all your effort is useless. So how is he killing them so effortlessly? He doesn't even look that strong. Right after Seol Moon-yob gripped his sharp spear, he used his superpower to amplify his attack. Seeing this, Jo Hyuk was startled. Look at that. He used his superpower aura concentration to quickly focus his aura into his weapon. This is my first time using a shield, so it's still pretty unfamiliar. I'll just use the ability on my weapon like usual. He's not just focusing aura into his weapon, but his shield too. He followed Seol Moon's lead and charged forward, determined to try it out for himself. With a single slash, Jo Hyuk took down an Arachne. He thought to himself as he fought whether I'm attacking or defending its aura concentration. Seol Moon-yob stood to one side watching him. He thought to himself, oh, that guy's improved his skills, huh? Good. I can't just stand here and watch either. Next, another Arachne rushed towards him. It shot out its long, hideous tongue, spewing a wad of poison. Seol Moon reacted instantly, blocking it with his shield. Then he thrust his spear straight into its throat. But he wasn't done yet. The others swarmed him one after another, but they were all taken out by Seol Moon-yob in the blink of an eye. The Boro brothers saw this and were incredibly excited. They shouted, that technique! That's Seol Moon-yob's signature technique, the 100-centimeter throw. Right, Miss Suran? Suran coolly replied, yes, that's right. She thought to herself, the 100-centimeter throw. At a glance, it just looks like a normal spear thrust. In reality, it's a technique that applies his super throw power. When he uses throw, the spear immediately reaches maximum velocity. Before the spear even leaves his hand, meaning before it travels 100 centimeters, he has already grasped the spear's endpoint. It's truly a thrust with immense velocity. He generates far more power than if he just used simple strength. But while using this insane skill, which is like catching a bullet you've just fired, he gets this look of ecstasy on his face. To a normal person, it just looks like a regular thrust. It's a technique, with absolutely no flaws in the entire process of throwing and catching the spear. He does it as naturally as breathing, 17 years ago. So unlucky for them now. On the other side of the room, Seol Moon-yob smirked confidently. Guess I'll finish up over here. Just then another Arachne lunged at him from behind. Seol Moon reacted instantly and whipped his head around. Where? He drove his spear straight through its body. Gotta be quick. Then Seol Moon raised his spear high. With extreme precision, he threw it straight through the center, killing them all cleanly. This is where you belong, you damn monkey. After wiping them all out, Baek Jae-ho gathered everyone. He brought the team together and said, all right, Sector 1 is clear. Good work, everyone. So now we'll move on to Sector 2. And Seol Moon-yob, where did he go? He looked around, bewildered. Jo Hyuk frowned and said, he took off right after we finished off the Arachne, didn't he? He recalled what Seol Moon had said earlier. According to the strategy, we handle Sector 3 next. Hurry and follow me. That's what he said. Is there something interesting to do there? Baek Jae-ho sighed, a headache coming on. I get it. Geez. If Yob made that call, then it's definitely the right one. He might seem impulsive on the outside, but he's actually the type to think things through before acting. All right then, let's move to Sector 2. Yes, sir. At that moment in Sector 3, hello there, Seol Moon-yob said in a low voice to the monster before him, who was none other than the boss of Sector 5. Serpent, long time no see, huh? Feels like just yesterday. The serpent stared him down with its razor-sharp eyes. Seol Moon took a few slow breaths, reminding himself, focus. I'm here now. Heh. Hearing that, the serpent roared and immediately lunged at him. Its attack was so powerful that it even forced Seol Moon-yob to fall back a bit. He gripped his spear tightly, then leaped high into the air and drove it deep into the serpent's body. Seol Moon-yob smiled and asked, oh, you're here already? I figured it would take you all a little more time to clean up that sector. He sat arrogantly on top of the serpent's corpse. Everyone stared completely dumbfounded. He really took down the serpent all by himself. Seol Moon continued. After watching that last match, I've realized this system gives us more points the more monsters or rival teams we capture. Those points make us stronger. The color change, according to the number of hunt points, is in the order of blue, purple, red, black, and white, from the fewest to the most points. The aura bonus gained from hunt points will strengthen the aura. Your avatars have to take this. Only then does it count as one person's share. All right, you guys, figure out how to finish it. Baek Jae-ho, Baek, Ha-yeon, follow me. I have a great plan. Outside, the commentators kept guiding the conversation. After handing over the serpent they had just caught, the 3 players from Team Hope are approaching Team Love's hunting ground. If they run into a monster on the way, they might be spotted by the enemy team. So they're taking a detour through an area where monsters are unlikely to appear. The stands were getting more and more heated. Everyone was watching the match with extreme excitement. Seo Moon-yap was thinking to himself, "Earlier when I was hunting the serpent, I barely landed a single hit, and it was already on the verge of death. Although the battlefield has a hunt point system, we've only caught a few arachne, so we won't get many points. In fact, blue is the first of the 5 stages. So does this power come from my 110 mental strength?" Just then Baek Jae-ho called out loudly, "Yay up! You said you had a plan, but what if there's no order? If we go a little further, we'll run into Team Love." Hearing this, he replied, "Uh-oh, right, I'm working on that." "You said you'd work hard on it." Seo Moon-yap smiled and said, "The plan? Well, when I saw a guy on the enemy team who looks like Sura, I came up with this. He can use superpowers, but his mental strength is 0. He looks like a total mama's boy." Baek Jae-ho quickly understood. "You mean Yeonwoo, all right. I think there was a guy with that name. Of course, there's no guarantee we'll run into that coward. If we don't run into him, I'll assess the situation and give the order then. But if a guy like that happens to be there..." Scene change to Area 12 Team Love's camp. Clearing of Area 12 is complete. End of the hunt. Team Love's captain Choi Woo-hyun shouted loudly, "Now change formation to 5-6. Group 5 will go to Area 9, Group 6 will infiltrate Area 11. All units move out." Everyone on that team charged forward in unison. In Area 9, Team Love's Group 5 coordinated with perfect synergy. They quickly wiped out half of the arachne here. A sword user, a blade user, and some even used fire to kill them. Shim Yeon-woo, while unleashing powerful flames, thought, "Good, this hunt thanks to absorbing the hunt points. My aura has already turned purple. Just you wait, Seo Moon-yap." After wiping all of them out, they continued to another area. "All right, everyone, let's move. Move to the next area." Shim Yeon-woo was still lost in his excitement. "At this rate, even if it's Seo Moon-yap, it'll only take 1 hit." Just then, another team member came running in a hurry. "Danger, Shim Yeon-woo." He used his shield to block the attack for him. Shim Yeon-woo stared blankly at the spear that had just flown at him. Another scratch had appeared on his face. "That spear!" He panicked and yelled, "Ambush! The enemy team is attacking!" In Area 11, Team Love's Group 6 quickly received the report. "What an ambush! Seo Moon-yap has appeared! Wait right now!" Before Choi Woo-hyun could finish, a barrage of arrows immediately flew towards him. Team Hope was blocking the way ahead. Here, too, Choi Hyuk frowned slightly. He recalled what Seo Moon-yap had instructed them earlier. "After dealing with the serpent, you guys approach the enemy team from the opposite direction as us. The opponents are representatives from all nations. So it won't be easy, but I want you to tear into them until the very end. I'll finish things up quickly and come help you guys right away. Let's go." Scene changed to Seo Moon-yap's side. Baek Jae-ho once again climbed onto his shield. He said softly, "Don't lie. I can see you're getting soft." Seo Moon-yap, while lifting him, replied, "From the start, fighting kids with all your heart isn't very adult-like. You know, haha, anyway, be careful. It'd be a disgrace if you died, you hear?" Baek Jae-ho suddenly yelled, "Throw me already, what are you waiting for? All right, all right." Seo Moon-yap tensed up with all his might, the muscles on his face tightening. He poured all his strength into the shield and Baek Jae-ho launched off of it, flying far away. Once again, it's time. Seo Moon-yap threw the spear in his hand right after him. The spear flew even faster than Baek Jae-ho, traveling in an arc. Seeing this, the members of Team Love hurriedly shouted, "They're aiming for Yeon-woo, quick, block it, Shim!" Yeon-woo was still in a daze, frozen to the spot, unable to move. Unexpectedly, just as the spear reached him, it veered behind him. Baek Jae-ho had at some point also moved to that spot. "It's instantaneous movement, be careful, Shim Yeon." No, not Shim Yeon-woo, but Wang O-wang quickly ran behind Baek Jae-ho, raising his sword to attack. "Everyone focus. We'll capture the coach first." But before he could strike, He was pierced straight through by the thrown spear. Baek Jae-ho looked a bit dazed, not having grasped the situation yet. The remaining members of Love's Group 5 immediately charged forward. Damn it, don't just stand there. Attack. It has to end before the instant transmission wears off. Right now, Baek Ha-yeon suddenly appears from above. She drops a wire, wrapping it around his body and tying him up. Then, using all her strength, she flings him to the side as she leans back. Immediately after, a flash of golden light appears as she teleports to another location. But Baek Jae-ho leaps towards Seo Moon-jo. He smirks and asks, "How's it feel, old man? It's been a while, so this must be exciting for you, right?" "You bet, kiddo. We've already cleared out all the nuisances thanks to her. So it's 3-on-3 now, huh?" Sim Yui-young-soo grinds his teeth, glaring at them. Seo Moon laughs with excitement. "All right, everyone, take one." Hearing that only enrages him more. Outside, the stadium has completely erupted with emotion. This is incredible. What a fascinating match. They pretended to target player Sim Yui-young-soo. But their real goal was to take out the other two players, followed by a spectacular and successful retreat. Player Seo Moon-jo's historic first blood was truly amazing. By adjusting his speed and distance with incredible precision, he delivered Coach Baek Jae-ho to the exact target. That's a technique that truly maximizes the value of a superpower. Oh my gosh, while we were just discussing it, player Seo Moon-jo has once again thrown player Baek Jae-ho. Then Baek Jae-ho and Baek Ha-yeon each moved to one side of Sim Yui-young-soo. In a flash, the two of them have already eliminated the other two opponents. That left only him in the middle. Seeing this, Sim Yui-young-soo's face becomes more panicked than ever. "No way!" Immediately, Seo Moon-jo's voice rings out. "Why not?" He smashes his shield hard into the guy's face. "Feeling a little frustrated now, are we? You coward hiding behind your mommy's skirt." Just a few minutes later, the announcer's voice is heard. Baek Jae-ho, 3 kills. Seo Moon-jo, 2 kills. As for the remaining 6 members of Team Love, everyone is completely stunned. What, all 5 of them were wiped out? Impossible. They were all wiped out just like that. They couldn't just stand there and wait to die. One of them rushes forward. "Everyone attack if we win here! Then victory will be ours again. Pull yourselves together. We're the national representatives." He charges at Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk frowns, recalling Seo Moon-jo's instructions. "I'm only going to show you the basics. The shield is fixed to your left chest, and you can only move your body in that state. Go on the offensive, then you have to get back behind the shield." Choi Hyuk quickly raises his shield, blocking the other guy's attack. An opening. He steps back and uses his superpower to attack his opponent's sides. The man quickly retreats, gritting his teeth. "What the?" That guy's clearly just a last-minute fill-in, so how is his defense so solid? "Damn it, die, you fake scrub!" The man continues to attack with his sword. Choi Hyuk panics, thinking, "I have to block it quickly," but unfortunately he trips on a rock at his feet. Suddenly a brilliant light flashes. "Seo Moon-jo, 3 kills. He smiles, praising him. "You held out well, Choi Hyuk. Leave the rest to us now. We'll end this within 5 minutes and move on to the next match." Team Hope has finished the first round with a score of 8-0. The MVP of the first round is player Baek Jae-ho in Team Hope's break room. "Coach, that was amazing. Yeah, everyone is incredibly excited. Do you have any idea how awesome that last match was?" "Just run towards the player. I'd rather just run. That's what I was really thinking." "What a shame. If you competed in Battlefield, you'd probably be in the top 3. Baek Jae-ho smiles in response. "Thanks for the compliment, guys." He thinks to himself, "Although it's a bit embarrassing to be competing in Battlefield at my age, it's been 17 years since I last held a weapon. It really is fun. It's all because..." Baek Jae-ho glances over at Seo Moon-jo. "I get to fight alongside Joe. He's currently focused on something on his phone." "Oh, I thought it was something important, but it turns out he's watching the movie Stairway to Hell, Love Will Return." Seo Moon's eyes widen as he says, "This is so good." Outside, the commentator continues, "This is the arena for the second round, which is about to begin. Above, below, front, back, left, and right rooms and stairs are tangled together. If you step off the floor or stairs, a gravity 10 times stronger will crush your body. This is truly a difficult dungeon. Map info, Labyrinth of the Dead. Before player, Seo Moon-jo raided this dungeon. It had already claimed the lives of many superhumans. I'm very excited to see what kind of match the first person to ever conquer the Labyrinth of the Dead will show us." Stepping outside, he thinks, "After returning from the final dungeon, I always run into these annoying types like Walker or those reporters who cling to the matches. Player Zero Walker said about Player Cell Moonjo that the 7 heroes are just a bubble waiting to burst, nothing special. Or the Fist of Salvation, or those who worship themselves as gods. Or people like Sim Yui Yong-soo here. They're all people who doubt or judge what I've accomplished. You all want to know what I'm really capable of, don't you? Fine, I'll give you what you want. He sits down in the chair and puts on the helmet. But it's going to be far more brutal than you can imagine. Later, at the starting point in the Labyrinth of the Dead for Team Hope. Baek Jae-ho says in a low voice, "We'll have a quick meeting before we start. As you all know, the Labyrinth of the Dead is a very complex dungeon." Before he could finish, another voice cut in. "Hey, Baek Jae-ho, I'm going to act alone so you guys can just take care of yourselves. What, do you still remember the internal structure from the Maze of the Dead raid?" "Of course I do. It hasn't even been a year. I'm the one who made the map for this place after all." Hearing this, he thought, a year ago, right for Joe, this only happened a year ago. It's a bit different from the structure. On the battlefield, isn't it? No, there aren't any major differences. No one knows this place better than you, so for now, I'll trust your judgment. In return, just don't go overboard, he replied with a smile. Don't worry about it, just get ready for a surprise. This time I'll go all out, he thought to himself. If Team Love is starting from the opposite side, yeah, then I know where I need to go. With that said, Seol Moonjo immediately moved straight ahead. Baek Haeon then spoke up. Dad, are you really going to let him go alone? Yes, normally he's sprawled out watching movies like a bum, but when it comes to his judgment inside a dungeon, no one can keep up with Joe. He definitely has a plan. I see. He really is amazing. Baek Jae-ho said uncertainly, You do have a plan, right? You do, don't you? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sol Moon went straight toward the mob of monsters. The monsters he had to face this time were these armored skeletons. My memories of this are still so vivid. It's great to see you again, you bastards. He held his shield in front of him and charged straight at them, Sol Moon's eyes glowing intensely. He moved at an extremely high speed, a powerful light blue energy radiating from his body. Seol Moonjo threw his shield at a skeleton. It knocked the creature backwards and he stabbed at the rest in a sweeping motion with his spear, but they quickly got back up and lunged at him. Seol Moon smiled faintly. He brought his shield up to block the skeleton's blow and stomped hard on the ground to build momentum. Then he leaped high into the air. He used his shield to knock them away. The Maze of the Dead. 1 year. No, it's been 18 years. Any area that isn't a floor or a staircase has 10 times the normal gravity. If you're not familiar with the maze's layout, it's easy to make a fatal misstep. But Seol Moonjo used his momentum to leap high into the air. Without hesitation, he threw his spear straight down. I just need to know how to use it. After that, I can just grab the spear, do a flip, and jump down. It'll be a piece of cake. But Seol Moonjo was already heading straight for Team Love. He wasn't traveling on foot, but leaping through the air. He wanted to avoid fighting those skeletons. When they saw him, every single one of them was utterly shocked. He's here already. The match only started 10 minutes ago. Then Seol Moon said, your skill levels were completely exposed after the first match. So you might as well consider yourselves already dead, you pathetic cowards. A thick, murderous aura radiated from his body, overwhelming all of his opponents. Team Love's captain, Chae Yoo-hyun, frowned and shouted, Everyone don't panic, retreat for now. He definitely didn't come here alone. Retreat quickly and regroup. Seol Moon calmly thought to himself, what a wild guess. Sorry, but I came all by myself. Still, retreating isn't a bad choice. If they just charged at me like that, the match would be over right here. Since that's commendable, I'll play with you a little longer. Eagle Eye Analysis. He used his power to observe the abilities of the frantic crowd, scurrying around like ants. Not him! Not him! Not him! That's him! Seol Moonjo hurled his spear at one of the fleeing men. He cried out in pain, lost his balance, and fell out of the match's boundaries. Damn it, Seol Moonjo took one of them out instantly. I was sure he wouldn't be able to dodge that. Agility 51 out of 54. It's a bit of a shame the status window can't calculate every stat, but those 3 are enough. Have they all run away? If so, he looked up and said, I'll try going up there. On the other side, after running for their lives, the members of Team Love stopped in a relatively safe place. Let's regroup here. Chae Yoo-hyun frowned and said, He won't chase us all the way here, will he? Damn it, he showed up so unexpectedly, the others replied. But he must have really come alone. We waited, but none of his other teammates showed up. Well, in that case, he should be easier to deal with, right? That's right. But there's no guarantee he's alone. If a few more are hiding, we'll suffer heavy losses. Either way, we have to stay on high alert from now on. We could be ambushed again at any moment. Meanwhile, Sel Moon Job was now standing quite a distance from them. The commentator spoke with concern. Player Sel Moon Job, is he moving from above again? He's just standing there in the middle of nowhere. What's his plan? 2. Sel Moon Job was observing from above. This spot seems good. Considering their movement speed and the time that's passed since they retreated, the place they'd regroup must be right over there. He grinned, full of confidence. The probability is 55 to 10, so I might be wrong. After that, Sel Moon gripped his spear tightly. He used his superpower to envelop it in a layer of strengthening energy. Then he raised the spear high. With all his might, Sel Moon threw the spear straight down from above, knowing it would return to him in some miraculous way. The spear didn't travel in a straight path. It swerved right, then left. Even so, its attack power and speed didn't diminish in the slightest. In fact, they just kept increasing. At that moment, Team Love was busy discussing a new formation. They were completely unaware of the danger rapidly approaching, and sure enough, just then, the spear thrown from above pierced straight through one of them in a single shot. Che Yu-hyun was completely blindsided by this. What's happening? Where on earth did that come from? The commentators were just as shocked. Oh, that there. That is an unbelievable sight. Sel Moon Job gets a kill. He smiled and asked, Oh, so that 55 to 10 chance was right after all, huh? You could say we've just witnessed the most spectacular kill in the history of Korean battlefield. Sel Moon Job, 2 kills. Sel Moon Job, 2 kills. The announcements rang out continuously. Sim Young-soo went berserk with anger. Oh, for God's sake, don't retreat, charge in and fight. If one person wavers and runs, 2 will die. Sel Moon Job is obviously by himself. If we just leave Sel Moon Job alone, we'll constantly have to watch out for him, and we won't be able to hunt. Chae Hui-eun frowned and said, Calm down, Sim Young-soo. He shouted even louder than before. While we're standing here talking, he's out there hunting with ease. Why don't we just send a team to pin him down then? Nam Won-hyun's head was throbbing. We're already short on people. If we send a team to contain him, our forces will be spread even thinner. You've got to be kidding me. Then what kind of strategy is that? While they stood there arguing, Sel Moon Job had already moved into position. Oh, are they starting to fall apart? Sim! Young-soo gritted his teeth and roared, You're all a bunch of cowards. This is so frustrating. All I have to do is hit him with my superpower once and it'll be over. No, you have to save it. Using it now will drain you too much. Can't do this, can't do that. As he spoke, he activated his superpower shooting flames directly at Sel Moon's hiding spot. Then how about this? Whoa, what the? An explosion erupted instantly. Young-soo laughed, looking extremely pleased with himself. What's with the act? That's what you get. Everyone knew you were hiding back there. Before he could celebrate for even a few seconds, Sel Moon Job's voice rang out. You idiot! He was standing there completely unharmed. In his hand was a solid shield. Did it ever occur to you that I made that noise on purpose so you'd find me? Besides, your acting is terrible. You should take some acting classes. With that, he vanished in a flash. Seeing this, the group panicked and yelled, He's getting away! Sim Young-soo was in complete disbelief. My superpower was blocked, just like that. Chae Guan-huk frowned and replied, You clearly hit him head-on, but when Young-soo uses his superpower, it's strong enough to surpass the standards of the big league. Even if he's not in top mental condition, he can still become the core of the national team. There's no way his direct attack could be blocked so easily. In any case, we can't let this go on. He lowered his voice and said to the others, Like Young-soo said, we have to catch Sel Moon Job first. Everyone split into 2 teams. 6 of you will start hunting. And you 3 will chase after Sel Moon Job. Head west, pretend to be blocked, then circle around behind to cut Sel Moon Job off. After all, he's only one person. Sel Moon Job won't have an easy time dealing with the 3 of you. Once we have enough hunting points, we'll regroup and catch Sel Moon Job together. Right after that, they began to split into 2 groups. The members of Team Sarang seemed to be trying to surround Sel Moon Job. However, player Sel Moon Job isn't someone who can be caught that easily. Player Sel Moon Job knows this maze better than anyone. They just kept running completely unaware that Sel Moon Job was looking down at them from above. Isn't that a bit too obvious of a move? This is more disappointing than I thought. He leapt down from above. The other players had noticed him. 3 members of Team Sarang were attacked. Sel Moon threw his spear straight down. All 3 of them quickly dodged it, then charged in to attack him all at once. He wasn't scared at all, and instead smiled and said, Oh, good reflexes. Attacking all 3 at once. What a tasty treat. He easily dodged their attacks, then teleported behind one of them and stabbed him with his spear. Sel Moon job. 3 kills 1. Sel Moon job. 3 kills 100 more centimeters. Sel Moon frowned and continued the slaughter with his spear. Sel Moon job 4 kills 2. Sel Moon job 4 kills. The announcements kept ringing out. He smiled at the sole survivor. Now it's my turn to return the favor, huh? The guy stared at him blankly, his face pale. He quickly jumped up, trying to escape. But before he could even take 3 steps, Sel Moon job easily killed him too. Sel Moon job 5 kills. 5 kills, huh? So that means there are only 6 left. Right? Sel Moon. Job smiled confidently. All right, let's take care of all of them at once. Outside, all the spectators were on the edge of their seats. Whoa, is he really our country's superhuman? He took out 3 people in less than a minute. That's insane. It was over in just a flash. With their current power level, if the players on this battlefield fought against the heroes of the past, I wonder what the result would be. This is a hot topic that many people are curious about. After the match with player Walker, I rechecked today's schedule. Suran was no exception. Her eyes widened as she said, "It's really here. Player Sel Moon job is completely overwhelming his opponent's 5 kills in a row. What on earth did you do?" He smiled and replied, "Nothing much. Now I'm going to paint them red." "What so fast?" "Fine then, let's meet up." "Where are you, Sector 31? Ah, so you're there. But I'll be done before you get here." "What, don't call me now. I'm going." Sel Moon stood up. "Hey, Sel Moon." Without waiting for Baek Jae-ho to say more, he quickly used instantaneous movement. In a flash, he appeared where the 6 remaining members of Team Love were gathered. "Have you been waiting long? I'm here." Choi Woo-hyun hurriedly said, "Everyone don't panic. First scatter." After that, they each went in a different direction. Seeing this, he asked, "Oh, what are you planning now?" "The 6 of them. 2, moving to each side, surrounding me from all directions, trapping me in the middle." "Are they planning to surround and attack me?" "But even if you surround and attack the first one to strike, seems to be you the one with the best mobility, huh?" Sel Moon smiled and used Eagle Eye to observe each person's abilities. Target IU Beko. Race human. Strength 68 out of 72. Agility 79 out of 79. Speed 80 out of 80. Stamina 65 out of 75. Spirit 67 out of 80. Skills 70 out of 85. Aura 70 out of 71. Superpower, Instant Acceleration. Instant Acceleration continuously consumes aura to increase one's own movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. He quickly rushed in to attack. As Sel Moon job blocked, he thought, "That's a pretty good superpower." Looks like his agility temporarily increases to 102 and his speed hits 104. For 30 seconds, he'll be the fastest superhuman of all. At that moment, the guy was also thinking, "Oh my god. Shim Yong-soo, use your fireball now." Die Sel Moon job. Quick block. Sel Moon job's vision. Jin Hyun turned back, but before he could even figure out what was happening, he was sent flying by a shield bash from him. Sel Moon job. "Chance, 7 kills." Seeing this, Choi Woo-hyun frowned and yelled, "Damn it, fireball, shoot!" Shim Yong-soo quickly fired off fireballs with immense destructive power. Sel Moon job. Sel Moon job's vision is obscured. Another person took advantage of this and rushed forward. He ran into the cloud of smoke at full speed. From the outside, it was impossible to see clearly inside what was happening because the smoke was too thick. But as the smoke gradually cleared, Sel Moon job inside had already killed them all. Sel Moon job 7 kills, impossible. He held 2 spears, 1 in each hand, then moved forward and killed 2 people at the same time. Sel Moon job 8 kills, Sel Moon job 9 kills. At this point, only 2 people were left, Choi Woo-hyun and Shim Yong-soo. Let's see. Now it's 2 against 1, huh? The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. That's psycho. Even when we fought the French team, it wasn't this bad. Then Sel Moon used Eagle Eye to observe. Target Choi Woo-hyun, race human. Strength 82 out of 85. Agility 75 out of 80. Speed 70 out of 70. Stamina 69 out of 80. Spirit 79 out of 90. Skills 70 out of 85. Aura 80 out of 83. Superpower Slow. Slow reduces the movement of a maximum of 10 enemies within a 10-meter radius by 30%. However, the user cannot move while it's active, and it only affects targets with a lower aura than the user's. Choi Woo-hyun. His talent isn't bad, but that superpower, what a shame. So many people with auras over 80. He frowned and asked Lee Ong-soo, what should I do now? Oh, for heaven's sake, he's standing right in front of me and he has to ask someone else what to do. With that, he stabbed him straight through. 10 lives. Seo Moon Yob. 10 lives. Seo Moon Yob. 10 lives. Lee Ong-soo, Now you're the only one left, huh? Hearing that, he was startled. Don't come here, don't come here. Die Lee Ong-soo. He smiled, raised his shield, and then slammed it right into the guy's face. His power was so immense that it made the ground cave in, and of course Lee Ong-soo couldn't withstand it. That makes 11 kills for Seo Moon Yob. The commentator was in a total panic, unable to believe his eyes. I can't believe it. A direct hit. In the history of Korean combat, he's the only player and the first player to get an all-kill. Wiped out the entire enemy team. The commentator was extremely shocked. Following the first match, an unbelievable scene has also occurred in the second match. The first all-kill in the history of Korean battlefield. The reaction from the audience watching the match was incredibly heated, with a flood of comments continuously appearing. Seriously, he's on another level. Not even Naden could do that. He's rising, he's rising. The difference in class is insane. Is this Seo Moon Yob's country? Even though the team has 11 members, I bet Seo Moon Yob could win all by himself. This feels epic. This was originally supposed to be a disadvantageous match for the domestic team, and their ace player Baek Ha-yeon was eliminated, yet the national team still managed to all-kill the opposing team like this. This is completely different from what the experts predicted about their difficulty adapting to this arena. The cheers echoed continuously. Seo Moon Yob, Seo Moon Yob, Seo Moon Yob. He pointed up high and asked Jae-ho, "What is that?" The older man followed his gaze. "What, it's a fly cam." Nowadays, cameras can fly and record at the same time. The video gets broadcast immediately in the stadium. Oh, really? You mean it's being transmitted right now? Seo Moon Yob smiled and raised his middle finger. Seeing this, Baek Jae-ho rushed to stop him. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? He even retorted, what, it's fun. Please have some manners. He quickly pulled him away from there. Hey, let's get moving. Seo Moon Yob casually asked, where are we going? Where else we have to go to the MVP interview? After that, the two of them went to the interview area together. Many reporters were already waiting along with the host. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Lee Yong-hyo, and I'll be your host for this segment. Yes, it's nice to meet you. I'm Baek Jae-ho, participating this time as a player. Seo Moon Yob just said flatly, hello. Lee Yong-hyo smiled brightly and said, you both treated everyone to an absolutely fantastic match. First, I'd like to ask a question to player Baek Jae-ho, the MVP of the first match. Did you ever think you would be this active? Today, Baek Jae-ho was a bit flustered by the question. No, I never imagined it. I was forced by Seo Moon Yob, so I had no choice but to compete. I had to train in a hurry, so I'm just glad the results were this good. Luckily, my body still remembered its past experiences. Yes, thank you for your answer. This time, I'd like to direct a question to player Seo Moon Yob. Your performance in the second match was truly outstanding. Did you ever think you would get an all-kill? Seo Moon Yob answered in a low voice. Yes. Since I was fighting on the front lines, I didn't find it particularly difficult. The first match was just to get a feel for the battlefield, so I was only playing casually. After I grasped the flow of the battle, I participated more actively in the second match. I see. In that case, let me ask one more question. Do you have any advice for the Love team? That was defeated today. Hearing this, Seo Moon Yob raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. Advice? You want advice? Looking back, their positioning didn't match their abilities. There were also a lot of guys who didn't understand how to use their superpowers. Actually, it's not because of that. Incompetent coach who can't grasp the player's potential. I think the problem lies with the leader's eye for talent. Hearing this, Baek Jae-ho's expression immediately darkened. The host Lee Yong-hyo continued, so I wonder, does player Seo Moon Yob have any intention of leading the players? He frowned and replied, Their skill level is nothing to write home about, so I'm not that interested. But I might decide differently depending on the situation. That's how it is for now. It's a capitalist world, after all. Scene change. After the interview was over, they didn't linger and got into a car to leave. Jae-ho, where are we going? This isn't the way home. I don't see Ha-Yan anywhere either. It's the charity party to celebrate the end of the match. Ha-Yan already left while we were in the interview. Seo Moon-yob yelled, "What? But I was watching a movie." "Today's the release date of Low Kick," Baek Jae-ho replied nonchalantly. "You've already seen all of it. You want to watch it again? Give it up for today." I couldn't help but let out a tisk. "You're so damn annoying. Stop nagging. And why did you answer the interview like that earlier? What about it? You're suddenly saying things you've never said before. I thought you weren't interested in Battlefield." Selmoon replied, But if it's just that I might think about it, I have absolutely no interest in participating as a player. The slaughter is only fun for a day or two." At this, he suddenly gritted his teeth. "But just how did you lead the team for it to end up like this, huh? Why become a coach when it doesn't even suit me?" Baek Jae-ho frowned and said, "I'm only doing this because I have no other choice." He thought to himself, "I thought I could be a coach after 11 years of working side by side with Seo Moon-yob, but becoming one has only made me realize how brilliant he truly is. Even so, I thought it would be fine with everything I'd learned from being by his side." Fellow Seven Heroes colleague Emre Kasa was also inspired by Job to become a global coach. Then Selman Job looked out the window and said, "After fighting today, I realized that there's no one in this country who can give proper technical instruction. So that's why you're becoming a technical coach. As long as they're sure to pay me, I'll do it. And I'm only helping out with this because you're the coach." Hearing this, Baek Jae-ho smiled. "All right. Thank you. Thank you." Afterwards, Selmoon continued. "First, I'll give you a few tips, so try to follow my instructions." "Okay, I'm listening." "First, put Hyuk and the national team representative in the Woong position. Second, have that guy IU Bukho use the one-hit card. He can't handle his own speed. Third, stop putting Chae Woo-hyun on the front lines. Place him in the rear as Woong support. And finally, get rid of the vice chairman's son." Baek Jae-ho's brow furrowed tightly. "Ion-soo, I can't get rid of Ion-soo." He immediately asked, "Why are you worried about the association's vice chairman?" He replied in a low voice, "Why would I have to walk on eggshells around him? After all, I am one of the 7 heroes. Because based on his stats, there are no grounds to drop Ion-soo. He has overwhelming fire abilities and the highest amount of aura on the team." "So what?" Selman Job retorted with a frown. "His mentality is worse than a child's. What's the point of bringing him along? That lovey-dovey team of yours, you lost all your matches because of him, didn't you?" "But it's a waste of his powers. We should wait until his mentality gets stronger." "No can do. So I should drop Ion-soo and put in Choi Hyuk." "Correct. Choi Hyuk just needs to build up his stamina and you'll see immediate results." "Have you ever known me to be wrong? All right then, that's all the advice I have. And pass this message to that old man, the association chairman. If he wants to hire me, he'd better prepare a hefty salary." Following that, at the Hunter's Hotel, Selman Job slowly walked inside. Baek Ha-yeon immediately ran out to greet him. "Uncle, you're finally here. There's so much alcohol over there. The Voco is really delicious." He then asked her, "Oh, Ha-yeon, you seem to know a lot about alcohol, huh? If it's a drink you like, Uncle, I'll learn to drink it. You've really grown up well." "Ha-yeon, other drinks are like soft drinks to me now." Witnessing this, Baek Jae-ho's face darkened. "I'm going to see the chairman." "Humph." Seeing this, an amused Selmoon Job shouted loudly, "All right, the spoil sport is gone now. Let's drink all night, Ha-yeon." He didn't notice that at this moment. Dozens of eyes were fixed on him. "That's Selmoon Job. Selmoon Job." He finally came. Seeing an opportunity, the U.S. Battlefield Representative Feldman spoke in a low voice. "Representatives from everywhere have really shown up." "All right, I'll go right now." "Hold on, Feldman. If you approach him with a business proposition, won't that just annoy him?" "You're right, that could happen." "Then we'll just slowly approach—" Before he could finish, another voice cut in. "Excuse me, Mr. Sel." Hearing his name, Selmoon Job immediately turned his head. He quickly recognized the speaker, Jack Render, the superhuman representative for Battlefield Europe. "It's been a while, hasn't it? But my surname is Selmoon, not Sel. Oh, my apologies, how rude of me." Feldman thought to himself, Jack Render, no way. There's no need to be stressed about having a player poached. Selmoon Job is completely different from other ordinary players. If you can't understand his true psychology, a Selmoon Job who was missing for 17 years, I won't be able to sway him. Over there, Jack smiled and handed Selmoon Job his business card. "Call me when you start to get the itch. I'll think about it." Baek John looked at him bewildered. "What was that, Mr. How are you so good at English? I heard you dropped out of elementary school and entered a dungeon at 53. He raised an eyebrow and shot back, "What school? Why would I need to go to school? If you go from place to place, you'll naturally become fluent in their languages. And you use English when you meet walkers, too." "Huh, is that so? Then why can I only hear you speaking Korean? Anyway, you're so petty, mister. I thought you didn't go to school either, just like me." Seo Moonjob couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Is our Haeon an idiot?" she yelled in anger. "You're so mean." Fee-man was still staring intently at them. "Jack Rander is gone. All right this time." But before he could move, someone else ran up and cut him off. "Excuse me. Hello, Seo Moonjob. Can you speak English?" He gave the two Boro brothers who had just run up a cold look. "I also speak French." Oh, as expected of an outstanding superpowered individual. "You're the Moro brothers, the French arms dealers, aren't you?" Hearing that they were extremely surprised. "You even know who we are." Becca Jeon whispered quietly into Seo Moonjob's ear. "Mister, they don't deal weapons anymore. They're the owners of the battlefield club called Paris Roy Mia." "Ah, is that so? Yep. They're the best team in the world. Nadan Bermak, one of the top 3, is also a member there." He thought to himself, "Ah, the guy who's as fast as Jeho was in his prime, huh?" Seo Moonjob asked them in a low voice, "If you're club owners, does that mean you want to recruit me too?" "That's not it." Oh, the two brothers took turns speaking. "We know you won't do things you're forced to do. Of course, it would be absolutely wonderful if you came to us, but we're also interested in this beautiful young lady." They all pointed at Becca Jeon. She was a bit bewildered at being singled out. "Huh, me, why me? They want you to join. What really? Wow, what an honor." "Thank you, Mercy." Seo Moonjob scowled and warned her. "Don't make yourself so cheap." The Moro brothers smiled at that. "We've been watching her for a long time," he asked them again. "So you really didn't come to invite me? You came for Haeon?" "Oh, of course. We wouldn't lie in front of a player. In the past, we were sorry about her killing ability, so we didn't recruit her because we didn't need a support with such an unstable mentality. But recently, she has switched to a close-range assassin and seems to have filled in the parts she was missing. She just needs to build up her stamina and swordsmanship, and then she could get a chance to play on our team." Hearing that, he thought their assessment is spot on. The two brothers said enthusiastically, "Of course, if you Seo Moonjob joined as well, we would definitely form an incredibly amazing team you with Nadon and Miss Haeon. Can you imagine how amazing it would be if we completed this 3-pointed triangle?" He immediately replied, "If the player is willing, I'll consider it. On that day, we will prepare the most suitable contract signing bonus. This is what we make money for." Seo Moonjob quickly grasped the main point. "Oh, does that mean you'll spend all of your money if you can make other teams covet our player?" The two of them spoke in a low voice. "As a longtime fan, I could send you a specialized weapon as a gift. Would that be okay?" "Oh, that's fine with me. I won't turn down anything that's free. You can look forward to it." "Well, then we'll be going now. See you next time." In an instant, the two Moro brothers had run off and disappeared. Not even their backs were visible anymore. He let out a small sigh. "They're like a whirlwind. Huh, ha, ha. But this old man is getting tired. I hope no one else tries to talk to me." Becca Jeon asked him with sparkling eyes. "Mr. What did they say?" Seo Moonjob didn't answer and just walked ahead. Come on. Let's get to Voko's place first, then we'll talk." "I'm tired." "Oh, what did they say?" "Tell me now, mister." But right then, another voice spoke up. "Hello, Seo Moonjob." He couldn't help but let his annoyance show. "What now? Could you spare me a moment?" A rather dignified-looking man spoke in a low voice. "I am Yang Min Yang, the Secretary General of the Blue House." Seo Moonjob frowned and asked, "The Blue House, what business do you have with me?" He didn't answer directly, instead asking, "Have you ever heard of the Meritorious Service System for the Superpowered?" "The Meritorious Service System for the Superpowered, after the war ends, we will pay a salary to those who have rendered meritorious service." "You mean that empty promise?" And Yang Min Yang replied, "It is not an empty promise, and we have been implementing it for 17 years now. Because you Seo Moonjob like Baek Jeho are a grade 1. Therefore, we intend to pay you the amount you have not received for the past 17 years. To be precise, 2,568 billion won tax-free. If you Seo Moonjob do not accept, it will be paid as an allowance for 17 years exactly, 2,568 billion tax-free. 2,568, 2.5 billion, huh? Seo Moonjob raised an eyebrow slightly. If he added the money the walkers sent and the reward money from the association before. Beck Hajan, seeing him mumbling something, asked, "What are you doing, sir?" "That business, Humph. I'm Joe Feldman, an American field agent." He let out a tired sigh. "Ha! Are you also here to recruit me? I'm tired. I'm still talking to you nicely, so scram." Hearing this, Joe Feldman looked a little bewildered. Young man, I'll just say one thing. You still haven't gotten used to this world. You saved it, but the price you paid for that? That was the 17 years you traded away. The civilization that was once the world's source of strength is disappearing, but that's a problem time can solve. Seol Moonjop's eyes widened as he asked, "A problem?" He lowered his voice and said, "That's right. As time passes, feelings, places, and people, they'll all appear again. A new purpose in life will emerge too. You'll get used to this peace, so don't just keep turning your back on everything like this. If you follow my words, remember this moment. I would be very happy." Feldman took out a business card and handed it to him. "I'll be taking my leave." Afterwards, he asked his secretary, "Did I say too much just now?" "Perhaps so." Beck Hajan looked at the business card in his hand, surprised. "Mister, you got a card from Feldman, too." He frowned and said, "What a strange guy." "What did he say?" she asked. "That's the big shot of MLB America, nicknamed the Money Devil, an outstanding man who wiped out the Korean superhumans on the battlefield during the early days." Then Seol Moonjop looked at her and asked, "He didn't talk about money, he just said a bunch of abstract stuff. What's that about?" "Whoa, really? When he recruited the top UL, he wasn't kidding." "Humph. Well, he did say some empathetic words." A moment later, the host of the party finally appeared. "Now then, the main event for today is the opening of the donation ceremony. You will be giving the congratulatory speech for this event. You have made the largest contribution in this hall, Mr. Seol Moonjop." Hearing his name, he looked bewildered and cried out, "Huh! I invite Mr. Seol Moonjop to the stage." The spotlight shone on Seol Moonjop. He stood up high, looking down. "Let's see. I'm the biggest donor here. So what's going to happen to all my assets?" From below, someone shouted loudly, 1,740 billion. "Oh," Park Jin-tae continued. "Following your wishes, Director Beck and I have taken responsibility and transferred all of it." Seol Moonjop frowned slightly. "The chairman of the Battlefield Association was kind enough to let me know, huh? Anyway, I didn't know that much about it. Actually, I heard they were going to pay 2.5 billion in aid money. As for the rest of my assets, over 1,000 billion, getting 2.5 billion is fine, I guess. Or maybe I should take my assets back." The people below immediately burst into laughter. "Ahem," Seol Moonjop said with a serious face. "Those assets were all donated 17 years ago. I only just returned from the dungeon a short while ago. So much has changed. Everyone says I saved the world, praising me for what a noble sacrifice I made. But it wasn't noble at all. I'm just a guy who likes dungeons. Civilization didn't collapse. I once hoped someone would be by my side. So that praise for saving the world, I can't bear it. I don't feel proud. I'm just happy that it's over. But there is one thing that makes me proud, and that's the children who can grow up because of that money. More than saving the world that is truly meaningful. I don't want to see any more children suffer the same misfortune I did." Then he slowly walked down. "Yes, thank you for your speech, Mr. Seol Moonjop. Next up is... You've got quite the silver tongue." Park Jin-tae was waiting below. "Ending your troublemaking with just 1,700 billion. Seol Moonjop immediately replied, "Don't misunderstand, sir. I'm actually a very gentle person, but life just pushed me into becoming this way." He frowned slightly. "That's a terrible excuse. From what I see, you've always been the trouble itself. Stop beating around the bush and just say what you mean." "Fine. Let's talk. You've become a senior. Are you planning to corrupt the children who represent our nation like this?" He didn't answer, but asked back, "So after becoming the chairman, is that how you plan on raising them?" Park Jin-tae wearily covered his face. This charity battle really is a problem. Is the KB tournament now going to become a playground for the kids? Seol Moonjop snatched away. He smiled playfully. It was like that before, too. He angrily shouted, "Hey, kid, you should know your place just for showing up here!" Because of who does the government view superhumans as monsters and refuse to support them? The government's just like that. Because of me. No, it's mostly because of you. Before this, there were already articles published about the attack on the National Assembly. Why is Moonjo attacking the congressman again? Is that how you treat the National Assembly and the Blue House? Thanks to you, everyone's perception of superhumans is just like yours. Seal Moon. Joe retorted loudly. Don't talk nonsense. It was all their fault. Baek Jin-tae sighed softly. Just stop it. Honestly, this is the real problem. Do you think you can become the technical coach for the national team? Don't even dream of being a player. Yes, I'll do as you say. The salary has been prepared quite generously. Before he could finish, he cut him off bluntly. That is going to be a bit difficult. I want to give it a try. The scene changes to inside a car where the voices of Seol Moon-jo and Baek Jae-ho are heard one after another. All right. The total is 16 billion. That should be enough, right? What are you talking about? I'll be the director. He smiled and said, Huh. Why so suddenly? As a Korean, I'm very disappointed in the kids who are called our national representatives. If I properly raise the children I choose, then the national team will just get better and better, won't it? Baek Jae-ho couldn't hide his suspicion. Since when were you so patriotic? A bottom-ranking team in KB1 already costs over 20 billion, he replied calmly. Oh, that's fine, too. If I buy a second-division league team and build it up, won't it be easier to make money? Hearing this, he frowned and exclaimed, What? It's not about patriotism, it's about making money. Seol Moon-jo laughed loudly and said, Jae-ho, oh Jae-ho. The sky was now pitch black, but the white clouds and the stars were still there, shining brightly in the sky. We're here. Let's get out. As Seol Moon opened the car door, he looked surprised. Seeing this, Jae-ho asked, What's wrong? Not far away. Suran was standing under a streetlight staring at them. Baek Jae-ho asked, startled Suran, What are you doing here? Something came up. She glanced at Seol Moon-jo, thinking to herself, What is it? What's he thinking? He used to wear all his thoughts on his face. He's not going to suddenly shoot a destruction beam, is he? First, let's check her ability. Scan. Suran's information panel quickly appeared. Fourth target Suran, human. Strength 50 out of 53. Agility 71 out of 71. Evasion speed 67 out of 67. Stamina 60 out of 60. Divine power 40 out of 40. Technique 59 out of 59. Aurora 100 out of 100. Superpowers. Destruction beam locate. Seol Moon-jo couldn't hide his surprise. Most of her stats are maxed out, and she even has the locate superpower. Has she gotten stronger than before? He slowly walked towards Suran. What's up all of a sudden? Did you come here to kill me? She smirked in reply, I heard you're immortal, so I wanted to try killing you once to see for myself. But that's not why I'm here today. Seol Moon frowned slightly. Who's killing whom, huh? If this is about what happened before, then stop. You're still alive thanks to me. Just remember that. Suran let out a soft laugh. There's no what happened before here. I've already forgiven you for what you did to me. Then what are you doing here? I wanted to see if you had really come back. Huh? Now that I've confirmed it, I'm heading back. Suran left him with that cryptic remark. Then she quickly walked away. Seol Moon-jo was completely confused. What the hell was she talking about? What was that? What's with her? Why did she even come here? After walking a short distance, Suran glanced back at him, remembering the past. Seol Moon yelled angrily, Haven't you snapped out of it yet? You idiot! We're falling behind because of you, and you won't take responsibility. You want to die. Huh? At that moment, Suran could only cry helplessly, covering her face. I'm so tired. I want to go home. I can't take this anymore. Just then the ground suddenly shook. A monster had appeared behind her. Suran looked at it in terror. Quick use the destruction beam. I'm too tired. I can't fire the beam. Just then a whirlwind appeared, moving toward the monster. You can't even catch that thing, you idiot. Suran was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Seol Moon. Joe held her in his arms, his face now bearing a new scratch. He asked in a low voice, Are you okay? Suran was still staring at him in a daze as her face slowly turned red. Returning to the present, she smiled softly to herself. He really has come back. Has come. All right, I've got the money. Good. So which club should I go to? Baek Jae-ho frowned and asked mockingly, You actually know how to use mobile banking? No. So you're planning to buy the Battlefield Club right away? Seo Moon-yop said while scrolling through a list on his phone. I'm taking this opportunity to look into this new financial technology, as a personal hobby even. Of course, if it's you, I'm sure you'll do fine, but it looks like it'll cost a lot of money. Then Baek Jae-ho said, "If you really want it, just tell me. I'll buy it for you, a KB1 League team. I can still afford to buy that for you." He raised an eyebrow and shot back, "Then what's the point? I'm not asking you for money." "But I know about KB1 and KB2, so what's KB7? He quickly explained. The KB7 League is a tournament where 7 players compete on one team. The winning team of the main tournament gets promoted. KB7 has promotion potential just like the KB League. And since its maintenance costs are low in terms of features, KB7 seems like it would be better. Is that so? But are there many players there? After all, an 11-person match will have a deeper player pool. Talented players usually prefer the KB2 League over the KB7 League. Seo Moon-yap smiled, looking at his phone. Is that right? Well, then I'll buy a KB2 club. I should buy it right now while I'm at it. Hearing this, Baek Jae-ho asked, "Have you already found a place?" "No, I was planning to ask the association chairman." Then Park Jin-young's excited voice came through the phone. "Of course you want to be a team owner. What a great idea. If this is why you refuse to coach the national team, then I'll agree with both hands." Seo Moon-yap winced and said, "My eardrums. Uncle, could you speak a little softer?" "Oh, so are there any clubs you can sell?" "There are 3 teams in total I'm looking to sell. There's one that can be sold quickly if you have enough money for a deposit." "Oh, really? Where is it here?" Scene change. Seo Moon-yap was now standing in front of a rather large stadium. Handong Production Company. The atmosphere inside is electric. Go GT nice crush those Hanjong losers. Even though those Hanjong guys are always at the bottom of the rankings, they stubbornly hang on like a bunch of zombies. "Give 'em hell! Hanjonggi TGT!" He slowly walked into the stands, his face completely covered. "With this disguise, no one will recognize me." The people around him noticed and started whispering to each other. "What's with that guy? Why's his face completely covered? He's even wearing a thick coat. Just to be safe, we should probably sit farther away from him." Seo Moon-jub thought to himself, "These players on the national team are all trash." The second match was even more pathetic than the first. Still, if I can just find one decent player here, it'll be worth it. The match continued. Players from both sides entered the field. GT Nice versus Hanjong Production. He scanned each person's stats. Terrible. Awful. Awful. Average. Awful. Awful. Oh, the last 2 are coming out. Subject Namgung Ji-hoon. Human. Stamina 62 out of 65. Agility 59 out of 75. Speed 72 out of 80. Endurance 58 out of 63. Mental strength 70 out of 85. Technique 74 out of 95. Aura 79 out of 79. Superpower protection. The other one's name is No Jong-hoon. Human. Stamina 82 out of 87. Agility 65 out of 65. Speed 64 out of 69. Endurance 60 out of 85. Mental strength 79 out of 83. Technique 66 out of 76. Aura 70 out of 70. Superpower body enhancement. A support for Namgung Ji-hoon. That scrawny guy is the support. Protection allows the user to create a thin, protective film from their own aura for themselves and others. Just looking at the protection ability, it does seem like a support skill. But his technique, which measures skill with the body or a weapon, is at 74 out of 95. He has the potential to be a damage dealer. To think I'd stumble upon a talent like this. Okay, he's checked. Now the next one. His potential stamina and endurance are 87 and 85 respectively. That's nearly on par with Choi Woo-hyun from the national team. His superpower is decent too. Body enhancement. Stamina, agility, speed, and endurance are enhanced by 25% for 30 seconds. It's a common ability, but that enhancement rate is very high. Alright, he's checked too. Besides those 2, everyone else is average. I guess I should consider myself lucky for finding 2 of them. Seo Moon-jub turned to look in another direction. Are those the reserve players? Then he suddenly let out a snort. What's with that one? Not far away, a girl with orange blonde hair was cheering enthusiastically. Go Hanjong Production, subject Lena Zion. Human, stamina 48 out of 48. Agility, 70 out of 71. Speed 79 out of 100. Endurance 49 out of 53. Mental strength 59 out of 73. Technique 57 out of 60. Aura 69 out of 69. Superpower jump. Can jump a maximum of 20 meters high. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jump! It's not totally useless. No. If you gave her a bow, she wouldn't be half bad. Of course, with her current stats, she wouldn't be much of a threat, but if her speed could reach 100... 1 hour later, the match ended. People slowly started to leave. Seo Moon Jube stood in front of the arena. The scores of the two matches were 6-0 and 4-0. Han Jong lost miserably. They were so weak, I'm at a loss for words. Well, the more pathetic they are now, the more satisfying it will be to raise their rank. Then he took out his phone and called Park Jin-yi. Have you made your decision? Yes, I'll buy Han Jong Production. 2 days later at the Korean Battlefield Association. Then I'm leaving the team in your hands. Because of my shortcomings, the players have had to endure a lot. Sir, don't you worry. I fully intend to turn them into the best team. I trust you. If anyone can do it, it's the hero Seo Moon Jube. I will give you my full support. This quickly made the news. Breaking news, Seo Moon Jube acquires Han Jong Productions Battlefield Club for 5,190,000,000 won. Posted 9 minutes ago by reporter Yoon Hong-ki. In just a few minutes, the article's engagement was already off the charts, with 7,298 comments. He should join the players on the field. I agree with the comment above. No matter how skilled Seo Moon Jube is, honestly, won't they just drag each other down? Why Han Jong Production of all teams? They're ranked second from the bottom. Is he planning to buy the last-place team and flip it for a high price? Even with Seo Moon Jube, it's impossible. Unaware of the comments online, Seo Moon Jube was currently speaking with Park Jin-yi. Congratulations, then. You are now the owner of a professional KB2 club. What's there to congratulate? I just bought a pack of snacks. Is that really something to celebrate? He shouted, a whole club and you're calling it just a pack of snacks. Hearing this, Seo Moon smirked. Ha, whatever. Park Jin-yi lowered his voice. Anyway, putting that aside, how do you plan on leading the team? Well, I'll just do what I normally do. I was thinking of meeting with the players first. Handling operations is something an ordinary person would do. Anyway, my work here is done, so I'll be leaving now. He chuckled lightly. Did you just buy that? He smiled back and replied, I'll have to be traveling to many places from now on. I can't always ask Jae-ho to give me a ride. I bought it with the money I had left over after buying the club. He sat on his brand new motorcycle, then revved the engine and sped off, looking incredibly cool. On the Gyeongbu Expressway, Seo Moon-jo continuously weaved through the other cars. Angry people yelled, What kind of madman brings a motorcycle onto the highway? Oh, look, he's not even wearing a helmet. Who the hell is that scumbag? After getting a clear look at Seo Moon-jo's face, the man fell silent, his attitude changing faster than flipping a page. Huh, what is that, Seo Moon-jo? Everyone else reacted the same way, grinning from ear to ear. I heard he received his compensation money. He probably used it to buy that bike. If it's Seo Moon-jo, then of course he's allowed to do that. Besides, he has the privilege of being exempt from liability. It's a good thing he wasn't wearing a helmet, otherwise the police wouldn't have known it was Seo Moon-jo. That's right. If it's Seo Moon-jo, he can do that. Scene change. The sky was beginning to darken as the sun slowly set, giving way to the moon. Is this the Hanrong Production Clubhouse? He stood in front of a building complex. But, Seo Moon-jo frowned, glancing around. This place is... Still, it's pretty big, isn't it? Just then another voice suddenly called out, Who's there? Outsiders aren't allowed! Before the man could finish, Seo Moon-jo turned to look at him. Oh. The man flusteredly corrected himself. I didn't know you would be visiting so late. Chairman, I heard you just bought this place today. I'm the coach Cho Young-jun. Ah, is that so? He thought to himself, good physical stats. Does he have a superpower? Analyze eyes. Choi Dong-jun asked a little confused, Is there something you need today? Seo Moon-jo didn't answer right away. Instead, he observed the man's power analysis chart. Target Choi Dong-jun. Human. Strength 37 out of 52. Agility 38 out of 55. Speed 42 out of 60. Endurance 36 out of 61. Mental strength 66 out of 72. Technique 69 out of 75. Aura 70 out of 70. Superpower recovery boost. So he does have a superpower. This ability is perfect for support work. Yes. Seo Moon-jo smiled and asked, Excuse me, how old are you? Oh, my age, I'm 43, born in 80. He smiled, slinging an arm around the man's shoulder, and said, Oh, I was born in 76. So that makes you 4 years younger than me, right? Yep, that's right. I'm 76, you're 80. Correct. Choi Dong-jun was intimidated by his sharp eyes. Ah, yes, that's right. All right then, from now on I'll call you Little Brother Dongjun. Little Brother Dongjun, feel free to just call me Big Brother. No, I think I'm more comfortable calling you Chairman. All right, little brother. Can you give me a tour of this building? He quickly led Seo Moonjo to the important rooms in the building complex. The players' cafeteria, the office, the physical training room, the dorms. Those are the facilities. And the total number of affiliated players is 14. Yes. Seo Moonjo glanced around one more time. I already knew all this before I bought the place, but the number of players is definitely not good. However, it does have all the necessary equipment even though it's all old. Choi Dongjun replied with a forced smile, yes, because the lot is so large they prepared all the equipment. Finally, the training ground. He opened the door to a room. He immediately looked around and commented, this place is also big and old, huh? But there are only 11 modules. Don't you have 14 players? Yongjun said with a pitiful look. About that. Because the modules are so expensive, we could only manage to prepare 11 of them, and only for the main players who see actual combat. When he heard that, he thought this guy has healing abilities, so why is he so destitute here? He could just work at a hospital. Yes, although I'm not completely satisfied with this place, having a coach with both support and healing abilities isn't so bad. And now the biggest problem is the players. All right then. Well then, let's go meet the players first. Yes, so suddenly, I'm going to go meet everyone now, so go call the ones I told you about to come here. Later in the break room, Sel Moonjob sat in a chair, smirked, and asked, you've all heard the news, right? I am Sel Moonjob, your new team leader. That praying mantis of a girl quickly replied, I'm Lena John. It's a true honor to meet you here, team leader. Seeing this, he thought to himself, she really is tiny, just like a praying mantis. Sel Moon looked down at her hands and asked, looks like you've been practicing archery lately, huh? Lena John jumped in surprise. Whoa, how did you know, sir? I'm Sel Moon, that's how. Just by looking at those calluses, I can tell. You have high agility and speed, but you lack stamina, so you can't operate close to the dealer. You must have thought about it a lot, huh? Because no matter how hard you try, your abilities just don't improve. Nathan gloomily nodded. Yes. He thought to himself, she lacks technique too. Normally this girl wouldn't make it to the second team in her entire lifetime. But since you've caught my eye, it's a different story. Sel Moon said in a low voice. But it's okay, because I will make you a key player in actual combat. Hearing this, Lena John was bewildered. Huh, a key player. Next is the angelic maiden, Ne Ion. Yes, from now on you'll become a thief who steals the enemy team's morale. Sel Moon calmly asked, no matter how much you practice, if you still don't make any progress, right? Ne Ion hesitated. Well, she stammered. Yes, it seems I'm not cut out for this. The person in front of her immediately broke into a wide smile. That's right, you're cut. Back in the present, the girl was extremely worried. If he acknowledges me like that right here, doesn't that mean it's really going to happen? However, the young man quickly reassured her, don't worry, I'm not firing you. But Sel Moon remained very relaxed. I already told you I'd put you on the main team. His words surprised her. Hey, are you serious, sir? He pointed at her. That's right. From what I see, you have a pretty good talent. Nay, Ion ventured a guess. Do you mean my archery skill? He growled, are you crazy? If you can't even shoot a bow, you dare call yourself a superhuman. Sel Moon emphasized, your talent isn't that, it's running. The girl stared blankly. Running. He continued with a suggestion, right. What if you focus on cultivating your running ability and use it with your jumping superpower? He enthusiastically proposed a theory. If so, how about you try causing chaos on the battlefield while shooting your bow? That is, you'll constantly be stealing the monsters that the enemy worked so hard to hunt. Just like that, when the enemy gets angry and chases after you, you'll rely on your speed and run. Nayan started to realize. You mean kiting them? Kiting? He replied, exactly. Instead, you'll just persistently kite. Sel Moon's ice-cold gaze was fixed on his student. Because you can become an obstacle in their hunt, they can't afford to ignore you. But they can't catch you either because you're too fast. The young man maintained that optimistic smile and said, in short, you'll drive the opponent crazy. That's how you're supposed to play games. Sel Moon explained further, I'll talk to the coach so you have to practice running even if it kills you. Your participation in actual combat will be decided once your speed has reached a certain level. But Ne Eon was still anxious. If I only do that, can I really get on the main team? His affirmation was still very firm. Of course. If you do well, you might even make it to the national team. Her two eyes lit up. Huh, really? She quickly slammed her hand on the table. It's true, right? You're telling the truth, sir, right? Really? Is it really true? Selmoon replied yes. She was so happy her whole face turned red. The main team, the national team. Naeon's entire body jumped with joy. Thank you, sir. I'll work hard and practice. He was also satisfied. She really does look like a bug. All right, then. Well, then you can go now and call Nagung and Ji-hoon in here. The girl quickly responded, yes. A moment later, his door opened again. May I come in? Seolman turned and said, all right, come in. Ji-hoon stood at attention and announced, it's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Namgung Ji-hoon from the support team. The first thing he thought upon seeing him was, this is the first time I've seen an ability user this skinny. The young man sighed to himself. This team really has a lot of funny characters. The person who had been summoned spoke up curiously. I heard you wanted to talk to me about something. I was wondering what it is. Yes. Seolman got straight to the point. You won't be a support anymore. Ji-hoon was startled and flustered. Huh. But I am a support. He mumbled his objection. I'm clearly a support. Did I hear him wrong? His voice suddenly became frighteningly harsh. You punk. From now on, you're not a support anymore. Ji-hoon was stunned while Seolman checked his stats. He suddenly calls me here and tells me I'm not a support anymore. What is his problem? Subject Namgung Ji-hoon. Race human. Stamina 62 out of 75. Agility 59 out of 75. Speed 72 out of 80. Endurance 58 out of 63. Mental strength 70 out of 85. Technique 74 out of 95. Aura 79 out of 79. Superpower is protection. Yes, Seolman made his assessment. From what I can see, you're better suited to be a dealer. The young man was so startled he jumped. Huh, me? The other man was firm. I can see you have a talent for swordsmanship. I'm not just bringing this up out of the blue. It's not without reason. Ji-hoon was doubtful. Have you seen me on the battlefield before? Seolmoon stiffly turned his head away. Sorry, but I fell asleep during your match. Then again, if I hadn't even bothered to look into these things, how could I have acquired this team? Ji-hoon was still hesitant. But my reflexes and agility stats are very low, he pointed out. That's just because you've been in the back line using your ability. He retorted, the support role isn't some trivial position. Seolman's patience snapped. This one seems to be good at talking back. Do you think you know more than I do? Terrified, Ji-hoon retracted his statement. No! He continued to state his case. I hate supports the most. 9 out of 10 of them don't actually fight. They just stand in the back messing around, and in the end the team has to go into battle with an incomplete formation. His finger pointed straight up. But that one person out of 10, you could be that kind of support. In his eyes, Ji-hoon looked different, because those kinds of people have a minimum of 2 protection abilities. Even if they just stand around in the back, they've already fulfilled their role. Anyway, Seolman got back to the point. But you only have 1 protection ability, don't you? He replied quietly. Yes. Seolman smiled brightly and proposed, so I'm going to equip you with another weapon. Ji-hoon asked innocently, you mean you're going to train me to be a support who's good at swordsmanship? A vein throbbed in Seolman's temple. What? He grabbed him by the shirt and threatened, a dealer who has the superpower of a support, you moron? Ji-hoon leaned back in fear. I'm sorry. He suddenly interrogated him. Why are you so obsessed with being a support, huh? Or are you just scared to fight on the front lines? He quickly let him go, thinking that was the reason. With that attitude, you'll never be a core fighter. If you want to succeed, you'll listen to me. Ji-hoon wondered, if I do that, can I really be successful? The hero replied with absolute certainty. Yes, though there might be variables depending on how much effort you put into your training. The other man was still probing. And what if I just want to remain a support? Seolman drew a hand across his throat. Do you even have to ask? Obviously, I'd eliminate you. Then he held out his hand. So what will it be? Do you want to live as a reserve member of the bottom-ranked team? Ji-hoon stared silently at the hand. Or do you want to change your own destiny? Without hesitating, he grabbed it. I'll become a dealer. Seolman was the last one to leave, so he calmly closed the door. The person waiting outside quickly asked, Clubmaster, is the interview finished? He made a request. Hey, little bro, find me a decent coach, will you? Someone who's good with a sword. Dongjun was surprised. Huh. A coach. His voice was hesitant. If you mean a coach, we already have 2 of them. Seolman specified, we need a coach to teach swordsmanship to Namgung Ji-hoon. Dongjun looked even more incredulous. But he's a support. He immediately corrected him. Not anymore, he's a dealer now. The manager exclaimed, what? He didn't linger and quickly walked away. We also need to teach Lee Na-yan how to run, so prepare for that as well. Dongjun watched him go with a worried look in his eyes. Will any of this actually work? Seolman stressed. There's a reason for everything I'm telling you to do. Yes, sir. Also, he added, the guys on Team 1 need to work on building their endurance. I noticed last time that GTI Nikon has excellent stamina. The manager immediately replied, yes, of course. He also gave a parting word. All right, I'm heading out. Dongjun answered clearly. Understood. Please be careful. Right. As he got to his car, Seolman suddenly froze. That's right. His eyes were looking up at the company building. Those old letters up there made him wonder, what should we change the team name to? The next day, things continued as usual. Seolman was at home looking furious. His expression made Jae-ho curious. What's got you so deep in thought? I'm busy thinking, don't talk to me, he answered curtly. His hand pointed at the TV. For you to even skip watching a movie like this, that's why I had to ask. This guy, is it because of the Hanjong production? He rambled on, but they only have 14 players there. Aren't you going to go coach the players? As he was talking, he suddenly shot up. Recruit more players! It startled Jae-ho. Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? But Seolman just headed straight for the window. Recruit people. Recruit people. How? He kept muttering to himself. I have to do it. Recruit more people. Outside, a large crowd had gathered, and conveniently there were loudspeakers everywhere. But reporters and journalists were still persistently surrounding the gate. He opened the window and made a call. Hello, Dongjun. The person on the other end answered in a hurry. Yes, yes. Club owner Seolman proposed, let's recruit more players. He was surprised. Sir, do you really want to do that? The young man leaned one hand on the glass railing. Of course. Is there some reason we can't? He asked. The man on the phone hesitated. Well, if we get more players, the club's operating costs will be stretched thin. Seolman gritted his teeth in anger. Hey, Dongjun, don't give me that attitude. If we manage to recruit 10 more, I'll buy an extra module for you. Dongjun got excited. Really? That attitude made him ask, how much does one module cost that you're getting so worked up about it? He immediately confessed, one costs around 200 million. Seolman's anger flared up again. What? That's nothing, this club is so timid. His little brother was so scared he stammered, I'm sorry. Seolman gripped the railing tightly. Fine. We'll post a recruitment notice right now. Then he executed a simple jump. The deadline will be 3 days. Dongjun was worried as Seolman had already landed below. 3 days, isn't that a bit too rushed? But he still wasn't confident. Besides, no one will apply for a second division league anyway. We'll need at least a month. But Seolman just flashed a sly smile. I've already thought it all through. 3 days it is. The people in front of his house were enjoying coffee and chatting normally. The door finally opened, and with it a voice that drew everyone's attention. Hello, reporters! Seolman stepped out. Everyone's worked hard today? They immediately started buzzing. It's Seolman. Sir, please let me interview you. Don't you have any intention of training the players yourself? He friendly accepted their questions. All right. I'll answer everything. In return, I need you all to listen to a request of mine. Okay. One person raised their hand. What is your request? Seolman revealed it right away. It's nothing much. He held up 3 fingers. Our team will be announcing a recruitment for more members. For the next 3 days, please write some good articles for me so that many candidates will apply. A web page with the title Hanjong Productions Member Recruitment Announcement then received countless messages. I'm applying application for membership. Membership application form. I want to apply. I want to apply to be a player. Application form. Applying for membership. Membership application form. I'm applying. Seolman's car was speeding along, accompanied by a joyful voice from the phone. Club owner, the applications are pouring in. He expertly held the phone with one hand and drove with the other. Oh, really? There must be 1,000 of them, huh? Dongjun corrected him. Not that many. Right now. We have 70 applications. Where would we find so many superhumans who can compete in Battlefield? He frowned. Then why are you making such a big deal out of it? The person on the other end stammered. Still, for it not to be the transfer season and to get this many applications. Seelman accelerated to a higher speed. I know. First get their resumes ready. I'll come and select the players myself. Afterward, a thick stack of papers was placed on the table. These are all of our applications. Seelman picked them up and diligently looked through them. All right, let's have a look. I'll make a rough selection from these. Then we'll prepare for the interviews. His assistant replied, Yes, sir. I'll get ready right away. 4 profiles were selected from the many applications. After all, once someone awakens as a superhuman, they undergo a physical examination by each country's association. From there, the system automatically converts it into stats for strength, agility, and aura. The physical examination is the measurement and quantification of categories like physical strength, agility, and current aura amount. He was struggling with the pile of papers. This was like a test for Somun. Jop had received before. Damn it, they all have the same abilities. He angrily crumpled the damn papers. I can't even tell what their hidden potential is. But Selman quickly went back to reviewing them. Even so, first I need to see if there are any kids here I can actually use. His sharp eyes stop it on one particular file. Oh. The person inside is named Jo Seung-ho, male, age 22, stamina 329, agility 438, power 612, superpower, can teleport objects to others, can share his own field of vision with others. Experienced delivery man for Tito Company for 2 years. What the hell is this guy? A delivery man. His gaze shifted to the information panel next to him. According to the analysis label's stats, his stamina is 33 and agility is 44. Those numbers are only 1.5 times that of an Olympic gold medalist athlete. The face in the attached photo made him think. Although his physical abilities are worthless, he can move objects for other people. Selman's interest was piqued. This guy seems interesting. On the day of the hastily arranged interview, outside the company, the sky was clear and blue. A person appeared with a bright smile. Hello, Mr. Seo Moon Jop. I'm a huge fan of yours. He and Dong Jun sat on the opposite side conducting the interview. Yes, Mr. Kim Jin-ho. I heard you've been playing Battlefield since high school. He answered enthusiastically. Yes. After graduating, I realized it wasn't the path for me, so I gave up. Moon Jop raised an eyebrow. Seeing as you've applied to join us, does that mean you've changed your mind? The man stated his reason nonchalantly. No, I only applied because I wanted to meet you in person. I'm an incredibly passionate fan of yours, Mr. Seo Moon Jop. His voice was a threatening growl. Get out. Jin-ho was bewildered. Huh? What did you just say? Selman immediately repeated it. I said get out. The young man looked shocked. Get out. How can you treat a devoted fan who came all this way to see you like this? If word of this gets out, I wonder what you'll... A stapler flew straight into Jin-ho's head. He crashed to the floor. In his rage, Selman sneered. What, you've only read an article or two about me? Fine. Go ahead, spread it around, you bastard. Tell everyone this team has a crazy boss. His assistant beside him panicked. Leader, please. Annoyed, he ordered Dongjun, tell the next person to come in. The building's security guard dragged the body out. Oh, stretch your legs out. The people outside started to get nervous. I heard some kind of noise. What on earth is happening in there? The person they were waiting for was called next. Mr. Jo Seung-ho, please come in. He walked in with a solemn demeanor and addressed the two of them. Hello, everyone. I am Jo Seung-ho. Dongjun glanced over with a surprised look. Oh my. With ability stats like these, how could he? He whispered to Selman, Leader, that young man. Why would you? The leader was currently using his analysis label skill. As expected, his stamina and agility stats were completely ordinary. But Selman's attention was on the list of superpowers, which included object transportation, can transfer items on his person to others within a 3-kilometer radius. Vision sharing, can share the view before his eyes with acquaintances within a 3-kilometer radius. Aura sharing, can transfer his own aura to a nearby acquaintance. He has 3 superpowers. The young man's eyes burned with a fiery passion. And what's more, one of them is aura sharing. That's a rare superpower, and its tactical applications are extremely high. A wide grin spread across his face. Seeing as he didn't write this ability on his resume, it seems that after awakening, even he himself doesn't know about it. Yes. Selman turned to confer with his assistant. Born in 2002, right? Same age as Lee Na-yoon, isn't he? Dongjun was bewildered. Yes, he's the same age as Na-yoon, but why are you suddenly bringing her up? He uttered a single certain phrase. This is fate. The man next to him was even more confused. Huh? He called out, Mr. Jo Seung-ho. He flinched, startled by the tension. Yes, leader. The first question was asked. In the experience section, you only listed delivery experience? You don't have any experience playing Battlefield. Seung-ho admitted honestly, no, I don't. I only have experience as a delivery man. His hands suddenly clenched as the next question was posed. Then why do you want to join us? Looking at these stats, you must know that you're not suited to be a player. He began to share his story. I also think my abilities aren't anything special, but ever since I was little, I've dreamed of becoming a player. A Battlefield player. The person you looked up to. You only dared to watch them through a screen. I always used my low ability stats as an excuse to give up on this. Maybe it's because I didn't want others to notice me. You were carrying a lot of boxes with one hand, but your eyes never left that TV news board. A drop of sweat rolled down your cheek, but I came here to register with more seriousness than anyone else. So that's how Seomun temporarily accepts it. Well, then there are a few more things I'm curious about you. Seung-ho readily accepts it, so feel free to ask anything. This time he asked about his teleportation superpower. What's the farthest distance you can transport an object? He scratched his head and answered me. I've only tried up to 2.5 kilometers at most. However, Seomun already had the answer. Actually, this ability can reach 3 kilometers. He continued his questioning. For someone who is far away, someone you can't see, how can you move an object to them? First, you have to find out where that person is, right? Seung-ho explained. Within my abilities range, I'll spread my aura evenly to confirm the recipient's location. I'll use my aura to find the target's general location. I see. Seomun was satisfied. Good. So as long as they're within your range, you can find the target, right? He realized it too. Come to think of it, that's right. Seung-ho still had a concern. But it's not like I can find them automatically. I have to focus on searching. The young man pointed directly at him. That's fine. Because inside a dungeon, the area where enemies might be is always limited. He couldn't stop an interested smile from spreading across his face. It can even be used as a reconnaissance ability. It seems more useful than I thought. The words escaped him. Finally, I've found the nun to help the angel girl. Dongjun looked at him confused. A nun? Yes. Seomun's attitude was incredibly cheerful as he confirmed again, You're Seo Seung-ho, right? He hurriedly replied to him, Yes, yes. He made his decision instantly. You're hired. He was astonished. Really, thank you. Dongjun, standing beside him, was even more panicked. Are you serious, Guildmaster? Yes, yes. A plan was already forming in Seomun's mind. He'll be a great partner for Lee Na-yeon. The manager stared blankly. Yes, he shot up, slamming both hands on his desk. From now on our team, these two will be our main force. The thieving girl and dark nun duo is formed. As twilight fell, someone in the company shouted loudly, Handong production will be reborn under the leadership of Guildmaster Seomun. A large glass of beer was raised to commemorate this new starting point. Everyone drink as much as you like. The company employees held a party outdoors, shouting in unison, Let's hope all the players will advance together. Afterwards, Seomun also joined the party with a satisfied look. It's a bit chaotic, but the team's atmosphere seems fine. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Hello, Guildmaster. He turned around. Huh. A company member was actively approaching him. I'm the team captain of Handong Production. My name is No Jong-hwan. Without hesitation, he immediately used his inspection skill. Target, No Jong-hwan. Human. Stamina 82 out of 87. Agility 65 out of 65. Speed 64 out of 69. Endurance 60 out of 85. Intelligence 79 out of 83. Technique 66 out of 76. Aura 70 out of 70. Superpower physical enhancement. He's the guy I saw in the ring before. Oh, all right. He silently made a few comments. He's a warrior with nothing special, but his stats are overkill for this team. Jong-hwan began. I heard you've invested a lot in our team. The team captain promised, On behalf of all the players, I want to thank you. We will always work hard so we don't disappoint you. All right. After hearing him out, Seomun quickly turned away. All right. Don't put so much pressure on yourselves. I don't expect you all to get results right away. He bowed low. Yes, sir. We look forward to your guidance in the future. The young man replied courteously, All right, you too. As his retreating figure disappeared, this guy is sincere. A perfect fit for a team captain. Behind him, a lively conversation sprang up, piquing the young man's curiosity. Nayeon and Seung-ho were talking to each other enthusiastically. This Nayeon's ability to get along with people is really something. He beckoned to both of them. Nayeon, come here. Seung-ho, you too. Yes. Seomun immediately asked, Have you two gotten acquainted yet? Nayeon eagerly praised the other. Yes, he's the new member of Team 2. And he's the same age as me. As their senior, he also advised them both. You two are a set, you know. You need to get closer from now on, okay? The two of them asked in unison, a set. He explained a bit to them. That's right. If you look at the angel girl XT, there's always a dark nun behind her controlling things, providing information and praying to reduce her guilt. What? Nayeon blurted out. She's not that bad. I've looked her up online. The young man continued, confusing them even more. And Seung-ho is that nun. He waved his hand dismissively. That's everything. I'll explain the details later. Let's go get a drink. They hesitantly answered him, Yes, sir. And the two of them left feeling bewildered. Meanwhile, he was very pleased. Finally, the team had the minimum number of members. His sharp eyes suddenly glanced over, finally landing on, that's right, he was aiming for his company's sign. He had to find a new name for the new team. The letters up there were old and worn, just waiting for a big change. As everyone was happily gathered, a voice suddenly made them all look over. Everyone listen up! Even the rookies turned around curiously. Selmoon, holding a large bottle of liquor, announced loudly, I will now announce our team's new name. He raised his finger and pointed. The new name of the team will be... Soon 3 months had passed. It was a beautiful morning and the TV screen was blaring with excited shouts. Today's match will be a crucial turning point. For Hanjong Productions, or as they're now known, GIAM, it also displayed the companies that would be facing off. Yes, that's right. It's been a while since Chairman and CEO Moonjo acquired this club. During that time, the structure of the main roster has remained unchanged. However, today, new players will finally be making their debut in this match. The man sat in the waiting room giving some final instructions. Everyone just do what you did in practice. Especially you, Seung-ho, understand? He hesitated, worried. Are you sure it'll be okay to actually use it? Their chairman reassured him even more strongly. Don't worry. That's what showmanship and performance are all about. With that, he shouted powerfully, Let's go! Today is the day we show them the results of the past 3 months of training. Go out there and enjoy yourselves. The whole team shouted in unison, Yes, sir! One by one, the players from his team were transported to the arena. The match against Incheon BC Round 1 will now begin. Over here, there's also a particularly comfortable place, with a large screen for the higher-ups. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Gojot. It's been a long time since I've been to an arena, he replied politely. Oh, is that so? Gung Ha chuckled. When Hajan debuted, I came to cheer a few times, but I haven't been able to come much since then. The young man focused on the conversation. What about Jae-ho's matches? She slowly explained her reason. He told me to wait until the team's skills improved before coming to watch. Selmoon stated bluntly, Then I guess you'll never get to watch. She herself admitted it. Yes, there's still been no progress. He started rubbing his head. Tisk, that useless guy. Gung Ha asked hopefully, Ho, your team will surely be different, won't it? Gojot. He immediately affirmed, Of course, you can count on them. He smiled confidently. I'll show you a very interesting match. The group of players was transported to a coastline, a place with many floating islands around. Dongguel Round 1 is Wizard Canyon. This is an incredibly beautiful place, a surreal space you'd be hard-pressed to see in real life. Here, you will not only see the match on land, but also underwater. This demands a great deal of mobility and adaptability from the players. Next up is a map recreating the terrain. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of changes Sam will show today. Let's go back 3 months. Selmoon's hand tapped the stopwatch. Just a simple run, 100 meters in 3 minutes and 1 second, he praised. Player Lee Nayeon has excellent running ability, the coach remarked as he observed. Player Jo Seung-ho has also gotten much faster, but player Nayeon is still far more outstanding. I heard she was just a substitute player with no real combat experience. How on earth did the chairman recognize her potential? The man turned away. Well, there's her muscle development and various other things. Truth is, I just cheated using my analysis eye. The coach was still very impressed. It's amazing, as expected of someone discovered by Big J Ho. Sel Moon carefully instructed him. Instead of praising me, I hope you'll pay more attention to the players. There are many different kinds of dungeons, so please take that into consideration and teach them accordingly. Meanwhile, Nayan was happily going about her run. Yes, sir. Just by changing player Lee Nayan's running form, we've already seen very good results. She will definitely be able to adapt quickly to real combat. The calendar pages were torn off one by one. Training day 40, D50, until match day. Players from the other team watched bitterly as the girl ran off. Damn it, she stole the mob again. Nayan nimbly leaped over the terrain. If she runs at that speed, how are we supposed to catch her? At that moment, the girl thought to herself as she ran, I'm being ostracized. Sel Moon said smugly. It can also be used for crowd control, right, Team B? How does it feel firsthand? Seung-hwan said with some apprehension, I feel like my hunting speed has been cut in half. Seung-ho wasn't much different. It's like having some kind of neurosis. He continued to instruct them. Good. Now try to think of a line that will make them even angrier. Let's go. Your movements are excellent. Well done, Lee Na-yeon, she exclaimed happily. Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep working hard. His thoughts suddenly surfaced. Even though she always smiles like that when she answers me, I'm actually very worried. Na-yeon was constantly arguing with herself inside. Chairman, the world's best superhuman. I'll make you a main player. Even though he told me that, her small back stood there all alone. But me, a long-time reserve for the best team in the second division. They say with just a bit more training, I could become a key player, becoming a member of the national team. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. This is really hard to believe. Can I really do this? Nayeon's expression darkened. I'm so worried. Can I really do a good job? Suddenly, a loud voice pulled her back to reality. Nayeon! Startled, the girl answered, Yes, were you calling me? Sung-hoon asked with concern. You didn't even hear me call. Are you that worried? Nayeon frantically waved her hands. Yes, not at all. I'm not worried. He advised her, you don't have to pretend to be okay. It's natural to be nervous for your first deployment. The others behind them smiled. That's right. On my first deployment, I was so nervous I threw up. Then the captain continued addressing her. You can be nervous, but you're not allowed to doubt your own abilities. He gave her a friendly smile. The leader of the 7 heroes has put his faith in you. You will definitely be the one to break the enemy's spirit. Thanks to that, Nayeon's spirits were lifted considerably. She nodded. Yes. Seomin Hwan declared loud and clear. Our team has bet the name of the hero Seomin Jose on this match. Enter the battle and do not bring shame to our guildmaster's name. Everyone raised their arms high and shouted the slogan, Let the operation begin. The large screen at Sel Moon continuously reported the news. John has split into 3 groups and begun to move. They're using a 4-4-3 formation. All eyes are on the energetic young woman. But the 3-person team isn't hunting. They're passing right by the eastern jungle from the very start. Could this be a jungle-focused strategy? The 3 of them moved like the wind gliding over the floating rocks as they rushed forward. The map updated with their progress and position. The announcer's commentary grew even more surprised. The Dragon's team of 3, after moving for a while, has suddenly stopped. Jo Seung-ho proactively gave a signal. All right, wait for me a moment. He leaned down and picked up a small nearby stone. Weighing it and giving it a quick check, the young man seemed satisfied with it. This should do. A stream of spiritual energy began to surround the small object. Jo Seung-ho's superpower teleportation. From that distance, he opens several barrier circles. The mechanics are explained. Jo Seung-ho uses his teleportation ability as a form of reconnaissance. With an object within a 3-kilometer radius, he has the ability to pinpoint the enemy's location. His eyes closed to focus more on the barrier, and a faint glimmer of light began to spread out, scanning the area around them. Suddenly, the area around Seung-ho turned luminescent. There was a group of people nearby. They were running hurriedly. As they got closer, their numbers and figures became larger and clearer. Seung-ho's eyes snapped open. He'd found them. Park Yong-hyuk Choi, Jang Ryu, Hyung Yang-a, and Im Chang-wook. The 3-person team immediately took a defensive stance. There are 4 of them up there. Nayeon quickly responded, Okay. The girl lowered her body to grab the bow she had placed on the ground, ready to spring. In a single leap, Nayeon vaulted high up, landing on a rock above. She then used it as a springboard, flipping forward to cover even more distance. She quickly approached the spot where the four were fighting. A look of surprise appeared on Neon's face. Before her was a lava dragon relentlessly breathing fire and disrupting their formation. The young woman uttered a single phrase, "Found it." Neon spun around unnoticed. Her incredible speed allowed her to rush towards the battle silently. She drew her bow. Good. No one has spotted me. The other group was straining to launch a counterattack. A member of the team shouted, "All right, we're about to get it. Everyone focus until the very end." Suddenly a strike from nowhere hit the dragon's head. An arrow. Neon clenched her fist slightly. Perfect. The other group was furious. "They stole our kill, stop them. They're interfering this early in the match. Don't get distracted. Focus on the hunt, Jiguk. You go get Neon." A young man holding his weapon broke away from the formation. She had already anticipated this and prepared to move. The sharp blade swung towards her face, startling Neon for a moment. He slammed his weapon down, but it only hit the ground. Jiguk was shocked. What, she vanished? Then her voice rang out, "Where are you looking?" While he was distracted, she continued to fire her bow, harassing the other group. "I'm over here." He became furious. "How dare you mock me? If she's jumping, the moment she lands will be her end." He aimed for the exact moment the girl was about to land, determined. "Now!" But Neon still easily weaved around him, slipping past every one of the enemy's movements. "Not there, I told you I'm over here," Jiguk yelled. "Just you wait until I catch you." The other person provoked him further. "I'd love to let you catch me, but you're too slow, so I can't really do anything about it." His blood boiled with rage. You really are!" The two of them continued their game of cat and mouse. Player Lee Neon is completely toying with player Im Jiguk. She's so fast that the other players can't even hope to catch up. Her hand reached back, but the quiver was empty. After all, arrows are a limited resource. Ne Yoon quickly reached out to her teammate Seong Ho via telepathy. "I need you to teleport the arrows to me." He responded and acted swiftly. Okay, player Jo Seong Ho has used his superpower to transport the arrows to her. If he just keeps supplying her with arrows, then this archer can definitely suppress the enemy team. It's because of this ability that player Jo Seong Ho was able to become a ranker in just 3 months. As the commentator was passionately remarking on this, he spread out a mat. He took out a comic titled CEO Moon Jo's War Diary, Winter Near Korea Edition, laid down and waited. "Just tell me when you run out of arrows." The commentator Neon was utterly astonished. What is this?" His voice went stiff at the sight of player Jo Seong Ho smiling as he read a comic book. We flash back to a few weeks before the selection match. Urgent shouts were echoing constantly. "Hurry and catch them, 6 have already been stolen." Ne Yoon was as agile as ever. "I know, but they're too fast, I can't catch them." Someone in the observation room had to remark, "He really was born to get on other people's nerves. If this keeps up, Ne Yoon won't be the problem. The problem is Seong Ho." The screen shifts to him looking for a safe hiding spot, which is taking quite a while. What are we going to do? Before Seong Ho gets into position, it's going to be tough for Ne Yoon to get resupplied. Dong Jun offered a suggestion. Then send Nam Gong Jin Hoon to support Seong Ho. He has a protective ability. He can stop the monsters cold, can't he? They watched his actions on screen. Oh, looks like he's in position. The young man's hand picked up a quiver of arrows, and then, with a whoosh, it teleported away. This action repeated over and over, leaving the two in the observation room speechless. Seo Mun pointed at the screen. "Is he just going to keep doing that?" Dong Jun confirmed. "Looks like it. After all, he's all alone and has no way to return. He'll stay like that until someone comes to pick him up." He exclaimed, "That's just tragic if he's like that the whole time. This won't do." A wicked idea popped into his head. It's better to look ridiculous than to look that pathetic. And that's the reason for Seong Ho's relaxed attitude now. Player Seong Ho is reading a comic book in the middle of a match. Beside him, an attack suddenly whizzes by. His guardian springs into action. Jin Hoon forcefully bats the monster away. A rare scene unfolds. He uses his sword to tear apart any monster that dares to get close, while the other person is still giggling and reading a comic. While player Nam Gong Ji Hoon is fighting a wyvern, player Jo Seong Ho just keeps reading his comic. The audience was just as confused. Did they change the manager? Are they really going to be the champion team? Who is that guy? Is our team going to be overtaken by them? A message was then sent to his ear. "Seong Ho, I'm out of arrows." The young man's hand grabbed a quiver of arrows sitting nearby. He activates his skill to send it away. Over in the observation area, Seo Mun was laughing so hard he couldn't stop. CEO Ha was also surprised. "Oh my, was this your request, Director?" Wiping away tears, he replied, It's hilarious, isn't it? Very amusing. He said proudly, even I'm scared of my own eye for spotting talent. She suddenly proposed, why don't you use that ability to help my husband? He immediately shot that down. Whoa, I already did help him. Seo-mun gritted his teeth in frustration. Sim Iang-soo is mentally unstable. We need to quickly swap him out for Cho-hyuk. But it's not like he'd listen to what I say. She hesitated for a moment. My husband didn't mention that, so I don't know. But I heard that player Cho-hyuk had some sort of conflict. He exclaimed, Huh, is that so? The man shook his head in exasperation. I'll ask him directly later. If there's a problem, he should know how to solve it with pressure and force. What a useless director. CEO Ha gave a weary laugh. Whoa, there you go again. The commentator's voice drew their attention. While we were focused on player Jo Seung-ho, the battle around Na-yoon has intensified. Team Incheon BC has brought in 2 more people. Player Lee Na-yoon is in danger. One person swung their sword aggressively but missed. Get her now. Her teammate on this side sent a message, Na-yoon, nice dodge. Just keep running that way and you'll be fine. The girl's eyes showed her silent resolve. Meanwhile, Seung-ho just chuckled. Think you can do it? That person replied confidently, all right, the Incheon team is rushing in together. Don't let a single one escape. Catch them. As she dashed past them, she had to reassure herself, this is my first time facing another team's dealers. So this is what a real battle feels like. But then she suddenly remembered every word of encouragement. Just follow my instructions and the title of national representative will be ours. You'll become the #1 spirit thief. Na-yeon told herself, I can do this. We are the team that bears the name of the hero, Seo Munyup. Let's fight, so we don't dishonor our manager's name. Come on. A triumphant smile bloomed across that innocent face. Guess I'll just have to do it. This time, the girl's speed increased, helping her retreat backward to dodge the attack. She followed up with a succession of leaps to change her position. The Incheon group faltered. You're all still too slow. They couldn't let her slip away. The petite girl's feet skimmed the ground, a whole group of people chasing after her. Get her. This time, Naeon directly used a person as a launch pad to jump away. The girl successfully left the island. Perfect. She looked back. The crowd was still tirelessly pursuing Naeon. They were still chasing their reason, completely overwhelmed by anger. Even if it takes an hour, we must catch Lee Naeon if we hesitate any longer the hunt. A point gap will become too big. Let's end this chase now. When she reached a certain place, she suddenly stopped. It was a dead end. Block the path. The Incheon team was brimming with killing intent. You're not escaping this time. That guy was drenched in sweat from running so much. Look behind you. She hesitantly did as she was told. So it's high, isn't it? Naeon's foot edged back another step right to the cliff's edge. Tiny pebbles tumbled straight into the abyss. Even she couldn't possibly jump down from a height like that. She answered them with a cheerful voice, I suppose so. Suddenly her demeanor became strange. This time there's nowhere left to run. I've been backed into a corner. Big trouble now, isn't it? Her voice rang out. If I told you to look, you wouldn't look, would you? They were bewildered. What's that little brat talking about? Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over them, blocking their vision. It's fine. The jungle's support team has arrived. The people there landed on the island, one after another. Naeon was still happily informing them, I'm not gonna let you look. The playful girl made a finger heart. Oh, well, I guess it can't be helped. Whoa! Another eye-opening moment. No way. What a surprising moment indeed. The ISUM players jumped down from a floating island. The commentator flinched in shock. It's as if ISUM, having finished their growth phase, and Incheon BC, who missed their hunting time, are now battling it out here. One by one, the members were easily knocked down. Incheon BC was completely depleted. Their captain took the full brunt of an attack as well. Many of them began to disappear as they were defeated. The remaining Incheon BC players were advancing together from the rear, but it was too late. The score difference was locked in. In a surprising turn of events, ISUM has won the first set. Wow. It's rare to see such an exciting match. A match where we've discovered some truly outstanding gems. The players are also being transported back to reality player Lee Naeon and player Jo Seung-ho. The shocking combination we'll be looking forward to in the future has been born. Rounds of applause and cheering broke out. Amazing! That was explosive. Great job, Jo Seung-ho. You did well. Lee Naeon. Jo Seung-ho. The two of them were bewildered by the intense reaction and the way the audience chanted their names. Lee, Nae, Eon, Jo Seung-ho, Lee, Nae, Eon, Lee, Nae, Eon. The girl's eyes suddenly widened as she discovered something. Seo-mun was in a place at her eye level. Manager Seo-mun whispered, "Look there." "What did I tell you?" He smirked, then pointed at her. "I'm going to work hard to make you our key player." Afterwards, he gave a thumbs up to lift their spirits. Both of them blushed. Everyone was overjoyed at this accomplishment. The announcement came out, Set 1 victory belongs to Isum. At Isum's surprising Set 1 win, the Incheon side gnashed their teeth with endless bitterness. A shocking result. Over on this side, the team whispered and smiled. This caused Incheon BC to suddenly falter. The one-sided battle continued into the next set, Set 2. Lee Na-eon and Jo Seung-ho also created a fierce interference play. Just like in Set 1, Incheon BC, with no countermeasures left, had to collapse. The score was completely skewed in ISUM's favor. ISUM, riding a wave of soaring momentum, finished 2 sets without conceding a single one. The announcer also added, "And today's MVP, as everyone already knows, is player Lee Na-eon of ISUM." She excitedly picked up the mic. "Thank you. You were the one who saw my talent. You taught me how to strive and seize victory. This glory, I would like to dedicate to our manager." After that, she made top news many times. A series of interviews about Lee Na-eon and discussions on online communities all exploded. The player chosen by Seo Moon-yup. A huge hit. The new concept of infinite interference. A new star. Highlights and images of ISUM and Incheon BC. Lee Na-eon is insane. My heart was pounding while I was watching. She's just that good. It's been a long time since someone has gotten me this interested. Her face was also shown on the news. Shocking. Tons of Incheon BC fans have to go get their teeth fixed from grinding them so hard. They couldn't even catch her in the end. My monitor is broken now. For the first time, I felt what it's like to win. A performance this refreshing on the domestic scene. Even Seung-ho had nothing but praise. I even started a fan club for Lee Na-eon called Na-eon Choppa, and it's not the only one. Lee Na-eon is the talk of the town. It was truly a top-tier match. Her physical abilities are just average, but she's surprisingly effective. It's known that Selman Job was the one who picked her. He spotted her talent right away. What a sharp eye. Everything is still going great. Seung-ho has finally gotten the recognition he deserves. This match has rekindled the flame of the domestic battlefield scene that had died down. It didn't just turn these two rookies in their very first match into new stars. It also put the spotlight on Selman Job, the man who predicted and created this duo. The public is incredibly interested in him. Lee Na-eon and Jo Seung-ho were personally scouted and trained by Selman Job. It's truly the level you'd expect from the leader of the best team, the top-ranked level 7 hero. Now, once again, so many people are impressed by this man's genius eye for talent. A few days later, a voice rings out in Jeho's house. "Hey, Lee Na-eon and Jo Seung-ho, did you really discover them?" Lying on the couch, he replies to his friend with annoyance. "Of course I did. What, did you think I was lying?" "That Dongjun picked them and not me." He stammers, No, that's not what I meant. "Anyway, you're amazing." Selman gets even more smug. "See, I told you. Your eye for talent is on another level." Jeho worries a little. "They'll do well on the national team too, right?" The guy changes the subject. "In that case, you should go persuade Choi Hyuk. I heard that kid still won't play right." Selman's friend replies, "No, I already tried to persuade Choi Hyuk." He explains, he said he'd give it a shot if he could wear the national team emblem, but his own team is strongly against it. The young man exclaims, "So that's what's holding things up." Jeho himself feels the pressure. "The battlefield directors in our country don't really like me, so convincing them is pretty tough. A non-specialist leading, and the once glorious national team." Selman asks bluntly, "Is it because they're experts that things are in this mess, huh?" The young man starts to sit up. "I want to see who these guys are. Let's see if they dare to run their mouths in front of me, Selman Job, the greatest promoter of the century." The person behind him sighs. "Of course they wouldn't dare say a word to your face." Jeho kept his next thought to himself. What if they get beat up? Then he wondered, how is Choi Hyuk doing? Selman brings it up again. What is Choi Hyuk's value? The front page news is still buzzing about their 5 consecutive wins. The Selman Hyuk effect is a guaranteed victory. Consecutive MVPs for Lee Na-eon. Even when you see it coming, you can't stop the Lee Na-yoon Cho Sung-ho duo, the whirlwind from KB2. Dongjun happily holds up the news feed. A 5-game winning streak. The first 5-game winning streak since the club was founded. He starts sobbing. Hick. Am I dreaming? To think our team would see a day like this? Selman, standing nearby, frowns. Why are you making such a racket? What's the all-time record, 6 wins? When asked, the man suddenly freezes. About that. Dongjun confesses, actually, we've never won more than 3 in a row, sir. A thought flashes through the young man's mind. Should I fire this guy? He quickly changes the subject. Anyway, after the Wizard Canyon event, Lee Na-yoon's name just exploded all over the internet. The promoter was absolutely right. Who could have known she would blow up like this? Selman doesn't let him off the hook. I'm always right. But what was it that my dear Dongjun said? Will she be able to meet the requirements? How can you judge this kind of talent from a resume? He hangs his head low. I'm sorry. Then Selman reminds them, this is no time to be celebrating. The strategic key to our matches is Sung-ho. Now we have to make sure every other team knows that. The manager looks hesitant again. So, Selman immediately corrects him. You should be asking, how do we do it? Isn't that right? Dongjun quickly corrects himself. No matter what, we have to protect Seong-ho. The other man turns away unconcerned. Good thing he's not completely incompetent. Get me a glass of water. The manager's lips tighten. Is Moon-hee-up just putting on an act? But when he looks up, the expression is gone. Selmoon claps his friend on the shoulder. If Nam Gun-ji-hoon and No Jong-won's training pays off, we'll be able to keep this momentum going. He hastily replies, yes, of course. That sly smile reappears. Oh, of course, a confident attitude is good, Dongjun. In that case, let's keep increasing that win rate. Before the first half of the year is over, he directly stated the goal, causing the man to freeze up. 50% Dongjun, holding a drink, was stunned. A 50% win rate this season. Jonghan's current win rate is 30%. The other person asked in a low voice, What? You can't do it? The manager hastily complied. No. Ryong-hwan also pondered. A 50% win rate. If this were the old Jonghan Dragons, that number would be impossible. But there's no way the owner would just say that for no reason. He wouldn't just bring it up like that without a reason. He carefully observed Seol-moon. He may look quite stubborn, but in reality he's a meticulous person. Meanwhile, he was over here, constantly threatening the poor guy. I'm only trusting you, Dongjun. You can handle this, right? Don't make me get violent over such a trivial matter, okay? He continued to reminisce. It was thanks to Jonghan's support that I could become a battlefield player. Even though the team's name has changed, the young man smiled to himself. One day I will finally repay that favor. Seol-moon suddenly adjusted his posture. It's been a while since we all met up. I can't just sit here teasing Dongjun the whole time. He stood up straight. All right, listen up. I have something to say to everyone. They all smiled and listened. If we can pull our win rate up to 50% this season, I'll make a huge investment in the team, you hear. You all have shown me your potential, so I have to give the team some financial backing, right? He shouted, got it! Everyone there responded in unison, got it. After saying that, he immediately left. All right, I'm heading out first. You all have fun, no need to see me out. Dongjun quickly stood up. Yes, sir. Take care. After leaving the restaurant, he thought to himself again. As I thought, the problem isn't the players. He considered a few worst-case scenarios. Jo Seong-ho's positioning range is limited to 3 kilometers. If the team's strategy doesn't go as planned, then our chances of winning will decrease. If we want to use more diverse tactics, we need better support. The guy touched the back of his neck. According to Jae-ho, our team needs to practice 11 versus 11. It's not because of our performance, but because we're Solman Hyung's team that we're getting support. Other issues are also being taken care of, and recently sponsors have started making offers. So we're a bit free. Is there any way to scout some decent people? Anyway, I really want Choi Hyuk. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Is the team still that short on talent? Messages came in one after another. Idiot, looks like you're still short on players. Want to join the IUS League? Although the promising prospects have already signed with other teams, I know there are still some with potential out there. He burst out laughing. This Baek Jae-ho punk is actually being useful for once. His eyes lit up. Obviously, after the first half of the season ends, it's recruitment season. Just you wait, you guys. The league matches continued. The Dragons' winning streak stopped at 6. Other teams, just as Solman Hyung had predicted, had figured out how to counter the duo of Lee, Na-eon, and Jo Seung-ho. But there were good signs, too. Captain No Ryong Hwan had grasped the core of Zet, not just relying on obstructive play, but finding new strategies thanks to his good stamina and endurance. Snatching the KB2L6 emblem, their badge shone among the 20 teams. Team Zet started from 18th place in the 88 matches. 10 wins, 8 losses. 10 wins, 8 losses. In total, they've climbed to 11th place. Each step on the ladder gets shorter. They finished the first half of the season with a 55.6% win rate. Finally, the break for recruiting players had arrived. In front of a school, students were already waiting. Huh, who's that? A friendly teacher greeted him. Hello, Solman Hyung. What brings you to my school? He replied, Today I've come as the owner of Zet. The man quickly understood. Ah, is that so? I'm Kim Jong-moon, the coach of the Yangmyung High School Battlefield Department. He then walked with the man. I didn't come here with any special purpose, so may I have a look around? The coach happily agreed. Of course. I'll give you the tour myself. First, they stopped in front of the indoor practice room. They arrived. Solman immediately made an assessment. The club's activities aren't bad. This made the man very happy. It's nothing special. The young man suddenly stopped, making Young Moon wonder, is something wrong? His hand pointed directly at one person. He's good. The man immediately introduced him. As expected of you, Solman Hyung, you spotted him right away. He's scheduled to join the KB1L team Phoenix Meyer. He was a little disappointed. His ability is only around 77, but what a shame. Am I getting desperate over someone like that? My eye for talent has gotten worse. The players relentlessly landed powerful blows on each other. Even though I can't recruit them, it seems there's no one here with a 90 stat, and no one with a hidden superpower, huh? The young man's face turned serious. This doesn't look good. Youngmun from behind was still calling him. Manager Seo Munyob. He quickly turned. I'm here. The two of them walked past a few more people. He searched desperately, but found nothing. Damn it, I've searched this whole area and there isn't a single person? Not one person who hasn't already signed with another team. The guy gritted his teeth. What the hell is with the other team's clean sweep strategy? Just then, someone unexpectedly pushed the door open and walked in. I'm late, I'm sorry. Youngmun walked over and patted his shoulder. Oh, Bem, you made it. Are you ready for the tryout? He replied obediently, yeah, it's going okay. I'm always late. I'm sorry. As he looked over, Yoon Bem was once again completely starstruck. Huh, Munyob. What's he doing here? Meanwhile, he was thinking, and who's this mushroom head? Curious, he used his skill. He's a player, too. Let's see. First, he spoke to Yoon Bem. You're studying and training at the same time. The young man immediately answered, yes, sir. My stamina isn't good enough for the pro leagues, so I'm preparing for the tryouts. I see. Seomun probed deeper. Is that so? Hasn't any team contacted you? The young man rubbed his head, looking troubled. No, sir. No teams at all. At this, Yoon Bem spoke up. It's such an honor. I'm a fan of yours. He's friendly, too. Then let's shake on it. But he was still nervous. Okay. You said that if someone said they were a fan, you would hit them. The other guy smirked. That's true. But you're fine. Yoon Bem was stunned. Huh. Then he got straight to the point. Because you're going to sign a contract with my team. The young man's eyes widened in shock. A contract? His attribute window appeared, revealing a very attractive hidden skill. Yoon Bem was dumbfounded. A contract? But Seomun's attention was elsewhere. That's it. Shadow Walker. Movement speed in shadows increases by 20%. When aura is above 70, can hide and move within shadows. The more he stared at that line of text, the more certain he became. There's a condition to unlock